Our story starts with Feng Xian, nicknamed Lu Bu, finishing off his own godfather for some reason. He says sorry to his godfather because his death was needed for his success. Lu Bu finished all retainers of his godfather as well, so there can be no one seeking revenge from him in the future. After that, Lu Bu reports everything that transpired to the counselor-in-chief, and counselor is quite happy about it. So he rewards Lu Bu with the Fang Tian halberd and the legendary horse Qi Tu, and he becomes his godfather as well. After that, Lu Bu goes through countless battles and he is victorious every time. One day he gets arrested by his own new godfather and he is brought before the Council of the Generals. He gets killed right there in the Council of Generals. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a binary space which tells him that he is destined to be a loser. He then once again opens his eyes. This time, he has returned to the past, a day before the Battle of Xishui. He don't remember anything from his future, but he is having a headache from the recent voice which called him a loser. Ho Cheng, one of the feudal lords, informs him that maybe he is destined to be a ruler. That's why he keeps on hearing those weird voices, and Lu Bu starts laughing after hearing it. Lu Bu corrects him by saying that voice is calling him a failure, so how can he become a ruler? They get interrupted from behind by a horse rider who asks them how can they be so relaxed with the enemies just up ahead. Lu Bu says that he is patrolling because he is feeling down, and it has nothing to do with him. The man turns out to be Hu Zhen, who is pissed at Lu Bu, and he tells him that he can behead him for challenging his authority. Lu Bu and all of his men get their weapons out, and Lu Bu informs Hu Zhen that everyone who wanted him dead is already 6 feet under, and if he wants him to send him to the afterlife right now. Hu Zhen is getting scared as he thinks they are about to rebel, but he gets saved as another horse rider comes from behind. This horse rider is called Hua Xiong, and he interrupts them by saying that he wants to join their discussion, and if they are discussing on the tactics to beat the enemy. Hu Zhen starts retreating after ordering Hu Xiong to calm his men before they start rebelling. Lu Bu mocks him by saying that it was a good day to rebel, but his enemy is a coward, so he can't do anything. Hua Xiong says that they have not yet encountered their enemy Sun Jian, and they should not fight among themselves. After hearing it, Lu Bu and his men start laughing out loud like madmen. Ho Cheng says Hu Zhen was trying to show off in their territory of Bing just because he's a confidant of their chancellor-in-chief. As they march towards Xishui, Lu Bu orders all of his men to start laughing out loud whenever they spot Hu Zhen next time. The very same night at Yiqi Pass, Hu Zhen informs others that he received news that their enemy Sun Jian has an army of 50,000, while their Xiliang army amounts to 150,000 troops. One of his advisors, Zhao Sen, is sucking up to him by saying they can easily crush Sun Jian with their numbers, and Lu Bu is also present in that meeting along with all other generals. Lu Bu badmouths Hu Zhen for being a dimwit, and he asks him how he became their commanding officer while having zero experience in war. Hua Xiong pulls his spear on the neck of Lu Bu and he warns him to stop his nonsense. Lu Bu has zero care about his empty threats and he warns them to take Sun Jian more serious as he can easily beat their 150,000 troops with his 50,000 men alone. Hu Zhen shouts at Lu Bu that he should come up with a plan to deal with Sun Jian, or he will punish him according to the court-martial. Lu Bu suggests they should send a team of fast riders to check the formation of Sun Jian camp for traps or hidden troops. Their main force will raid Sun Jian's camp while a detachment will cut off the escape route of Sun Jian. Hu Zhen is thinking that he can easily crush Sun Jian with his overwhelming number of troops, and such cowardly tactics are not good for his reputation. Lu Bu has heard enough and he starts moving away after saying that his Bing army will not be a part of an all-out war, and Hu Zhen can rush to his death on his own. After Lu Bu went away, Hu Zhen orders Hua Xiong to ready the soldiers for a night raid on Sun Jian's main camp. Wei Shu informs him that Hu Zhen took his men for the war if the Bing army is not going to follow them. Lu Bu tells him to order his men to sleep tight without any worry because he is sure Hu Zhen is a stupid commander and he will die in this war. While he is sleeping, a voice rings in his head telling him that he is destined to fail. He then appears in a system space where the voice asks him if he is ready to reshape his life from this moment on. Lu Bu still cannot believe that he will become a failure in the future. The system informs him that it's a 4D life simulator which uses techniques to change the real and fake to let the person experience unlimited possibilities in a limited life. Due to an unknown malfunction, the system was banished to a 3D space. There is a chance that its users can enter a higher dimension. The system asks him to press yes if he wants the photon computer to start a new life, or he can press no to give up on the life simulator and return to reality. Lu Bu is a bit confused, but he is curious at the same time to find out what this simulation can do. He chooses the yes button as he wants to find out if he can really change his destiny. The system starts flashing brightly, and it informs Lu Bu that his information has been successfully recorded and life simulation will activate now. After that, we move to a house in Han Dynasty where a baby is being born. This baby is the reincarnation of Lu Bu, and he is also confused to see himself getting reborn as a baby. After 7 years, some bullies in the village are talking about old Lu's son who just sits around the same place the entire afternoon. The bully says that he looks like a monster in the skin of a human being. Young Lu Bu glares at the bully, which makes him more angry. The bully kid asks him why did he glare at him, and they refer to him as a monster. Lu Bu tells him to move because he's blocking the sunlight. The bully says that Lu Bu is always annoying and he's going to teach him a lesson. After their fight, Lu Bu is sitting by himself and he looks quite beaten up, but he says that he lost this fight, but the condition of bullies isn't better than him. Out of nowhere, a system screen appears in front of him which states that he is in the simulation. The life of a farmer and his states are written below. He only gained 1 reputation point after his last fight with the local bullies. Lu Bu now knows that this status points will change if he engages in big battles or some similar stuff, but he is still not sure if he's living in reality or it's just a dream. Position and wealth can be hard for him to gather, so he decides to learn martial arts in order to increase his strength. The very next day, he starts training his body. His father shuns him for training all day instead of helping him in his work. Plus, their Lu family is poor, and if he uses all of his food to train, then there won't be enough food left for them to survive this year. Lu Bu used to easily lift 3 times this weight by himself when he was on the same age in his previous life, but he is now very weak. Few months later, Lu Bu is cutting firewood by himself. He is feeling quite exhausted, and he gets a notification that his strength just increased by 1. When Lu Bu became 9 years old, his sister was born, but he heard his father saying that they should sell her off because girls are always raised for other families, which is considered a scourge. Lu Bu screams at them to not sell her, and he tells them that he will eat less from now on, and they can give his share to his little sister. His father says that he can't do it because if he starves to death, their bloodline will end with him. Lu Bu says that he will do manual labor to earn extra money for his sister. His father keeps on convincing him, but Lu Bu is quite resilient in his resolve. His resilience pays off as his intellect increases by 1, which in turn helps him convince his father to not sell his sister. From that day on, Lu Bu worked hard every day and he learned farming techniques. Although he had not touched any farm work in his previous life, but it became very easy once you start doing it by yourself. Lu Bu learned a lot from farming. He is able to guess the weather and determine the kind of fertilizer based on the condition of the land. He was also able to turn 2 acres of unfertile land of his family into fertile ones. Even the villagers are gossiping about how they had the worst land in the village, but Son of Lu changed it into fertile one. This in turn increases his reputation by 2. But Lu Bu is thinking that farming will not change his reputation by much, and he also has no idea that the land turned so rich, but why his wealth has not increased by 1. Lu Bu asks his father that why does the chief pay no tax? His father tells him that the chief collects all of the tax from the poor people of this village. That's why they barely survive each year. Lu Bu gets angry as the chief's family don't work and they need to pay tax to chief as well as the government. His father informs him that the chief is responsible for registration and taxation in this area, and if they had not handed over a portion of their total harvest from the 2 acres, he could have taken his mother and his sister as tax. Lu Bu gets angry as there is no future for honest farmers in this land, and his father signs. Lu Bu promises to himself that even if he don't become a glorious general like in his previous life, he will at least not get bullied by others. After a few years, a wild rabbit is running through the forest. An arrow moves rapidly toward the rabbit and it manages to pierce through his neck. This arrow was shot by Lu Bu, who is 12 years old by now, and he's quite satisfied with his archery skills. All this time, the total strength of Lu Bu barely increased up to 3 points, and he's preparing to return back to his home. Lu Bu returns back to his warehouse to store the rabbits, but this time Lu Hong, the village chief, is waiting for him, and he informs Lu Bu that some part of what he just hunted will also be paid as part of the tax. Lu Bu becomes enraged after hearing it, but Chief tells him that it's an order from the imperial court. Lu Bu asks him how can the imperial court meddle with people's lives. This enrages the chief and he warns him that his act just now can be considered a sign of rebellion and he can get rid of his family anytime. His father apologizes to the chief in his place and he tells Lu Bu to hand over half meat of everything he just hunted. This enrages Lu Bu even more as he tries his best to control the beast inside him. The chief says that he's becoming a beast himself while hunting them. His father begs Lu Bu to just do as the chief says. Lu Bu moves toward the chief while dropping half of the rabbits, and he says that the chief can take these with him. After getting close to the chief, he gets his knife out and he swings it toward the direction of the chief. After he swings the knife, we see a lot of blood splattering, and his reputation increases by 1. In reality, Lu Bu just killed a rabbit after placing it behind the chief to make him afraid. Lu Bu tells him that he will not pay any tax from now on, and the chief will settle their missing portion by himself. Lu Bu informs him that if he ever single out his family, he will come to his house, and one by one he will kill all of his family members. His father pushes him back from the chief, and he starts apologizing to the chief non-stop. The chief runs out of their house while saying that he will even out the score with them. His father starts scolding it as he just ruined everything he built all of his life, but Lu Bu says that if he handed over the meat to the chief, then he would have become more strict on them. He says that they can just kill Lu Hong and divide his lands among the villagers after that. His father has heard enough and he smacks the crap out of him. His father tells them to pack their things and they will leave this place with their mom and sister. But all of a sudden they hear loud voices stating that the Lu house is on fire. They head toward their house, which is on fire. His mom and sister could not make it out on time as the house was locked from outside. He tries to head inside the burning building, but his father stops him as he already lost his mom and daughter, and now he's the only family left. They keep on helplessly watching it as the whole building burns down to the ground. After the fire ends, his father tells him that everything is gone now. But all of a sudden, they hear a voice stating that it serves them right as they already hated the Lu family for so long. These voices belong to the villagers, and they are mocking the Lu family for messing with the chief. Lu Bu couldn't hold himself back and the beast within him gets out. He gets his bow out as he's thinking all of them are murderers and they all deserve to die. His father yells at him to stop as he already destroyed their house and he will also lose him if he makes another blunder. Lu Bu turns back and tells his father to shut up as he will now take care of things his way. His father can easily see that the one in front of him is no longer his son, but a monster in human flesh. With that said, Lu Bu shoots his arrow at one of the guys who was bad-mouthing their family just now. The person drops dead on the ground and Lu Bu remembers how his mother loved him, because in his past life he had no mother, so he couldn't knew what a mother's warmth felt like. With that said, Lu Bu pulls up his bow and he aims at the fleeing civilians. He shoots the arrow which pierces through another civilian. The more he kills, the more humanity he loses, and the grip of the monster is getting stronger on his body. He remembers how his sister reminded him of his daughter from his previous life, and she was an honest little angel. His dream shatters as he shoots another arrow toward the fleeing villagers. The arrow pierces through the leg of a bully and he starts screaming in pain. Lu Bu starts moving toward the bully and he keeps on begging him to spare his life. The bully tells him the truth, that the chief is the one who called them to start the fire and it's not their fault. Lu Bu pulls out his knife as the bully keeps on begging him. Lu Bu forgives him by slicing his neck in a single swing of the knife. The bully tries to stop the bleeding, but the knife cut was too deep and he bleeds to death. The thinking cycle of Lu Bu is clouded by revenge as he's thinking of killing every single person in the village. He keeps on walking toward the village while leaving dead bodies in his wake. When he reaches the village, some villagers run after thinking of him as a monster while some muster up their strength to face him. But no matter how much they make their resolve to fight him, they still can't get the feeling off that they are fighting a monster in human flesh instead of a kid. With that said, both sides rush toward each other. Lu Bu starts slicing off the necks of villagers without having any remorse. Once his blade becomes dull from all the blood, he shoots arrows through 2 villagers. After that, Lu Bu moves toward the last remaining villager who curses him and his whole family for this massacre. Lu Bu slices his neck a little bit so he can have a long and painful death. Lu Bu keeps on moving through the village, leaving dozens of dead bodies in his wake. There is now complete silence around him, and he moves to his last destination. In the end, he reaches the house of Chief Lu Hong. He again reminds him that he already warned him to not mess with his family or he will kill all of his family members one by one. Lu Bu already slaughtered his family, not even sparing the little kids or the women. Chief is afraid beyond belief and he falls down on his knees. He starts begging Lu Bu for his dear life. But Lu Bu tells him to say hi to Yama in hell as he swings his knife, which in turn slashes the neck of the chief. As Chief Lu Hong falls down to the ground, Lu Bu gets a system message that his reputation is increased by 15 and his intellect dropped to 0 because his mind is being clouded by revenge. Lu Bu burns the whole village as they had previously burned his home. Lu Bu's father keeps on saying that he did a sin raising a monster as he had burnt his wife and daughter in his hand. Lu Bu silently moves closer to his father and he goes down on his knees without saying anything. His father tells him to run away because the villagers who escaped must have reported everything to the officials and they will be coming for him. Lu Bu begs his father to leave this place with him, but his father tells him that his mother and sister both worked hard and they got no chance to enjoy life. But now they are gone and he needs to accompany them. His father shouts at him to just leave that place. Lu Bu smacks his head on the ground as a sort of respect for his father's orders and he starts leaving. His father puts a knife through his own heart and signs of life fade away from him. Lu Bu knows what his father just did, but he keeps on going away while crying. He remembers his father's last words and starts running away from the scene. After some time, Lu Bu arrives in an abandoned building. He starts resting there near fire while remembering everything that just transpired. The next morning, some guards arrive at that place and they say the fire was not put too long ago. The guard informs others that the one who massacred the whole village is hiding nearby, and they should search for him in the surroundings. The guards start searching for Lu Bu in the nearby buildings, but unknown to them, Lu Bu is aiming at one of them from a rooftop. He shoots the arrow which pierces through the neck of a guard. The guard drops dead on the ground and his companion informs others about the location of Lu Bu. But at the same time, an arrow pierces through his chest and he drops on the ground. A guard comes out of the building Lu Bu was standing on and he alerts others that Lu Bu is right above him. The guard leaps toward the open field to take aim and shoot at Lu Bu. Lu Bu easily dodges his arrow by leaping forward. Lu Bu then retaliates by shooting an arrow which hits the shoulder of the guard. The guard is injured and he warns others that the skill of Lu Bu with bow are extraordinary and they must be careful. The guard starts shooting at him after getting on the rooftops. Lu Bu jumps down from the rooftop and he runs into the forest. After some time in the forest, the guards are telling each other that a storm is about to come and they need to find Lu Bu before it. Lu Bu, who is hiding on a tree, shoots an arrow and the guards become alerted. The arrow hits one of the guards, killing him in the process, and the other guards shoot arrows at him. Lu Bu dodges their arrows by leaping back and he leaps down from the tree while shooting an arrow, which successfully hits the second guard. After cushioning his fall, Lu Bu runs back deep into the forest. The guard says that Lu Bu is quite resilient like a cockroach and he needs to call for reinforcements. The guard pulls up a special whistle arrow. He then shoots it up in the sky, which alerts everyone in the area. The other guards who heard the whistling arrow became alerted and they start flanking toward the direction of the arrow. Lu Bu heard the noise of the whistling arrow as well, and he knows well that the enemies will try to corner him. Lu Bu is thinking that he needs to run away from them before the storm comes in, or else the arrows will become useless. Out of nowhere, an arrow is shot toward his location. Lu Bu dodges the arrow by leaping back. Lu Bu has only a few arrows left and he is thinking of ways to get rid of as many guards as he can, but before he can do anything, he gets shot through his shoulder with an arrow. This arrow came from the opposite direction, which means he is surrounded from both sides. Lu Bu looks up and there are already 2 guards present on a tree aiming at him. The storm rolls in and a heavy rain begins. The guards shoot another arrow and they start moving toward injured Lu Bu in unison. But Lu Bu cannot give up like this, so he gets up after mustering the last of his strength. Lu Bu is surrounded by guards from all directions, but he still rushes toward the guards while screaming out loud. But before he can reach them, he gets shot by another arrow. The guards keep showering him with arrows until he becomes immobile. The guards move close to check the monster, which killed more than 100 people in a single night. The guard leader informs him that he's going to get a death penalty, and he asks Lu Bu if he regrets his decision. Lu Bu tells him to F off as he is a real man and he made his own decision, so he stands by it until his death. The guard says it's a pity, and if Lu Bu had used this courage at the border, then he would have surely accomplished many great things and brought honor to his family. The guard leader pulls out a sword as he wishes for him to live a good life after his rebirth. The guard chops off his head in a single swing from his sword. The head of Lu Bu drops a bit far away from him and he's still thinking if this outcome was really necessary or if he could have changed this whole situation if he had made better decisions. After opening his eyes, he wakes up in the system space while having his original body. The system congratulates him for completing his first mission of exploring the simulation world. The system starts calculating his results and Lu Bu is thinking whether he is dead or alive. The system tells him that he killed everyone in the Lu village by himself, so his cruelty will give him admirers on the path of crime, and he receives final rank level 1. The system informs him that he died young, that's why he couldn't make any big contributions towards the path of crime, that's why he only got 1 point. He was unwilling to be oppressed, and his resistance brought enlightenment to the people living under oppression in the later generations, so he gets 15 reputation points. Lu Bu suffered from much exploitation and oppression. That's why he was not able to accumulate wealth, so he has 0 wealth points. Although the condition of his body was not great, but Lu Bu developed a dexterous body due to his hunting career, so his final power leveled up to 10. His final intellect is 0 because he used violence to solve everything instead of his brain. In the end, he got a violent death and a total rating of C. Now Lu Bu got an overall idea what this simulation thing is, but the C grade he received is quite bad. After calculating the rewards, Lu Bu got 28 simulator currency points, and he can pick one of 3 rewards given below which will strengthen his real body. He can choose between an elementary carpenter skill, tailor skill, or he can go for elementary level heart strengthening. Lu Bu chooses the elementary heart strengthening, and after some time he can feel his heart getting more pumped up. After heart strengthening is done, Lu Bu wakes up in his bed in the real world. Lu Bu asks Wei Shu, who is the brother of his wife, why there is so much noise outside, and Wei Shu tells him that Hu Zhen took General Hua Xiong with him to raid Sun Jian main camp. In the real world, only a few minutes have passed while he just lived 13 years in the simulation world. Lu Bu gets up and tells Wei Shu to prepare the men for war, but Wei Shu tells him that just before going to sleep he ordered all the men to relax because they are not going to join the war. Lu Bu tells him to just order the soldiers to prepare right away as he's about to change the course of history. The army of Hu Zhen is stationed a bit afar from the Sun Jian main camp. Hua Xiong reports to Hu Zhen that the camp of Sun Jian is having a rest, so their defenses are quite lax. Hu Zhen is quite happy as they came from behind Yike Pass and their enemies must not be expecting a surprise attack at this time. Hu Zhen orders Hua Xiong to lead a platoon and charge the Sun Jian camp from the side entrance, and at the same time, Hu Zhen will block the main entrance of Sun Jian camp. He further says that Lu Bu is still sleeping in his camp, so all credit of this victory will belong to him. Hua Xiong gets closer to the side entrance with his platoon, but it cannot detect any movements from the enemy yet, which alerts him a bit. He has no other choice as he cannot back down, so he orders his men to charge ahead. 2 guards who are stationed on the walls of Sun Jian camp spot the platoon invading them and they start screaming to alert others. One of them runs toward the drums to beat them loudly, but he gets killed after being shot by a barrage of arrows. After taking care of the lookouts, Hua Xiong makes his way inside the camp along with his platoon. He orders his men to search the camp, but something feels off, as they are not getting as much resistance as they expected. One of his men reports to him that there is no one in the camp. Hua Xiong knows that they have been tricked, so he orders his men to retreat. But it's too late as a barrage of fire arrows is shot toward his platoon. The whole camp is lit on fire as most of the buildings were already coated with oil. Hua Xiong orders his men to not be afraid as their commander-in-chief Hu Zhen is at the main entrance. At the same time, Hu Zhen is watching all of it unfold from a distance, and his men ask him if they should go and help General Hua Xiong. Hu Zhen is feeling that they are playing right into the enemy's hands, so he orders his men to retreat. He starts retreating by himself without having his troops retreat in a proper manner. At the same time, the army of Sun Jian, which was hiding in the jungle, rushes out from both sides. Hu Zhen already made it away, but his army is being surrounded from both sides. Hu Zhen is happy as he ran fast and he's now away from the main fight, but he gets alerted when General Zhu Darong from Sun Jian army calls out his name and starts chasing him. Zhu Darong is too close to him so he cannot run away, and his horse is also slower than his. Hu Zhen pulls out his sword as there is no other way but to fight him head on. Both of their swords clash as they cancel out each other's attack. They clash their sword for the second time, but there is no winner this time as well. Zhu Darong attacks Hu Zhen, but he manages to dodge it and only his cloth gets torn. Hu Zhen retaliates by performing a sword slash attack, but Zhu Darong dodges it by leaping back on the horse. They both keep on clashing their swords against each other for some time. Zhu Darong had enough of this stalemate, so he pushes his sword toward Hu Zhen with all of his force. Hu Zhen is barely holding him back as his whole body starts trembling. Zhu Darong notices it and he pulls his sword back. Zhu Darong says that Hu Zhen is not a complete idiot like people say, and Hu Zhen replies by saying that he has not fought in a solo fight for a long time. That's why he is being exhausted. But instead of fighting like a man, he starts running back toward his main army. Zhu Darong gets pissed as he has fought in wars for 20 years, but he has never seen a coward like Hu Zhen. Zhu Darong starts chasing him to get his head. At the same time, General Hua Xiong broke through the main camp and he got reunited with the main force. But the situation is still quite bad as they are surrounded from both sides by the Sun Jian army. Hua Xiong inquires about the location of Hu Zhen and the captain informs him that he ran away as soon as he saw Hua Xiong fell into the trap. Both of them get alerted as they hear someone calling their names for help. It turns out Hu Zhen ran back to them and he's calling for their help as he's being chased by the enemy. Zhu Darong gets happy as he's about to catch up to Hu Zhen the coward. Zhu Darong tries to slash Hu Zhen to finish him off, but unknown to him, another slash attack moves toward him. He comes to a realization that there is a blade near his neck, but it's too late, as Hua Xiong manages to chop off his head in a single attack of his halberd. Zhu Darong falls down from his horse and his head flies off into the distance. Hu Zhen mocks the dead Zhu Darong for foolishly following him. Hu Zhen then orders Hua Xiong to break through the enemy formation with him, and he is thinking that maybe Lu Bu is the one who secretly leaked his plan to the enemy. But Hu Zhen is not so lucky as Sun Jian himself rushes toward him with his army, and he is pissed at them for killing his general. Hu Zhen becomes really afraid after hearing Sun Jian's voice as he is known to be quite furious. Hua Xiong asks Hu Zhen to retreat first as he will try to stop the advance of Sun Jian. Hu Zhen is an ungrateful bastard, so he starts running back to his main army, leaving Hua Xiong behind to fend for himself. Hua Xiong advances towards Sun Jian army and he challenges Sun Jian to fight him in a one-on-one battle. Sun Jian is not a fool and he knows well that Hua Xiong is trying to buy time for their main army to retreat. Instead of fighting Hua Xiong in a one-on-one battle, Sun Jian orders his men to kill him. Hua Xiong gets ready to take them all head-on as dying on the battlefield is the biggest form of honor he can achieve. But before they can attack him, a lot of arrows are shot toward them. The arrows manage to pierce through the necks of many horsemen trying to kill Hua Xiong. Those arrows were shot by Lu Bu, who asks Sun Jian if he only knows how to bully people with numbers. Everyone on the battlefield gets alerted as Lu Bu makes his entrance. Lu Bu tells Sun Jian to buckle up as he's going to die by his hands. Lu Bu slowly makes his way to the battlefield and Hu Zhen is standing on his way. Hu Zhen is afraid as he's thinking Lu Bu came to kill him on his own. Lu Bu takes aim and shoots 3 arrows at the same time. Hu Zhen is thinking that he's done for, but the arrows pass by him. The 3 arrows move towards Sun Jian and his main army. Sun Jian barely manages to dodge one of the arrows and he gets a little scratch on his cheeks. But his subordinates are not as lucky as him as they get pierced by the arrows. Lu Bu is looking quite satisfied with his archery skills as in the simulation world he had a weak body, so he couldn't use the full potential of his archery skills. Meanwhile, Sun Jian is a bit afraid as he barely managed to dodge the arrow of Lu Bu. Sun Jian asks his general Gong Fu about Lu Bu and Gong Fu informs him that the real name of Lu Bu is Feng Xian, and it's said that he is capable of fighting against 100 men by himself. Gong Fu further informs him that he killed his previous godfather of Bing and he pledged his loyalty to the cunning Dong Zhao. At the same time, the encirclement of Sun Jian army gets broken by a cavalry charge from Lu Bu's main army. Sun Jian orders his men to charge at the enemy in a full frontal attack. Lu Bu moves toward the Sun Jian main unit as he passes by the coward Hu Zhen. Lu Bu takes a hold of his legendary spear and he's giving off a menacing aura. Lu Bu charges at the center of the enemy formation by himself. Lu Bu starts slashing the soldiers in his way with ease. The whole area around Lu Bu gets filled with decapitated heads and bodies torn into 2 pieces with a single slash attack. Even Sun Jian, who is known to be quite furious on the battlefield, is afraid after witnessing the prowess of Lu Bu. After killing the regular soldiers on his way, Lu Bu starts moving towards Sun Jian. The main generals of Sun Jian gather together in order to stop Lu Bu. Yi Gong tries to slash Lu Bu with his long spear. Lu Bu dodges his attack by ducking down on his horse. Lu Bu retaliates by attacking Yi Gong with his spear. This time Yi Gong was not so lucky as he could not dodge in time, and he gets chopped into 2 pieces with a single attack from the halberd of Lu Bu. General Cheng Pu tries to stab Lu Bu from behind, but Lu Bu easily deflects his attack without looking back. The strength behind Lu Bu's counterattack was so fierce that Cheng Pu could barely hold on to his weapon. Lu Bu congratulates Cheng Pu for defending against one of his attack. Lu Bu turns around and he thrusts his halberd into the shoulder of Cheng Pu. At the same time, Hu Zhen made it out of the encirclement thanks to the help of Lu Bu and his army of Bing. He is thinking of reporting to the Prime Minister that they lost this war due to Lu Bu. Unknown to him, Lu Bu is wreaking havoc amidst the rank of his enemies. Cheng Pu falls down from his horse and Lu Bu says sorry to him as he could not finish the job in one strike. Lu Bu raises his halberd to finish off Cheng Pu for real. But at the same time, Sun Jian tries to slash Lu Bu from behind. Without wasting any time, Lu Bu turns back and he blocks the attack of Sun Jian with his halberd. Sun Jian tries his best to overpower Lu Bu, but Lu Bu is unfazed, and he compliments Sun Jian for attacking him from behind like a coward. Sun Jian gets back and Lu Bu informs him that he's just like him because both of them can do anything for the sake of victory. He rushes towards Sun Jian while saying two tigers can't live on the same mountain. Sun Jian blocks his attack and he mocks Lu Bu for backstabbing his own godfather. They both keep on exchanging blows and Sun Jian gets pushed back with each attack. Their clash is getting fierce, but Sun Jian is showing signs of exhaustion. On the other hand, Lu Bu is completely fine and there are no signs of exhaustion visible on his face. Lu Bu is thinking maybe the heart strengthening is in effect, that's why he's not feeling tired even after such a prolonged battle. Lu Bu grabs his halberd with all of his strength as he is aiming for a decisive blow. The longsword of Sun Jian slips out of his hands as he could not bear the power of Lu Bu's attack. Lu Bu swings his spear towards Sun Jian to finish him off, and Sun Jian knows well he cannot do anything to dodge it. Lu Bu swings his halberd towards Sun Jian, but it gets blocked. The attack just now was blocked by Cheng Pu, who is barely hanging on to his life after getting his shoulder stabbed by Lu Bu. Cheng Pu begs Sun Jian to retreat as he will stall Lu Bu for as much time as he can. Sun Jian picks up his fallen sword and he orders his men to help him escape before the enemy army can surround them. At the same time, Lu Bu just beheaded Cheng Pu and he puts his halberd into the ground. Lu Bu pulls out his bow and he aims at the fleeing Sun Jian. Lu Bu shoots the arrow with all of his force and it flies through the whole battlefield. Finally, the arrow manages to pierce through the chest of Sun Jian from behind. Sun Jian knows he cannot survive for long, so he orders his men to retreat without looking back. All of his men want to help him, but they cannot let his sacrifice be in vain, so they retreat from the battlefield. Sun Jian is fully exhausted as he falls down from his horse. Sun Jian tells Lu Bu that he has not fought against a monstrous general like him before. He is still laughing, and he tells Lu Bu that he was right, and two tigers can't live on the same mountain. After some time, Hua Xiong finishes off the last remaining soldier of Sun Jian. Finally, the battle ends at dawn and the whole battlefield is littered with corpses from both sides. One of Hua Xiong's captains reports to him that Sun Jian's main army has retreated, and the ones who were left behind have been eliminated. Hua Xiong asks his captain if Sun Jian managed to escape. At the same time, Lu Bu comes toward him while carrying a head. This head belongs to Sun Jian, and the soldiers become more excited after seeing the head of their main enemy, and they start praising Lu Bu. Hua Xiong gets on his knees and he starts thanking Lu Bu as he would be already dead if Lu Bu had not saved him back then. He further says that he will one day pay back this gratitude with his life. Lu Bu tells him there's no need for that, and he bravely stood against Sun Jian, which bought them enough time to wreak havoc in the enemy ranks, and he will be appropriately rewarded for it. Lu Bu is thinking that Hu Zhen is a fool who handed over an easy victory to him. Lu Bu further orders the soldiers to bury the deceased and return to the Yike Pass. Lu Bu gets a warm welcome when he gets back to the Yike Pass. Zhao Qin starts praising Lu Bu for his peerless victory and he orders his men to prepare a grand feast for them. Lu Bu seizes this chance to put all the blame on Zhao Qin. He tells Zhao Qin that Sun Jian already knew about their night raid and he was well prepared to receive them. Lu Bu further says that Zhao Qin is the only one who can pull it off and he has been working as an enemy spy all this time. He keeps on telling them that he is not a spy, but Hua Xiong gets a hold of him and tells them that treason can never be forgiven. Hua Xiong orders the guards to behead Zhao Qin and show his head to the public. Lu Bu appoints Wei Shu, who is the brother of his wife, as the lord of Yike Pass in place of Zhao Qin. But Wei Shu is not confident enough to take over such a big position. Lu Bu assures him that Yike is a place where no war will be fought anytime soon, and he can take this as a chance to train his leadership skills. Wei Shu thanks Lu Bu for giving him such a big opportunity. Lu Bu spent 12 years in the simulation world and now he is longing to meet his daughter and wife. After a few days, Lu Bu arrives at Luoyang. There he meets Wen Yuan, who informs him that Hu Zhen already reported to the Chancellor-in-Chief that Lu Bu didn't follow commands and disrupted the army, which caused them to suffer heavy losses at the hands of Sun Jian. Lu Bu starts laughing and Wen Yuan says that Lu Bu is so relaxed, so it means he already has something up his sleeve. Lu Bu shows him a bag and he tells Wen Yuan that this bag is enough to prove that Hu Zhen is an idiot of higher caliber. Meanwhile, in the Chancellor-in-Chief residence, Hu Zhen got a report that Lu Bu is back and he starts bad-mouthing him. He further tells the Chancellor-in-Chief that they lost this war to Sun Jian because of him, and he should be severely punished for this. The Chancellor-in-Chief is a cunning person, and he tells Hu Zhen that Lu Bu is now his son, and he even granted him a legendary horse, so he will not do anything before hearing his side of the story. Hu Zhen again tells him that he should seize this chance to get rid of Lu Bu, but Chancellor-in-Chief says that Lu Bu alone is more stronger than 10 of Hu Zhen, and there must be a reason for the things he did. At the same time, a scout arrives who informs them that Lu Bu achieved a great victory. He reports that Lu Bu has beheaded Sun Jian along with 3 of his generals, and Sun Jian's army has retreated 100 miles away from Yike. Chancellor-in-Chief asks Hu Zhen that this report is different from what he just said, and Hu Zhen says that the army of Lu Bu didn't even exceed 1,000 men, and this must be fake intel. At the same time, Lu Bu steps inside the residence and he throws the bag. The bag lands in front of Hu Zhen so everyone can see its contents. The head of Sun Jian is visible to everyone, which proves everything Hu Zhen reported before was fake. Dong Zhou confirms himself that it is indeed the head of Sun Jian. Lu Bu gets on his knees and he greets his godfather Dong Zhou. Hu Zhen becomes afraid as he wanted to put all the blame of this loss on Lu Bu, and Dong Zhou is happy and he says that Lu Bu will get a big reward for this contribution. Hu Zhen starts bad-mouthing Lu Bu and he says that they lost too many soldiers for this small victory, and Lu Bu should be punished for it. Dong Zhou warns Hu Zhen to get out of his sight before he gets his head chopped off, and Hu Zhen starts running for his dear life. Dong Zhou asks his advisor Wen You about what they should give to Lu Bu as his reward. Wen You says that Lu Bu can be rewarded with women, alcohol, and gold. Dong Zhou says that this reward seems too stingy and maybe they should give him a title. Wen You says that Lu Bu already accomplished a lot of military feats and he was already promoted to a lieutenant rank with a marquis title. Lu Bu knows well that the most he can get is an upper marquis title, which can make the higher-ups in the court uneasy. That's why Wen You is trying to warn him to step back a bit. Lu Bu tells his godfather that he needs no title, and they should reconsider his reward. Dong Zhou compliments Lu Bu for restraining himself. He further tells Lu Bu that if he keeps on moving up the ranks, it will be bad for him because other generals won't like it, but he still promises to promote him after the war is over. Dong Zhou orders Wen You to prepare the rewards for Lu Bu. Wen You says that he will get to it right away, and Lu Bu thinks to himself that if he gets a chance, he will strangle this poisonous bastard Wen You. During the same night at Lu Bu's residence, his wife tells him that the Prime Minister is holding a banquet, and why he didn't stay at the Prime Minister residence. Lu Bu tells her that he made an excuse that he was tired from fighting and he needed some rest. His wife further asks him if he's in danger. Lu Bu tells her that he is a strong man and his enemies are the ones who are in danger. His wife says that his eyes look more brighter than before and he has changed after this war. They both look at each other with love as the effects of alcohol are kicking in. After a 30-second session of love, Lu Bu goes to sleep. During his sleep, he starts getting teleported to the system space. After some time, he again appears naked in the system space. The photon system informs him that he can choose a world scenario for himself. Lu Bu asks the system if he can enter other worlds aside from the last one. The system informs him that there are many worlds aside from his world, and the simulator can completely copy other worlds for the player to enjoy. All simulation worlds come from different times and have very different themes, and Life of a Farmer was just one of them. Lu Bu now understands that he can reincarnate into different worlds, but there are still too many regrets from the last one. Lu Bu asks the system if he can repeat the last life, and the system starts downloading it. A system shop opens up and he currently has 28 simulator coins. Before reincarnation, he can purchase starting traits to enhance the experience. With that said, Lu Bu starts browsing through the simulator shop. Lu Bu only has 28 points, while most of the skills require over 1,000 points. Lu Bu starts moving below and more skills with less point requirements start popping up. But most of these lower point skills look more like punishments. Lu Bu informs the system to move ahead as he will not be buying anything. A bright light flashes and the system informs him that the life of a farmer will start now. After some time, he again gets reborn into the Lu house in Qian Dynasty. He is back and this time he is laughing instead of getting confused like last time. We then skip to the day where Lu Bu came back with a rabbit and the village chief was waiting for him in the warehouse. Lu Bu is 12 years old at this point and he tells the village chief that it's late right now and he will hand over his share the next morning. The next morning, Lu Bu heads over to the chief mansion to get the weight of the rabbits. He then hands over half of the rabbit's meat to the chief, and the chief gets too much happy. Chief praises his father for raising a good and honest son like him, and he further tells him to go back and wait for another good news from him. When he comes back, his father seems overjoyed. His father informs him that the village chief cut down their tax this year by 122 kilograms, and since they just had a big harvest, they can live a comfortable life this year. His sister and mom are overjoyed after hearing this because they don't need to worry about starving this year. Back then, Lu Bu could solve everything with his peerless combat prowess. That's why he always hated socializing. But he don't have much prowess in this life, and it's better to live as a commoner in here. The intelligence of Lu Bu increases by 2 points, and his family can't thank him enough for the hard work he did for them. The next day, Lu Bu is moving through the market, and a seller asks him if he's going for hunting again, and Lu Bu replies with a yes. The local bullies were also present close by, and they were spectating him. One of the bullies says that Lu Bu is doing amazing work right now with his unparalleled archery skills, and the bully leaders tells him that Lu Bu is no big deal as they had beaten him when they were kids, and they can do it again if they want to. The fat bully asks them if they should enlist in the army as soldiers, and the bully leader informs them that they are not made for war, and they will die within few days on the battlefield. At the gates of the village, some soldiers are trying to recruit the villagers with promises of fake glory and honor. When Lu Bu is moving through the gates, one of the guards calls him out. The guard tells him that men should go to the battlefield and fight for the country so they can make a name for themselves. He further informs him that the imperial court is recruiting soldiers, and Lu Bu looks completely fine for this job. Lu Bu remembers that he is the same guard who advised him to live a good life next time before beheading him. Lu Bu starts thinking if he should really live a peaceful life in this village or enlist in the army to bring honor to his family. After thinking for a while, Lu Bu agrees to enlist in the army because he is missing his old days of carnage on the battlefield. The guard asks him for his name, and Lu Bu informs him to remember his name well, because in a few years, this name will be famous throughout the country. After a few years, Lu Bu stabs an enemy soldier on the battlefield. The soldier curses him before dropping dead on the battlefield. Lu Bu's strength has increased up to 17, but he is still not as strong as he was in his previous life, and he's barely hanging on to his life. Lu Bu fought in 10 wars of different scales, and he almost died several times, but he is still lowest in the hierarchy. 2 soldiers try to slash Lu Bu, but he dodges their slashes by ducking down. He then retaliates by stabbing them both to death. Both soldiers drop dead on the ground, but it is still not over yet as more soldiers rush toward him. Lu Bu snaps due to overload on his brain, and he challenges them all to come at him at once. After a few hours, sounds of swords clashing stop as the crows start eating the dead bodies of the deceased soldiers. Some soldiers are talking about how they just barely survived due to Lu Bu, and they are celebrating their victory with water instead of wine. A newbie soldier asks another about the origin of Lu Bu as he is stronger than all of them, and he killed more enemies than all of them combined. The veteran soldiers tells him that Lu Bu is a legendary marksman, and there was a time when their platoon leader's mistake led them to a muddy situation. Although they managed to break through the surrounding enemies, but Lu Bu lost 2 fingers in the process. That's why he is now working as a paladin, but even now he can kill hundreds of enemy soldiers. The newbie asks them that Lu Bu has such amazing capabilities, but why he has not been promoted to a higher position. The veteran soldier tells him that everyone in their platoon knows well about his accomplishments, and their platoon leader is jealous of Lu Bu. That's why he keeps plotting against him. Soldiers comes right next to Lu Bu, and he informs him that their platoon leader called for him. Lu Bu tells him to go ahead, and he will follow him after finishing his meal. The platoon leader orders him to lure the enemy this time, and he made him a leader of 10 soldiers. Lu Bu informs him that it's an impossible mission which could lead to his death. The platoon leader is not trying to hide his jealousy, and he tells Lu Bu to go on this mission and die, or he can just disregard his military command and be beheaded right here for insubordination. Lu Bu informs him that in 7 years he has fought in over 67 battles, and he always charged at the front every time. He has killed 367 enemies, including 13 commanders, and in terms of merit, he is more than enough to replace him as the troop leader. Lu Bu has enough of his crap. Even after all of this time, he has been promoted to a leader of 10-man troop, and he is given an impossible task by him. Lu Bu cuts off both of his arms as he cannot bear this injustice anymore, and there is now no need to suppress his inner desire to climb the ranks. Both hands of the platoon leader fall on the ground, and he starts crying out loud because of unbearable pain. The guards come inside after hearing the cries of their platoon leader. Lu Bu turns back and he tells them to listen carefully to what he is about to say. He informs them that their platoon leader wanted to retreat knowing well that the northern tribes are arriving. He was about to sacrifice his whole platoon to make his escape so he can continue being an officer somewhere else. Lu Bu asks both of them if they don't think he deserves to die. The platoon leader shouts at them to not listen to this traitor and carry out the punishment. Lu Bu pulls up his sword as he walks toward them, and he tells them that being the close guards of the platoon leader, both of them will be killed for failing in carrying out their responsibilities. Lu Bu completely unsheathes his sword, as he has no worry about getting hurt. As he is about to exit the camp, he tells them that either way, they will be killed, and they should make their own judgment. The guards know well what Lu Bu just said is true, as their platoon leader was using them all of this time as pawns to build up his own credit. Lu Bu comes out of the camp and everyone present outside can hear the cries for help coming out from inside. The whole platoon is stunned as their leader is getting killed while calling them for help. Lu Bu tells all of them that their platoon leader was incompetent, and he was not honorable enough to be respected by his soldiers. Lu Bu has already committed a grave sin by replacing the platoon leader with himself. Lu Bu tells them that he will stay right here, and those who don't want to obey his commands can cut a wound on his body and run for their lives. Those who are willing to obey him must enter the camp and inflict a wound on the body of their incompetent leader, and after, they will be brothers for life from now on. And if they manage to win this war, they will be free from this sin. The newbie is thinking of inflicting a wound on Lu Bu as his words are sensible, but this is an act of betrayal, and he has his duties as a soldier. Everyone gets alerted when the veteran soldier takes out his blade and he informs them that Lu Bu is right, and their leader was an eyesore who never cared about them. He further says that Lu Bu is much more reliable than him, and all of them are alive right now due to Lu Bu. All soldiers get pumped up as they know they would have died if they kept following their old platoon leader, and Lu Bu is a good replacement for him. Most of the soldiers head inside the camp to inflict a wound on their commander, while some soldiers still have doubts about this. One soldier says that they have no doubt about his combat prowess, but most of the soldiers are not adept as they're enemies from the northern tribes, and they also have an upper hand in terms of manpower. Lu Bu tells them that he is not physically strong either, but it has been incredibly easy for him to slay the opponents as he depends on courage. Courage leads to infinite potential, and with enough courage, they can all be the same as him. He shouts at them that when confrontation is unavoidable, the braver ones will always win. At the same time, Lu Bu gets a notification that his reputation is increased by 2, and intellect increased by 4 points. All soldiers get pumped up and they start repeating the same words he just shouted at them. Lu Bu is thinking that this feeling which he got after influencing others without strength is very satisfying. During nighttime, he gets a report that the soldiers worked overnight as he ordered. They have dug 2 moats outside the walls. The catapults are also ready. Lu Bu compliments him for the good job and he tells him to go back for now. Lu Bu is thinking that the northern tribes are different from them, as they are grouped according to their clans. Collective honor is their top priority, and the strongest clans always charge at the very front. This way, they get a head start in looting. If they can manage to defeat the renowned big clans, the other clans' morale will definitely be devastated. As for his side, a trap is definitely required considering their lack of manpower, and for the trap to be effective, a troop must be dispatched in order to lure the main forces of the opponents all the way to where the trap lies. But unfortunately, there would be no way back for the dispatched troop. He remembers the words of Sun Jian, who told him that only the winner stands tall, as every method must be considered to achieve victory. Lu Bu is thinking what Sun Jian said was right, and he would have made the same choice if he was in his place. A soldier comes in and Lu Bu orders him to round up the elderly and weak ones in a single platoon. They are to be used as bait at the front lines. Whether they survive or not is up to their luck. Soldier tells him that some of these men are from his previous troop and what he should do about them. Lu Bu orders him to send them to the front lines as well. The next morning, the elderly and weak units from the platoon are placed on the front lines. The northern tribal army is rushing toward them in full force. The newbie asks them how they are even going to block their charge, and the veteran soldier tells him that Lu Bu made them stand at the front lines without shields, as he is clearly using them as baits to lure out the enemy. The veteran soldier curses Lu Bu as he has been through thick and thin with him, and he just sent them to the death's door without any care. He further says that he was the one who supported him first when he took over as the platoon leader. He shouts out that Lu Bu is worse than the previous troop leader, and there will be a day when he will fall from grace and get betrayed by everyone. The newbie is thinking that in wars like these, the compassion, morality, and their lives have no meaning at all. After a few minutes, the northern tribes clash with the front platoon of Lu Bu's unit. The frontal platoon starts getting shredded to pieces as they don't even have their shields with them to defend properly against the enemy. The northern tribes thinks that their enemies are very weak and they start charging on ahead without thinking much. Lu Bu is thinking that right now the enemies are all intoxicated with the will to kill, and it's exactly what he wanted. Lu Bu starts rushing toward the enemies and he orders his troops to do the same. One of the enemy commanders is quite happy with his easy kills, but his expression changes when he realizes that he is about to get cut with a sword. Without giving him any time to retaliate, Lu Bu beheads him in a single strike. Another enemy soldier tries to stab him, but Lu Bu ducks down to one side of his horse. Lu Bu then beheads the soldier before he can retaliate. Lu Bu is scanning the whole battlefield to find out the location of this tribe's chief. He soon finds out a horseman who has a halberd instead of a sword. Lu Bu quickly heads toward him while he is busy with his soldiers. Lu Bu tries to stab him with his sword, but the leader dodges his attack in time. Lu Bu says that he has a nice horse, as it can help him escape later on. The leader is pissed at him for striking him from the back like a coward. The leader slashes his sword in two with a powerful strike while Lu Bu dodges his attack. Without wasting any time, Lu Bu jumps toward him. Lu Bu strikes him with his sword, but the leader blocks his attack with the handle of his halberd. The leader utilizes his force to push Lu Bu back. He then retaliates by attacking Lu Bu with his halberd, and Lu Bu barely manages to block his attack. The force behind his attack was so fierce that he almost broke through the sword of Lu Bu. Lu Bu quickly kicks the side of the face of his horse. The horse raises both of his frontal legs, which unstables the position of the northern tribe leader, and Lu Bu jumps toward him. Lu Bu quickly chops off his head with one decisive strike to his neck. The northern tribesmen get alerted as they now know their leader is dead. Lu Bu takes a hold of the horse of their leader and he orders his troops to retreat. With that said, they start galloping away from the battlefield while their enemies give chase. A platoon of Lu Bu is stationed far away from the field with catapults, and they can hear loud voices in the distance. On closer inspection, it turns out to be Lu Bu who is retreating back to their position with his cavalry. One of their commanders tells them to snap out of their daydreaming as the northern tribes have already entered their shooting range. The soldiers quickly cut off the ropes on the catapults, and a lot of big rocks gets launched up into the air toward the direction of the northern tribe. The northern tribe soldiers start spouting curses at Lu Bu's platoon as they get hit by rocks. Lu Bu already planned it out, and he knows well that this will have little effect on such a big army, and his main objective is not to kill them. The formation of enemy cavalry gets altered as they try to dodge the falling rocks and they attempt to go around the carnage. After some time, they start falling into the trap Lu Bu lovingly prepared for them. The moat is so big that the entire enemy army can be dropped into it, and the cries of the soldiers along with their horses can be heard from afar as they fall down and get stabbed by wooden stakes placed on the bottom of the moat. The cavalrymen at the front try to stop their horses, but the huge number of cavalry behind them had no idea about the moat, so they keep on pushing forward. The cavalrymen keep on falling to their gruesome deaths, but soon after some time, a commander realizes something. A cavalryman informs his commander that their men in front have just disappeared without any trace. Their commander thinks that their enemies are using sorcery to vanish their soldiers, so he orders his men to retreat. The soldiers under Lu Bu command get overjoyed with happiness as they just won an impossible battle. The men under Lu Bu's command start praising him for his tactics. One after another, they all start getting down on their knees. They all say in unison that Lu Bu is the reincarnation of God of War, and they will be loyal to him till death. Lu Bu is thinking that not even million of soldiers would compare to a suicide squad like this, and they will be his loyal supporters in the future. Lu Bu gets a notification that his reputation has increased by 10 points. Night falls and Lu Bu is resting in his camp. Lu Bu is thinking that he just got lucky because he had no idea that the northern tribesmen will become afraid after coming across a trap. He has to use his brain more often in this world as he is physically weak. At the same time, Lu Bu gets a notification that his intellect has increased by 5. There is a lot of commotion outside and soldiers comes inside to inform him that they are doomed. He further elaborates that a large platoon of soldiers is heading their way and it must be a counterattack from the northern tribes. Lu Bu orders the guards to stop the commotion and pick 30 elite warriors to recon with him. After some time, they reach the place where the troops were spotted, and this time, their numbers are much larger than before. Lu Bu tells his men to carefully check the armor of these soldiers. On a second glance, they can clearly see that these soldiers belong to the elite cavalry of Dakian. The elite cavalry surrounds Lu Bu and his men from both sides. Lu Bu orders his men to stay still no matter what. The leader of the elite cavalry, General Yan Chang-kong, asks them that he got a report that the Northern Army will be invading today, but the whole atmosphere around here seems too quiet. Lu Bu gets on his knees and informs General Yan that the northern tribes have been defeated by the border guards. One of the commanders under General Yan doubts the claims of Lu Bu, as the northern tribes consisted of tens of thousands of people, while the border's guards were poorly equipped and they had hardly a couple of hundred men. General Yan is doubtful as well, so he asks Lu Bu if he has a proof for his claim. Lu Bu tells them that his proof lies in the two moats beside him, and they can check for themselves. The whole foundation of the moat is filled with the dead bodies of northern tribesmen and their horses. General Yan gets shocked after watching the dead bodies littered inside the moats. General Yan asks for his name and Lu Bu introduces himself to the general. After some years, Lu Bu is training some soldiers in an open field. He is now 22 years old and his skill points have also risen by a big margin. At the same time, two high-ranked officials are eating food on the walls. One official asks the other why he's roasting meat while the rest of the troops are training. The official replies by saying that Lu Bu can't order him around like ordinary soldiers because he has no connection in the royal court. And he asks the other official if he knows how Lu Bu jumped ranks and became the garrison general. The first official states that Lu Bu blocked a big invasion of the northern tribes with only a couple hundred men and received a lot of praise in wars after that. The second official informs him that if he has not heard that Lu Bu killed his superior when he was a common soldier. The second official smacks him with his helmet and he warns him to quiet his blabbering or General Yan will cut out his tongue. After the training session, Lu Bu gets summoned by General Yan. Lu Bu says he is sorry for being late, but General Yan tells him that it's fine because he works hard to train the soldiers. General Yan further compliments him by saying that his training methods made the soldiers so strong that the northern tribes don't even dare to attack them anymore. Lu Bu says that there is no need to praise him as he's just doing his job. General Yan gets to the point and he informs Lu Bu that he summoned him today to arrange a marriage for him. Lu Bu is at the same age as his daughter and he's young and competent as well, so he thinks Lu Bu is best fit for his daughter. Lu Bu glances at the daughter of General Yan and she seems to be blushing as she likes Lu Bu as well. Lu Bu tells General Yan that he appreciates the thought but he do not dare to accept his offer. This pisses off General Yan's daughter and she unsheathes her sword. She then points out her sword at Lu Bu in anger and asks him why he don't want to marry her. We then see a flashback of 3 years ago where a young kid was sparring against a swordsman. This young kid turns out to be Xue, the daughter of General Yan. Xue manages to disarm her sparring partner with a strong slash attack. The instructor compliments Xue for her skill with the sword. The spectators start praising her as well for the marvelous swordsplay she just showed. But Xue is not buying any of their facade as she knows well that the instructor withdrew some force before the last attack and he was going easy on her because she's the daughter of General Yan. She tells her instructor that they need to fight once again, but the instructor seems a bit hesitant. Lu Bu was also watching it and he says that the northern tribes are invading Dagian non-stop and all soldiers should be training diligently. Instead of training properly, all of them are fooling around with a girl. He tells them that if they keep on going like this, one day they'll become a sign of disgrace for General Yan's cavalry. One of the veteran soldiers asks others about this new kid. His comrades inform him that this kid is Lu Bu who came back with General Yan a few days ago, and he defeated thousands from the northern tribes with just a small platoon made up of a few hundred men. Xue asks Lu Bu why he called her a little girl, and as a daughter of General Yan, it's only natural for her to train herself to be able to kill the enemies. Lu Bu tells her that she should stay in her room if she is the daughter of General Yan, as killing enemies is the task of men. This enrages Xue and she asks Lu Bu for a match. Lu Bu turns away after saying that these stupid games are not for him. Xue asks Lu Bu if he is scared, but Lu Bu keeps on going without replying to her. This angers her a bit and she leaps toward Lu Bu to hit him from behind. Lu Bu ducks down to dodge her first slash attack. Lu Bu keeps on dodging her attacks without hitting her back. Xue performs a sword stab attack and Lu Bu leaps to the side to dodge it. Lu Bu then kicks a sword which was already in the ground and it hits the sword of Xue and her sword gets thrown high up in the sky. Lu Bu then quickly grabs the sword in mid-air. Lu Bu points the sword at Xue and asks her if she had enough fun. The crowd gets agitated after watching an upstart like Lu Bu pointing his sword at the daughter of their general. A soldier begs Lu Bu to lower his sword, but Lu Bu tells them to listen well as wars are not games and reality is extremely cruel. No one sympathizes with others during wars because of their status. Lu Bu further tells her that she could have been killed 100 times if she was to step onto the battlefield. Lu Bu starts leaving after telling her to stay in her room if she don't have the resolution to die. The old veteran soldiers start bad-mouthing Lu Bu as he leaves, but Xue, on the other hand, has developed some feelings for Lu Bu. A few days later, 2 horns are blown on the castle walls to alert everyone about a special event. Lu Bu seems to be heading outside with some soldiers for some reason. Xue asks the veteran about where Lu Bu is heading, and he tells Xue that a general from the northern tribe sent them a challenge letter last night with the aim of breaking their spirits. General Yan didn't know who to send, so all of the people in the court recommended Lu Bu, and he agreed to accept the challenge. Hu Batolin is one of the strongest warriors of northern tribes, and many generals perished at his hands. It's a certain death to take him one-on-one. The veteran tells Xue that they made Lu Bu to fight in this impossible battle because he disrespected Xue, and now he will atone for it with his life. But Xue is not happy with their plot, and she starts running toward her father. The guard stationed outside General Yan's room tells her that General Yan is busy watching the fight, and he can't see her right now. General Yan, who is hearing the ruckus outside, asks her daughter why she's making all this commotion. Xue asks her father to take back his orders and not let Lu Bu fight. General Yan reminds her that military orders are not something simple, and they can't be taken back so lightly. But Xue is still persistent as she tries to convince her father. Xue sits down right in front of him and she tells him that she refuses to go back until he takes his order back. But all of a sudden, they hear a lot of sounds coming from outside. General Yan is thinking that the commotion happened too fast, and Lu Bu was not so weak to get defeated in this short span of time. But when he looks outside, it turns out that the northern tribesmen are carrying the dead body of their general. Both General Yan and Xue become a bit shocked after witnessing it. They get alerted when they hear Lu Bu's voice, who says that he is here to report. Lu Bu heads toward General's room and he informs him that he has fulfilled his task and brought back Hu Batolin's head. Lu Bu throws Hu Batolin's head on the ground and the blood coming out of his head gets soaked into the wood. General Yan congratulates Lu Bu for accomplishing such a big task despite being here for a few days. He further informs him that his daughter was worried for him, and he asks her how they shall reward him. Xue gets flustered and she shouts at them that there should be no reward given for such an easy task. She starts running away from the scene because she's blushing, and General Yan starts laughing out loud. After 1 year, 2 officials are discussing how reports are coming in that Lu Bu has killed every single enemy from the northern tribes in the last war. The veteran soldier asks him how did Lu Bu achieve such a big victory. The other official informs the veteran that Lu Bu is returning soon, and they can find out about that in detail after he returns. Xue was secretly listening to their discussion and now she knows Lu Bu is returning. After a few hours, Lu Bu returns back to the border gate. There are a lot of soldiers and common people present there to welcome him. Lu Bu glances at Xue and she turns her face down as her face becomes red. General Yan is quite happy with Lu Bu and he appoints Lu Bu as the garrison general. From that day on, Lu Bu personally started training the army. One day he noticed Xue training in the field along with other soldiers. Lu Bu grabbed her and started dragging her away, and he told her once more that she's not made for the battlefield. Lu Bu tells her to head back immediately as General Yan should not have noticed yet, but Xue is adamant on fighting heroically in the battlefield along with him. Lu Bu tells her that he will punish her according to the military law if she keeps on being stingy like this, and Xue tells him to go on ahead. Lu Bu has enough of her crap and he points his sword toward her. Lu Bu tells her that she's being a nuisance on his side, and if not for her father, he would have already thrown her out. Xue starts crying and running away after dropping her sword. Now in the present, Xue is pointing her sword at Lu Bu after he rejected to marry her. Lu Bu tells her that the northern tribes are still lurking outside and he can die any day in a war, so he cannot marry her. Xue tells him that if he dies on the battlefield, she will die along with him, but Lu Bu tells her that he already has a wife and daughter at home who are waiting for him, so he cannot betray them. Xue starts crying as usual, and she knows well that he is lying because he has not returned home ever since he enlisted at the age of 12. Once again, she runs away from the room. Lu Bu begs General Yan for his forgiveness, but General Yan says it's alright, and his daughter is being persistent like this from her childhood. General Yan says that he enlisted at the age of 12 and it has been 10 long years since he last saw his parents. General Yan tells him to take a leave for some days and spend some time with his parents. And in the meantime, Xue will be able to cool down, and Lu Bu accepts the offer of the general without any question. Few days later, Xue is sitting quietly while her guards are worried about her. The veteran informs them that General Yan wanted to promote Lu Bu, that's why he tried to arrange the marriage. He further tells them that nobles fear that outsiders can betray them, that's why they prefer kinship above all. General Yan wanted to hand over a higher position to Lu Bu, and the imperial court would not allow the promotion of a lowly commoner. The veteran further says that Lu Bu should not have given up on this opportunity. After a few days, Lu Bu arrives at his village. The whole village is gathered outside to welcome their hero. Lu Bu is feeling a bit awkward as he had brutally killed all of these villagers in his last life. The village chief starts praising him for making them proud by killing so many northern tribesmen. He further informs Lu Bu that the imperial court even reduced the tax on the village by 10%. He informs others that from today onwards, Lu Bu will be his foster son. Lu Bu asks the chief about his parents, and the chief tells him that he told them to wait for Lu Bu at their new house. When Lu Bu arrives at his new house, he is not even able to recognize it. His sister has grown up well, and she comes up to greet him. Lu Bu is glad to see his sister Lin Qi grown up. Lin Qi is too happy to see her brother after such a long time, and she hugs Lu Bu. Lu Bu says that she has grown up so much in this time and she could barely recognize her. Lin Qi informs him that her mother sent her for grocery shopping so they can celebrate his return. She further informs Lu Bu that their parents wanted to receive him at the village entrance, but the village chief told them to wait at home. After meeting Lu Bu, his mom starts crying because his son has so many scars on his body, while his father is thankful that he returned back in one piece. His mother complains to his father that he's being heartless, and his father tells her to not be so much short-sighted as their son suffered all of those injuries for this country. Lu Bu's father heads outside to take some fresh air. It turns out he was just acting, and he's also sad because their son suffered a lot in these years. After some time, they start eating together and chatting over food. His father tells him that they have been living a good life because he keeps on sending so much money to them. Now, his father has only one concern, as he wants to see his kid get married. Lu Bu's mom informs him that every family with a daughter is rushing to arrange a marriage with Lu Bu. After eating, Lu Bu decides to stroll around to check what has changed around the village. The three thugs from back then have grown up and they are collecting taxes from the shopkeepers. They want a shopkeeper to pay his taxes in a few days or the village chief will have his way with him. The bullies get shocked after watching Lu Bu heading toward them and they greet him. Lu Bu, without replying back to them, keeps on going his way. The bully leader is a bit skeptical and he tells them to stay away from Lu Bu as he can sense a beast inside him which can snap at any time. He further tells them that Lu Bu now seems more like an old calm phantom, but it can be all a hoax. 5 days later, Lu Bu is strolling through the market. Two soldiers come to greet him. Lu Bu asks them why they are here, and they inform him that the northern tribes started invading them after they received the information that Lu Bu is absent from the border. The northern tribes are planning a big invasion with a 1,000,000-man army. In a few days, Lu Bu arrives at the border and he greets General Yan. General Yan says that he came on the perfect time and he hands over total control of the army to him. General Yan says that he hopes that Lu Bu will not disappoint him, and if he is able to win this war, General Yan will personally recommend him to the imperial court. Lu Bu tells him to not worry as he will devote everything to this war. After a few days, both massive armies come face to face on the battlefield. Lu Bu is chopping off all enemies like paper. Lu Bu is rampaging through the battlefield by beheading all enemies on his way. He keeps on slaying enemies, but their number is still very large. Lu Bu gets alerted after hearing a familiar voice. He looks around and it turns out to be Shui Yan who just chopped off a soldier's arm. Lu Bu heads over to her and he asks her what she's doing in here. Without replying back to him, Shui rushes on ahead. Shui Yan slashes off an enemy soldier in two with all of her might. All of a sudden, a stray arrow moves toward her, but Lu Bu catches her in time, which saves her life. Both of them fall down from their horses, and Shui asks Lu Bu why he keeps on bothering her. But before Lu Bu can reply, a horseman gets ready to cleave him into two halves. Before he can land a hit on him, Shui Yan pushes Lu Bu on the side, and we see a lot of blood splattered on the ground. After the war is over, two exhausted officials are sitting near the walls and they are happy that they made it alive. The veteran says that he was not expecting Lu Bu to beat the northern tribes, but unfortunately the life of their lady is still in danger. While Shui Yan is getting treated, Lu Bu and the rest of the soldiers are waiting outside for their general. They all get alerted when they hear the cries of the general who is begging his daughter to open her eyes. Lu Bu has never heard General Yan sound like that before and he's thinking something worse must have happened. After some time, General Yan comes out and he's not looking well. General Yan announces that his daughter, Shui Yan, just passed away. He angrily orders Lu Bu to hand over the commander's seal and return back to his hometown. Lu Bu's left-hand man gets up and he reminds General Yan that Lu Bu just achieved a huge feat after defeating the northern tribes, and General Yan promised to recommend him to the imperial court if he won this war. He begs General Yan to think it again, as his decision can demoralize the whole army. General Yan is disappointed in how Lu Bu disciplines his men, and he tells Lu Bu that he heard a rumor that back then he became the platoon leader after killing the previous one. And now he's witnessing signs of rebellion, as if Lu Bu is trying to take over his position. General Yan orders his men to drag out the left-hand man of Lu Bu and behead him. The left-hand man says that if it wasn't for Lu Bu replacing their previous useless leader, all of their platoon would have perished under the swords of the northern tribes. He further informs General Yan that he owes his life to Lu Bu and it's only right for him to die for Lu Bu. But the young lady acted on her own and her demise has got nothing to do with Lu Bu. He tells General Yan that he is acting just like their previous useless leader. With that said, the whole army gets ready to attack General Yan and his loyalists at a single order of Lu Bu. There is complete silence on the field for a moment as Lu Bu is silent and they keep on waiting for his command. General Yan warns them that they will not get away this time just like they did back then. The right-hand man says that they don't care about their lives anymore as the word of Lu Bu is the only command they need. Lu Bu screams at them to stop this nonsense at once. Lu Bu informs General Yan that his men are not in the right state of mind because they just came back after fighting a long battle, and he says that he will follow his order obediently if he lets his men go free and treat them well in the future. General Yan agrees to his request and Lu Bu goes away after saying that he will never step foot on the border in the future. After that, 38 years pass by and the Lu village has been developed a lot in this time. Lu Bu has grown old and his grandkids are paying respect to him. His sons and daughters prepared gifts for his birthday. Lu Bu is 60 years old now and he gained quite a lot of reputation. His wife tells him to smile a little bit because it's his 60th birthday. But Lu Bu says that he would have become happy if even a single one of his kids had went to the army and brought honor to their household. A servant comes inside to inform Lu Bu that a woman came to the village, and she's asking for him and she's being escorted by a lot of soldiers. Lu Bu heads outside to greet the guests who are waiting for him on the outskirts of the village. Lu Bu knows these soldiers belong to General Yan and he asks the woman why she's looking for him. The woman knows him well and she quickly points her sword on the face of Lu Bu. Lu Bu remembers that Shui Yan did the same thing once in the past and he asks her how she is alive. Shui Yan tells him that this is not the right place to talk and they should head inside the carriage. As Shui Yan removes her mask, she informs Lu Bu that she didn't suffer from any fatal injuries in the past. It was just that her face was scratched. She further tells him that there was a different reason why her father made up that lie and why he made Lu Bu hate him. But Lu Bu informs her that he has no hatred towards General Yan. Shui Yan tells Lu Bu to shut up and listen to the full story. Back then, the doctor told General Yan that there are no life-threatening concerns, but her face is ruined. General Yan asks her why she did this horrendous thing, and Shui Yan informs him that she always loved Lu Bu, but General Yan arranged the marriage between her and Jiang Tianyi, who she hates. That's why she don't want to live anymore. General Yan informs her that food and weapons are crucial in a war, and Jiang Tian's father is the Imperial Secretary of War, who is trying to force them into this situation. That's why he cannot deny to his request. General Yan wanted to request the Emperor to command Lu Bu to marry her, because he cannot reject an imperial order and Shui Yan is the foster daughter of the Emperor. But now that her face is scarred, the Emperor will be furious and the Imperial Secretary of War would also hold a grudge against Lu Bu. Even with such a big feat, Lu Bu's death is already fated. Shui Yan thinks it's all her fault, but General Yan says the fault lies with him, as he should have told her earlier. Shui Yan says that she will exchange her life for Lu Bu, but General Yan tells her it is not possible. Then General Yan comes up with this plan, and he thinks informing Lu Bu about it is not good, and given his impulsive nature, he can do something stupid. General Yan tells Shui Yan to play dead, and he will use her death as an excuse to remove Lu Bu from his position, so he will never have to deal with the imperial court. General Yan gives his daughter a piece of advice that if she wants Lu Bu to live, then she has to play dead and never meet Lu Bu ever again. Lu Bu was wrong about General Yan all this time, and he asks Shui Yan about the current whereabouts of General Yan. Shui Yan informs him that her father recently passed away, although he was not punished directly, but the blame he received from the imperial court increased tremendously. As a result, the amount of provisions and weapons they received became lower and lower. Gradually, these unending concerns made General Yan's health even more worse, and even in his dreams he kept on mumbling that if Lu Bu was still here, the northern tribes would have no place to hide. General Yan wrote a letter before his death, and he tasked her to deliver it to Lu Bu. The letter stated that, "In our lives, there are a lot of things with which we feel dissatisfied. Not even the emperor can escape from this dissatisfaction. As Great Gyan's nation's courtier for 3 generations, I have witnessed the rise and fall of the empire. I was once hot-blooded and reckless as well. Looking at Lu Bu always reminded me of the younger version of myself. I wanted a good peaceful life for you. But the empire is in great danger, and I have no choice but to task you a final mission." Lu Bu runs out after reading the letter, and he asks his sons to ready his horse as he needs to head to the north gate right now. His son and grandson cannot understand why he needs to go there since today is his birthday. Lu Bu shouts at them to ready his horse right now, and his wife tells his son to do as their father is saying. With that said, Lu Bu starts riding out toward the north gate with Shui Yan. He stops near General Yan's grave to pay his respects to him. Lu Bu tells General Yan to not worry as he's prepared to die for this nation in his place. Lu Bu asks his fellow generals if they are willing to follow him into the battle. All soldiers shout out loud that they are willing to follow him till their deaths. Lu Bu asks Shui Yan to give him the golden armor of General Yan. Shui Yan asks Lu Bu if she can fight alongside with him this time. Lu Bu gives her permission to join the war. After a few days, both humongous armies clash with each other on the battlefield. Lu Bu and Shui Yan are cutting through the ranks of northern tribesmen. All of a sudden, Shui Yan's heart gets pierced by a stab attack from a spear. This distraction becomes lethal for Lu Bu as his neck gets sliced by a stray blade. Lu Bu falls down to the ground and his neck starts bleeding. Lu Bu gets surrounded in a stampede of enemy cavalry and one of the horses stomps on his face, killing him in the process. After his death, Lu Bu wakes up in the system space and he seems to be crying. Lu Bu received 35 final status points because he became a general who commanded over tens of thousands of people. His final reputation is 69 because the whole empire knew about his feats and even the northern tribes hailed him as a great warrior. Lu Bu received a lot of rewards after climbing the ladder, but he spent it all on the well-being of others instead of squandering them for himself. His final wealth could not grow much because of his nature of helping others with his personal wealth, and now his final wealth points are 23. As Lu Bu aged, his strength got weaker, that's why he received 19 strength points. His intellect is 25 because there were some flaws in his actions, but he still accomplished many things with his wisdom alone. Overall, Lu Bu received an ending of a heroically sacrificed and final rating of A. This time, the rating of Lu Bu has increased by a big margin, and the system starts analyzing the final results along with his rewards. Lu Bu received 1,296 virtual coins, plus he can choose one out of 3 talents to strengthen his physique permanently. These options include velocity, retentive memory, and level 1 liver strengthening. Lu Bu makes up his mind and he chooses the liver strengthening as his reward. With that said, the system starts strengthening his liver. The system informs him that the attributes acquired during this simulation will now be inherited by him in the real life, and after analyzing his complete, he receives tenacity as his reward. Tenacity allows his willpower to be immovable. With that said, Lu Bu wakes up in his body in the real world. His wife asks him why he has woken up so suddenly. She further notices that his face is looking pale, like he had a nightmare. Lu Bu tells his wife to bring the best wine they have as he needs to visit an old friend. The next morning, Lu Bu is sitting in front of a grave. Wen Yuan arrives there, but Lu Bu was not expecting him to come. Wen Yuan says Lu Bu killed Ding Yuan last year on the exact same date, and he's the one who should not have came here. But Lu Bu says that his foster father was a great general as well, but no one seems to care about him after his death. Wen Yuan sits down right next to him, and he asks him if he just said that to humiliate him, or if he really is feeling some regret. Lu Bu tells him that Ding Yuan pulled him over to his side, but he kept reducing his power at the same time in fear of his capabilities, and if Lu Bu had acted, it was just a matter of time before he was killed. But maybe Lu Bu was wrong at that time and Ding Yuan just wanted to check his perseverance. Lu Bu is having doubts about his decision, that's why he came here to pay his respects. Wen Yuan is a bit shocked as Lu Bu is acting a bit different and he's showing remorse. Lu Bu advises Wen Yuan to do his best in assisting the Grand Chancellor to unify the lands. Wen Yuan informs Lu Bu that every person is against the Grand Chancellor Dongzhou, and riding on the same ship as the Grand Chancellor means they will always have to be wary of stormy waves, and this storm will only get worse from here on out. Lu Bu tells him that they cannot tell what will happen in the future, so they should just carry out their responsibilities as generals. It starts getting late, so both of them head back together. On their way, Lu Bu asks Wen Yuan if he can ask him for his help, and Wen Yuan assures him that he will help him as a brother. Lu Bu tells him that the Grand Chancellor will move the capital regardless of what happens in the battlefield, so he asks Wen Yuan to send his wife and daughter to Chang'an safely, and Wen Yuan tells him not to worry about them. Soon, Lu Bu will be fighting against coalition armies, and he's itching for their arrival. Lu Bu moves ahead while Wen Yuan is thinking that Lu Bu is always crazy for war. The next day, all generals and tacticians are present inside the Grand Chancellor's residence. Everyone stops talking after they see Lu Bu make his appearance in the court. Lu Bu gets alerted after hearing someone call out his name. A general called Ziran says that everyone became silent the moment Lu Bu walked in, and another general, Guo Si, says Lu Bu has killed Sun Jian after all. They further mock him by saying that this limelight is blinding his eyes. Hu Zhen is present there, and he says that Lu Bu just got lucky, and Lu Bu replies by saying that he is correct, and he would not have won that battle if Hu Zhen didn't baited Sun Jian towards his direction by running like a coward. He mockingly says that General Hu Zhen also deserves a reward for his cowardice. Hu Zhen tells him to stop as he only lost after falling into the trap of cunning Sun Jian. But Lu Bu is not letting this moment to slip by, and he again mocks him by saying that he had already alerted Hu Zhen and he should not blame Sun Jian for being cunning but himself for being an idiot. This makes Hu Zhen really furious and he unsheathes his sword, but General Ziran stops him. A guard alerts everyone about the arrival of the Grand Chancellor. Everyone greets the Chancellor as he makes his entrance in the hall. Chancellor was about to slip when he tried to sit on his chair, but his men somehow gave him support. The Grand Chancellor Dongzhou asks Xuan Pan about the edict he bought. Xuan Pan has fear in his voice and he says that he was sent here by His Majesty to deliver a message to him. Xuan Pan is trembling, but he starts reading the message, which states that Guangdong people have been rebellious since last year, and we are fortunate to have the Great Chancellor, who has unified the country and suppressed the rebellious armies. His achievements are much appreciated by the imperial court, and Great Chancellor Dongzhou will now be appointed as Grand Master, and he will lead the country's administration while unifying all lands. The emperor hopes that Dongzhou will soon suppress the feudal lord's rebellion. Dongzhou is very happy after listening to this news, and he's not even trying to hide his sinister grin. Lu Bu is thinking that this is the first time a Grand Master is appointed, and now he will rank above the three dukes and the feudal lords. With this rank, those who go up against him will be considered rebels, and Lu Bu can only think the poisonous prodigy Wen Yu must be the one who could come up with this idea. Dongzhou throws the Emperor Edict toward Wen Yu, and he catches it. Xuan Pan starts running after delivering the edict, and the whole hall congratulates Dongzhou for his promotion. Dongzhou starts laughing and he says that now there is nothing the emperor can do himself but to only rely on him. Dongzhou tells them that he will soon move the capital to Chang'an, but he will let the Xiliang's army mightiness shine before that. Otherwise, his enemies will think that he is on the losing end and he's retreating in fear. Wen Yu tells Dongzhou that Guangdong army has already suffered a great defeat by Lu Bu and they can just strike them again to prove their prowess, and Dongzhou asks his generals if anyone here is willing to fight with Guangdong army once more. Lu Bu is planning to wait things out and he will not act hastily, as he has already gained some achievements. Hu Zhen, Guo Si, and Ziran say that they are willing to fight in this battle. Wen Yu is a bit shocked as he was expecting Lu Bu to volunteer for this war, but his nature seems to have changed a bit in these few days. Dongzhou makes an excuse and he calls out his foster son Lu Bu. Dongzhou asks him if he wants to prove himself against the Guangdong army once again by becoming the vanguard. But Lu Bu makes an excuse by saying that many issues can arise if his achievements keep on accumulating as his position is not stable. Dongzhou starts laughing and he asks the whole hall if any one of them thinks that Lu Bu's position is not stable. Dongzhou appoints Lu Bu as the vanguard with backup from Hua Xiong and Hu Zhen. He orders them to head out to Chenggao immediately, and he will lead the main army by himself as Chenggao is a crucial military location that they cannot afford to lose. All three of them oblige to his orders immediately, and Hu Zhen is a bit pissed as Lu Bu just climbed above him in rank. After the meeting is over, everyone starts heading back. The two generals know well that Hu Zhen is a jealous person, so they come up to him and tell him that they have a plan that can ensure Lu Bu's death in this war. He immediately agrees with them and they start discussing the plan. After a few days outside the city gates, Lu Bu is having a talk with his daughter and wife as he's about to depart for war. His daughter says that she don't want to be apart from him. It reminds Lu Bu of his sister from the other world. Lu Bu promises to her that they will soon meet again, and he will buy her favorite sugar-coated haws for her. His daughter has no idea what sugar-coated haws are, as they are not available in this world, and Lu Bu just forgot this fact because he spent so much time in the simulation world. Lu Bu leaves his family in the care of Wen Yuan, and he tells him not to worry about their safety. After getting on the side, Wen Yuan informs Lu Bu that the army under him in this battle is not his usual elite army, and it looks like it is a mixture of two different rookie armies. Wen Yuan thinks that someone is trying to dissolve his forces of Bing and isolate Lu Bu. Lu Bu knows it well, and he tells Wen Yuan that every elite soldier starts off as an average soldier. Anyone trained by him is willing to give him his heart and soul. Wen Yuan says that it is getting harder to understand Lu Bu. If he had told the same thing to him before, he would have taken his halberd to the hall of the Grand Master and demanded an explanation. Lu Bu thanks Wen Yuan for his concern, and he tells him that he's becoming mature as time is passing. After some time, Lu Bu arrives at the North Army camp, but some horsemen arrived at the gates before him. The horsemen turn out to be Hu Zhen, and he informs the guards that he is here to take the commander of battle rams with him. The guards tell him to wait outside while they deliver his message. Hu Zhen ignores their request, and he starts heading inside to meet their leader. He gets a flashback of when Guo Si told him that this time the Grand Master sent only Xiliang army and the Northern army on this war, and no one from the Bing cavalry is included. Xiliang army is already under the command of Hu Zhen, which only leaves the Northern army, and if he gains authority over the Northern army, Lu Bu will be the commander of no one, and Hu Zhen can then easily get rid of him using his both armies. Hu Zhen is happy as he wants to kill Lu Bu as fast as possible, but all of a sudden some arrows are shot toward him. The arrows fall in front of his horse and it gets afraid. This in turn unbalanced Hu Zhen and he fell on the ground. His men quickly picked him up and he inquires about the traitor who just tried to shot him. Gao's son comes out and he informs Hu Zhen that no one can enter their camp without the tiger's seal. By staying away from women, wine, and bribes, Gao's son became a very distinguished figure in the army. He barely has 1,000 soldiers under his command. However, these elites known as the Battle Rams are capable of defeating enemies several times larger in scale, and they have truly lived up to their name. Hu Zhen is trembling with fear as he is thinking Gao's son is about to rebel, but Gao's son reminds him that anyone who trespasses in his camp without permission is considered an enemy. Gao's son orders his men to stand down, and Hu Zhen reminds him that the Grand Master ordered their army to march toward Changgao with his army. Hu Zhen further says that they will be under his command, and Gao's son asks him to show the tiger's seal. Hu Zhen says that he cannot show the seal for his little army of a mere 1,000 men, but Gao's son keeps asking for the tiger's seal. Hu Zhen angrily shouts at them for disobeying the orders of a general who is above in rank than him. Lu Bu comes from behind and he announces that he has the tiger seal in his possession. Lu Bu compliments Gao's son for keeping up the military conduct of code and he pulls out the tiger seal. Gao's son takes the tiger seal off from Lu Bu to check its authenticity. After handing over the seal, Lu Bu mocks Hu Zhen for being a dimwit and ignoring the army rules. An enraged Hu Zhen shouts at him, but Lu Bu asks him if he has forgotten that he is now one of his subordinates. We get a flashback of how Hu Zhen previously mistreated Lu Bu. Lu Bu spares him this time because they are serving the same Grand Master, but he warns him by saying that he will chop off his head and gift it to the enemy if Hu Zhen ever tried to double-cross him again. At the same time, Gao's son matched the tiger seal of Lu Bu with his own, which proved that it is real. Gao's son welcomes Lu Bu to his army camp. Hu Zhen, who was previously trembling in fear, promises to himself that sooner or later he will make Lu Bu pay for this insult. The next day, after witnessing the training session of the Battle Rams, Lu Bu compliments Gao's son's men for their immovable momentum and sheer determination to die on the battlefield. Gao's son is very happy after hearing the compliment from a renowned general like Lu Bu. But Lu Bu asks Gao's son why the armor and weapons of his army is tattered. Gao's son informs Lu Bu that his troops have been training diligently every day, but they have been pushed aside by the Xiliang army in recent years, so it's hard for them to get their hands on new resources. After hearing about it, Lu Bu orders him to bring some men and follow him. He asks him to ready the transportation as well, and Gao's son asks him the reason for that. Lu Bu tells him that he's going to solve their equipment problem. After some time, they arrive at the Wang Fang's camp. Lu Bu informs the elite soldier from the Battle Rams that Wang Fang is Shu Rong's subordinate, and he has good relationship with him, so he's planning to borrow some equipment from him. After hearing the request of Lu Bu, Wang Fang says that he is already in a tight spot, but Lu Bu tells him that he has no other choice but to borrow from him, as the trashes from the imperial court are not approving his request for resources. Wang Fang says that he knows that he's a good friend of his general, but he's asking for a big quantity. After hearing the bickering, the elite soldier remembers that Gao's son advised them that Lu Bu may force other camps into giving up their equipment. The Battle Rams feared no one, but they are taking off tomorrow so they cannot afford any accidents today. Gao Sun ordered him to stop Lu Bu if he tries to cause any trouble. Lu Bu gets up and the elite soldier tries to stop him as he's thinking Lu Bu is gonna get into a fight. But instead of fighting, Lu Bu tells Wang Fang that he has an interesting offer for him, and Wang Fang says he's interested in hearing it out. Lu Bu tells them that Guangdong feudal lords are all rich. Even their equipment is made with nothing but shining gold, and Lu Bu heard that Wang Fang likes to use spears. Lu Bu tells him that he will bring top-tier spears smithed with wrought iron for him, and Wang Fang becomes happy after hearing it. The elite soldier is thinking that Lu Bu is quite different from the rumors about him. After some time, they come to an agreement and Lu Bu orders the elite soldier to quickly collect the weapons. Meanwhile, a storm is brewing over the city of Qingyang. Someone approaches Ben Chu, who is standing over the castle walls. This person turns out to be the infamous Chinese general Cao Cao, otherwise known as Meng De. Meng De says he cannot stay inside as it is getting quite frustrated inside and he is here for some fresh air. He further says that these feudal lords are fools as they think they can kill a grand master with curses. Ben Chu tells them that they cannot do anything else as they have been suffering losses after losses for several months. Sun Jian, who was the strongest among the feudal lords, is already dead, and now they are only left with General Geng Sun and his white cavalry. Ben Chu is a bit skeptical of whether they can win this war against the Grand Master, and he thinks he should have pushed Yuan Shu into spearheading the coalition army. But Meng De reminds him that Yuan Shu is an arrogant guy, and the coalition would have been already dissolved if he was to lead them. Meng De further asks Ben Chu if he has ever considered himself a rebel, and the expression of Ben Chu significantly changes. He further tells Ben Chu that if they keep losing the small battles, then enemy morale will rise, and in that case, everyone including both of them will die as insurgents. Ben Chu is really afraid and he asks Meng De if he has any solution. Meng De informs him that they have been losing so many wars because the feudal lords are unwilling to sacrifice their manpower, and they have never given their all on the battlefield. They need a desperate warrior to spearhead this war, but Ben Chu has no idea about where they can find such a warrior. At the same time, the two sons of Sun Jian inform Ben Chu that their father is dead. Ben Chu was already expecting a defeat, but he had no idea that his main general perished in this war. Bo Fu informs him that Xiliang army was no match for them, but everything changed once Lu Bu made his appearance with his Bing cavalry. They killed Sun Jian along with General Han and General Chen. No matter what they did, Lu Bu was completely unstoppable. Meng De starts crying and he says that Sun Jian's spirit and determination were unparalleled. Who knew he could perish so early? He faces the other side and starts crying. Ben Chu gets alerted after seeing his facial expression as Meng De is crying out loud, but in reality, he is laughing as he already knew that Sun Jian was dead. Meng De goes over to the sons of Sun Jian and he tells them to get up, as they are going to avenge Sun Jian along with all of the feudal lords. Bo Fu is very angry and he says that he will be in the vanguard in this war, as he wants to get rid of Lu Bu no matter the cost. Ben Chu tells him that he will lead the remaining forces of Sun Jian and more provisions will be allocated for his troops. After Sun Jian's sons leave, Ben Chu asks Meng De why he was laughing, and Meng De tells him that they were searching for a desperate warrior, and now they just found one and it is worthy of being a celebration. Next day at the entrance of Lu Bu's camp, both armies are getting their training from Lu Bu. Hu Zhen is also present right behind Lu Bu. They are in the open field and Hu Zhen is forced to stand there and suffer the scorching sun. Lu Bu is thinking that the battle rams are elites of the North Army as they are exceptionally disciplined and they are standing still under this scorching sun. On the other side, it did not take long for the Xiliang soldiers to topple over left and right. Their discipline is even worse than what he expected in average training sessions. Lu Bu asks Hu Zhen about the commanders of Xiliang army, but Hu Zhen tells him he has no idea as scrumptious meals are unavoidable before they step on the battlefield, and those two commanders might have drank too much yesterday. Hu Zhen is thinking that punishing a commander before a war is demoralizing for the whole army, and he's excited to see if Lu Bu still has the guts to punish those commanders. Lu Bu tells his men to beat the drum. The soldier starts beating the drum while announcing that those who do not turn up before the first strike will be flogged 40 times. Those who do not turn up before the second strike will have their bodies pierced with arrows. And as he's about to strike the drum for the third time, two commanders rush over to the field and they say they are sorry for being late. Hu Zhen asks them why they are belittling the military affairs and both of them apologize. Hu Zhen accepts their apology, but he warns them that this is their last chance. Lu Bu asks Gao Sun about the punishment given to those who do not arrive before the third strike, and Gao Sun tells him that death is the punishment for it. Lu Bu orders his men to capture both commanders as they will be punished according to the military laws. Both commanders beg Hu Zhen to save them. Hu Zhen tries to convince Lu Bu by saying that killing a subordinate right before a war will ruin everyone's morale. But Lu Bu is not buying any of his bullcrap today and he beheads one commander with a sword. The second commander starts crying out of fear for his life. Hu Zhen is quite angry at Lu Bu for killing his men, but Lu Bu says that these two commanders were having their sweet time while every Xiliang soldier was being tormented under the sun. Lu Bu handpicks 2 soldiers to come forward. Lu Bu compliments them both for having the best posture among the Xiliang soldiers, and he asks them if they don't hate being led by incompetent leaders, but both of them are hesitant to answer his question. Lu Bu hands over a sword to them, and he informs them that whoever kills this commander can take his position, and the one who is slower can only be a deputy. Both of them drop their spears quickly, and one of them manages to grab the sword. Without wasting any time, he leaps toward the commander and he beheads him without any second thought. Blood starts spurting out of the headless commander, and the soldier is still in shock as to what he just did in the spur of the moment. Lu Bu comes up from behind and compliments him for his good work, and he makes him the new commander. Lu Bu tells the rest of the army that his rules are simple. Violators of the military law will be severely punished, and exploits on the battlefield will be rewarded justly. Gao's son is thinking that Lu Bu is quite amazing, as killing commanders of an army can demoralize the army, but he then replaced them with members of their own army, which uplifted their morale. Chang'an is also known as Hulao Pass. Rumors has it that the Emperor Mu of Zhou used to keep the tigers offered by the commoners there. That's why some call it Hulao Pass. It is surrounded by canals and Mountain Gao connected to its west. The rocky terrain forms a solid natural barrier around it. Li Su reports to Lu Bu that their sentries have returned. Scouts from the opposite faction were seen lurking around the pass, and it seems like the coalition forces' operation has begun. Li Su has been in Chengao for some time, so Lu Bu asks him how have the coalition forces been allocating their manpower. Li Su says that he has no idea, as he was merely assigned to guard the city, and scouting the enemy's layout is beyond his responsibilities. Lu Bu reminds him that as the gatekeeper of the Chang'an, it's his responsibility to perceive both his and his enemy's strength. Had the Chang'an not been a natural barrier, he would have long bitten the dust. Li Su becomes a bit afraid, but Lu Bu says that he was just pointing out his mistakes for his own good. Lu Bu tells Li Su to send his scouts out for scouting the surrounding areas for enemy encampments. Lu Bu is thinking that it was Li Su who advised him to kill Ding Yuan back then, even if Lu Bu hates him for that, but he cannot blame someone else for his own final decision. Lu Bu orders Hua Xiong to clear the outskirts from enemies, and he agrees to it. Meanwhile, at the granary, a lot of resources are being moved there in a hurry. Yu Shi reports to Yuan Shu that a troop of Xiliang soldiers is heading in their direction. Yuan Shu asks him about the identity of the leader, and Yu Shi says that he is Hua Xiong, who previously killed Zhu Darong. Yuan Shu asks him if he is stronger than him, but Yu Shi says he has no idea, but he managed to defeat one of the 4 generals under Sun Jian. Yuan Shu motivates him by saying that the army of Sun Jian was defeated by Lu Bu as they are mere trashes, but they cannot defeat Yu Shi as he's one of his generals, and Yu Shi hesitantly agrees with him. Yuan Shu orders him to bring the head of Hua Xiong to him, as it will boost his position among the other feudal lords. Yu Shi knows well that he's not as strong as Sun Jian or any of the generals under him, so there are less chances for him to win this battle against their killers. But he cannot tell that to Yuan Shu that he climbed the ranks by using some petty tricks. Meanwhile, on the other side, a scout comes forward to report to Hua Xiong. The scout informs him that an opposition force is speeding toward them, but there are only a few men. Hua Xiong says that their response is quite swift, and he orders his men to march forward. Hua Xiong's army shoots a volley of arrows toward Yu Shi's army. Yu Shi orders the front row of his army to raise the shields. They raise their shields in time, but some of them are not fast enough, and they get pierced by the arrows. Yu Shi orders the men at back rows to charge forward. Both armies charge at each other at max speed, but Hua Xiong has an advantage as most of his men are on horsebacks. At last, both armies clash with each other, but the army under Yu Shi seems to be barely holding their ground. Yu Shi knows well that his Nanyang infantry has only conducted some supplementary missions, and they cannot hold back the enemies for much longer, but he still orders his men to charge forward toward their deaths while he tries to make his escape. Hua Xiong cuts down some infantrymen along with their armors. He looks toward the enemy general, but Yu Shi seems to be running away, and he tells his men to hold the enemies as he will come back with reinforcements. Without giving him any time to escape, Hua Xiong starts chasing after him. At the same time, Yuan Shu is having a feast with Wen Jie, and he tells him that Hua Xiong is nothing special. The whole battlefield is dusty, but once the dust settles, Yu Shi will bring his head. Before he can say anything else, they hear cries for help from his general Yu Shi, who asks them to open the gate. Both generals are a bit stunned as they had high hopes for Yu Shi and he's about to get cut down. Without giving him enough time to react, Hua Xiong beheads Yu Shi with a single powerful strike from his spear. The decapitated body of Yu Shi falls down on the ground. Hua Xiong challenges the enemy generals after introducing himself. Yuan Shi gets angry and he breaks his wine glass. He orders another one of his generals to bring the head of Hua Xiong to him, but his general seems to be a bit hesitant. Yuan Shi asks him why he is afraid of only a few thousand soldiers from the Xiliang army, and Liu Xun informs him that they have an advantage in numbers, but they are hardly ready for a fight after their long and hard journey. Yuan Shi starts cursing his own men, but Wen Jie informs him to not get hyper. He introduces a giant man by the name of Pang Feng, who will take care of Hua Xiong for them. Pang Feng is looking forward to his fight with Hua Xiong. The poor infantrymen are still barely holding back the cavalry from the Xiliang army. All of a sudden, the city gates open and they tell each other to retreat back. The infantrymen start running back to the gates while a horseman comes out. Hua Xiong lets the infantrymen retreat and he asks about the identity of this horseman. The horseman introduces himself as Pan Feng. He then chops off the limbs and heads of those who were trying to escape. This shocks their fellow infantrymen who have no idea about what to do next. Pan Feng then starts rushing toward Hua Xiong while killing every single infantryman on his way. Pang Feng tries to slash Hua Xiong, but he manages to dodge it. Hua Xiong then retaliates by striking him back, which gets blocked by Pan Feng. Pan Feng then starts using a barrage of attacks on Hua Xiong. He can easily dodge all of his attacks as he has brute force but no speed. Hua Xiong then skillfully pins down his weapon on the ground. Fan Peng used too much force in that previous attack and his weapon got stuck into the ground. Hua Xiong seizes this chance to swiftly chop off his head. Both warlords who were spectating it get really pissed. Wen Jie, who has just lost one of his most powerful fighters, tells his men to gather up as he's going to kill Hua Xiong today. Meanwhile, inside the city, a sentry arrives. He informs both Meng De and Ben Chu that General Yuan and Inspector Wen Jie have both been defeated. Ben Chu is still skeptical as the war has not even started yet and they lost so easily. The sentry informs them that someone showed up and killed both General Yu Shi and Pan Feng. Inspector Wen Jie led his men to avenge them, but their efforts were to no avail as Inspector Wen Jie just returned back after suffering several injuries. Before the scout can say anything else, both Yuan Shu and Wen Jie arrive at the camp and they are pissed at Hua Xiong. Yuan Shi asks for more reinforcements, but he gets rejected while Meng De tries to uplift the spirit of Wen Jie by saying that winning or losing are part of life, and he's glad that he returned safely. Ben Chu says that marching out after having two big losses on their side will just demoralize their army, but Yuan Shi is still hesitant to back down. Meng De tells them both to join their meeting as they were discussing plans on capturing Chenggao City. They all gather up on the table and Meng De starts telling them their strategy. Hua Xiong is a really powerful general who is on the rise, but they have Lu Bu as well who outclasses him. Lu Bu even managed to defeat Sun Jian in a terrific manner, and killing him would bring them halfway to the victory. General Hu Zhen is just an incompetent leader in the Xiliang army. He is the most crucial weak link in all of this, and they can take advantage of his weakness. Li Su is the general who is tasked with guarding Chenggao, and he has always shut himself behind the gate. The Grand Master must have sent some reinforcement for them to be so bold enough. Chenggao's geography is a major plus for their defense, but the Xiliang army is much more proficient on the offense. That's why they keep on being on the offensive. Ben Chu asks him if he has any idea on how to counter them. Meng De says that they will limit their advantage by camping right outside Chenggao City and attacking them anytime they want. If they force the Xiliang army into playing defense, then the tides of this war can be turned. The next day in Chenggao at Lu Bu's residence, a scout arrives with the report that the coalition forces have arrived. Hua Xiong says that two of them were just killed by him yesterday, so he did not expect them to strike back so soon. Lu Bu asks the scouts about who is leading the coalition forces. The scout says based on the flags, it should be Haney's feudal lord Wang Kuang. The other 7 feudal lords are also on their way. Hua Xiong asks for Lu Bu's permission to head out first, but Lu Bu tells him that he will not be the one on the front line this time, and he calls out Gao Sun. Lu Bu orders Gao Sun to gather everyone as it is time to confront the enemy, and he orders Hua Xiong to tag along with him. Hu Zhen says that he has made many mistakes in the past, and now he wants to repent for them by assisting Lu Bu in this fight. Lu Bu tells Hu Zhen to not put up an act, as rats should just stay in their rat holes. Instead of getting pissed, Hu Zhen smirks, which means he is up to nothing good. After some time, both armies come face to face against each other. Wang Kuang is leading this army and he looks quite motivated. He He asks Lu Bu why he only brought a few thousand men with him and if he's looking down on him. Lu Bu mockingly says that Shu Rong defeated him last year and their grandmaster broke through his city without much effort. The few men Lu Bu brought with him here are more than enough to defeat a weakling like him. Wang Kuang orders one of his general named Fang Yue to kill Lu Bu. Lu Bu slowly moves ahead with his horse while Fang Yue is sprinting at full speed, as speed is a crucial element to maximize the strength of long weapons. The greater the momentum, the harder the weapon hits, but Lu Bu is riding so slow despite their distance. Even if Lu Bu is a reincarnated god of war, there is no way he can withstand his striking force. All of a sudden, Lu Bu flares up and he sprints forward at an unbelievable speed. Lu Bu uses this speed to cut down Fang Yue into two pieces along with his hard armor and weapon. Wang Kuang gets a bit afraid after watching the savageness of Lu Bu. He orders his men to surround Lu Bu from all sides. The whole army start rushing toward Lu Bu in unison, but Lu Bu is not fazed by their numbers as he easily keeps on chopping them like a grinder. At the same time, Gao Sun orders the battle rams to charge forward. The battle rams are easily taking care of the vanguard of Wang Kuang's army. Wang Kuang can't believe it as he's thinking he's up against an army of monsters, and finally he orders his men to retreat. But before he can start running, Lu Bu rushes toward him at max speed. He strikes Wang Kuang with the side of his weapon. The force behind it was so strong that his bones start cracking. Wang Kuang gets tossed up into the sky due to the pressure, and his whole army can see him. He then falls down into the middle of his army, and they get really afraid after seeing the expression on the face of their dead feudal lord, and his armor is battered as well. A scout reports to Ben Chu that Wang Kuang died while fighting on the battlefield. The He Ni army under him has crumbled and they are scrambling for their lives. Ben Chu asks Meng De about what they should do, and Meng De tells him to rest assured as the show has just begun. Lu Bu might have gotten a taste of victory, but he doubts that he will be able to return victorious. Meanwhile, outside the Changgao gate, Hua Xiong is screaming at the guards to open the gates, but no one is responding. Lu Bu tells him to stop shouting as those inside might have turned against them. He now knows well why Hu Zhen acted so strange back then. He got everything planned beforehand. He only offered to help to prevent any suspicion. Hua Xiong says that the 7 feudal lords will arrive in no time, and if they are still stuck here at that time, they can be easily defeated. Lu Bu orders Gao Sun and Hua Xiong to get everyone into formation and prepare for a breakout. The field where Lu Bu fought against Wang Kuang is littered with the corpses belonging to the He Ni army. 3 different feudal lords arrive at that location. One of the feudal lords, Gong Sun, is quite sad after watching the fate of He Ni army. One of his soldiers informs him that a survivor asked to see him. The soldier informs Gong Sun that their feudal lord has perished alongside many other generals, including Fang Yue. Lu Bu went on a rampage and wreaked havoc in their army. Those who are still alive are now scattered in all directions. Gong Sun asks the survivor if Lu Bu is really that much ruthless, but before he can reply, a scout arrives with a report. The scout informs him that Lu Bu is back with his men, but the feudal lords don't know why he is coming back as his soldiers must be exhausted after this fight just now. Tao Gian suggests that the 3 of them should join forces to wipe out Lu Bu, but Zhang Yang says that Lu Bu is known for his ruthlessness and he can't be overwhelmed with numbers. And why would he return to the battlefield if he knows that victory is impossible? Gong Sun is quite sure that he can take on Lu Bu by himself using his white cavalry. He rushes on ahead with his white cavalry as he wants to find out whether Lu Bu can best him or not. On the other side, Hua Xiong spots the incoming army, and he informs Lu Bu that this white cavalry belongs to Gong Sun, who is quite prominent in the northern regions. His cavalry consists only of robust white horses. They are the most elite troops among their army. They have never tasted defeat, so Hua Xiong suggests Lu Bu to not take them lightly. Lu Bu smirks as he has seen elite cavalries of 10 times the size in the simulator world. Lu Bu orders Gao Sun to order his archers to get into formation. After getting into formation, they fire a huge volley of arrows toward the white cavalry. Lu Bu rushes toward the white cavalry along with the arrows. Gong Sun orders his men to get ready for the fight. Gong Sun's army start deflecting the incoming barrage of arrows with their spears and halberds. Gong Sun rushes toward Lu Bu while dodging the arrows. Both of them clash with each other at max speed, which gives out a huge shockwave. Lu Bu compliments Gong Sun for having such a good quality spear. Gong Sun also praises his halberd, which is called Fang Tian. Hua Xiong and Gao Sun both order their platoons to charge ahead. Both elite armies charge at each other with the intent to kill. Regular soldiers keep on attacking back and forth while their leaders are duking it out. Lu Bu and Gongsun are giving their all, as they both know well the one who even holds a little bit back will fall in this field. The sound of their clashing halberds can be heard throughout the battlefield. Both of them change their tactic as they start moving ahead while attacking each other. Gongsun is very quick and he thrusts his spear toward Lu Bu. The spear grazes through the skin under Lu Bu's forearm. Lu Bu is thinking that the weapon of Gongsun is quite good as he managed to sneak in a jab between strikes. Lu Bu is thinking that the initial level of heart strengthening helped him a lot during his fight with Sun Jian, so he decides to use his newly unlocked liver strengthening. A lot of ki and blood starts circulating near his liver and heart, making him stronger with each passing second. Gongsun is thinking that Lu Bu is getting more fired up as their fight is dragging. He feels that something is wrong as Lu Bu should have gone for the kill as his stamina is totally overwhelming his. But Lu Bu is intentionally keeping things at his pace. In short, Lu Bu is toying with him until Gongsun dies from complete burnout. Gongsun is thinking that Lu Bu is humiliating him and he prefers death over humiliation, so he charges head on with a jab attack. Their clash ends in someone being stabbed. Gongsun's spear falls far away from him. Lu Bu stabbed Gongsun near his heart and he is thinking that maybe he has already reached his limit. Despite being born in a noble family, Gongsun was looked down upon for his mother's inferior background. Without any lust for luxury, he set off for life in the battlefields from an early age. In the 5th year of Zhongpin, Gongsun troops were trapped in Guanji City for over 200 days. They were running out of rations and the soldiers were eventually doomed with over half of the men being dead or injured. In order to uplift the morale of his men, Gongsun said that their vow to destroy the northern tribes will never be shaken. They will all act as each other's wing from now on. And if victory befalls them, they will name themselves the White Cavalry. With that being said, they marched out of the castle gates and wreaked havoc among the enemies. His White Cavalry fights with a fusion of determination and courage, and only those who have gone through countless rough rides could master such power. Gongsun pulls out his sword as he's determined to never give up until the last moment. Then he tries to stab Lu Bu using all of his force, but unfortunately, Lu Bu is not a pushover, and he catches his sword with his bare hands. Lu Bu then slashes him with his halberd. Lu Bu pulls up his weapon and he tells Gongsun to better choose his enemies in the next life. As Lu Bu is about to kill him for real, he feels an immense killing aura from behind. He immediately blocks the attack coming from his back, then he pushes the attacker away from him. This attacker is called Zhang Fei, and he says that Lu Bu holding off thousands of men by himself is just a joke, as he's going to defeat him today. Zhang Fei rushes toward Lu Bu to attack him again with his spear. While blocking his attack, Lu Bu asks him about where he is from. They both keep on clashing with each other and Lu Bu is thinking that this black horseman is not any less experienced than him. However, his rigid technique means he won't last past 80 rounds. But before Lu Bu can focus on the black horseman, he feels a green dragon murderous aura coming from behind. Lu Bu barely manages to dodge it and he buckles up for another powerful fighter. This horseman is called Guan Yu and he compliments Lu Bu for having such swift reflexes and an incredible horse. Both horsemen plan to join forces in order to defeat Lu Bu. Both of them get powered up and Lu Bu can see their murderous intent with his naked eye. After getting geared up, they rush toward Lu Bu at max speed to finish him off as soon as possible. Lu Bu, who is getting overwhelmed with this sense of danger, thinks it's quite amazing, as he can fight against both of them to his heart's content without holding back. Both parties keep going back and forth with their attacks for some time, but Lu Bu seems to be having the upper hand. Both brothers try to attack Lu Bu in unison so he can get less chances to attack them, but Lu Bu manages to dodge their attacks by ducking down on his horse. Their fight gets more intense as both parties can't land a decisive blow to the other, and they keep on going back and forth with their attacks. Both brothers are managing to successfully pin down Lu Bu's movement for a while. The soldiers around them stop their fight to seize this once-in-a-life opportunity to witness the fight between the two brothers and the god of war. Gongsun, who is spectating from afar, is trying to gauge the extent of their abilities. He is thinking that those two brothers are not that much different from roaring dragons and tigers. Another horseman called Liu Bei comes up to Gongsun and he says that he is sorry for being late. Gongsun asks him why are all of them in here. Liu Bei says that their desire to overthrow those bastards drove them here, and it's fortunate that his two sworn brothers arrived so early. On the other side, Lu Bu is still duking it out against the two brothers. Lu Bu compliments them by saying that both of them are too competent to be nameless commoners, and he asks them for their names so that can be written on their tombstones. Zhang Fei angrily introduces himself and his brother, but all of a sudden another person appears behind Lu Bu with intense killing intent. Lu Bu manages to block his attack thanks to his high threat perception. Lu Bu is thinking that with his benevolent appearance, this third brother is nowhere suppressing as the other two. However, he is emitting a faint imperial aura. Lu Bu says that their appearances are unlike the others, and if they have been acting alone and waiting for their chance to shine. Liu Bei says that they have been under Gongsun's command for now, and they are in dire need of Lu Bu's head to make a name for themselves. Lu Bu has to only leave 3 things behind, including his halberd, his horse, and his head. These 3 brothers will divide these things among themselves. As they rush toward him, Lu Bu says that unfortunately, he don't have a plan of giving them any one of these things. A soldier belonging to the battle rams pierces through the chest of a white horseman, but his neck gets pierced from behind. The white cavalry seems to have gotten an upper hand in the battle. Lu Bu is thinking that he would have lived to take this fight to check out the full extent of his heart and liver strengthening, but his subordinates are all engaged in a bloody fight, and they need to break out as soon as possible. The death count will only rise if he drags this fight any longer. So Lu Bu unlocks his max heart and liver strengthening at the same time. Lu Bu does a big slash to open up a path for himself, and then he starts running while saying that they will fight another time. Lu Bu shouts out to Hua Xiong and Gao Sun to inform them that their enemies are weakest at the right wing, so he orders them to summon all the soldiers and focus on a breakout through their right wing. The other 2 feudal lords are spectating the battle from a distance. Another feudal lord called Kong Rong comes up to them and he asks them about the status of the battle. Zhang Yang informs him that Gongsun went on ahead to battle it out with Lu Bu, and they are currently in a stalemate. A scout comes up to them to inform them that General Gongsun is injured after losing the fight and Lu Bu is breaking through the north side with his men. Zhang Yang is a bit worried as the infamous white cavalry of Gongsun is having a hard time against Lu Bu. Tao Gian says that Lu Bu is probably at the end of his tether, and this is the perfect opportunity to take over the achievements. Zhang Yang orders one of his general Mu Sun to kill Lu Bu. Kong Rong orders another general under him called Wu An to help Mu Sun. Lu Bu is clearing the way for his army and his generals order their men to follow Lu Bu's lead. They manage to pierce through the weak formation of the enemy. But as soon as Lu Bu breaks out, 2 more generals come running toward him and they start cursing him out loud. They are quite unfortunate as Lu Bu is in a hurry, so he chops them both in one strike. The platoon from Bing gets scared after their 2 generals got defeated. Lu Bu tells his fellow townsmen from Bing to listen carefully. He says that he truly don't wish to harm any of them, but if they wouldn't back off, they will suffer cruelest fate than death. The soldiers from Bing open a path for him. Lu Bu along with his men start rushing out of their formation. Wu An has not died out yet, but he lost one of his hands and he curses the soldiers from Bing for being so much unreliable. Lu Bu still needs to break through 2 more feudal lords as they start rushing toward him from both sides. Lu Bu is thinking that both of these armies are going to merge before them, and then it will become impossible to pave a straight path out. He will be surrounded if he goes straight or to the right, but on the left side, Tao Gian's army is the closest and weakest army out of all. Lu Bu orders his men to break out from the left side. Tao Gian becomes afraid after watching Lu Bu and his forces rushing toward him as he was just planning on stealing the kills, but now he has to face them head on. Tao Gian is a coward, so he orders his men to stay away from the path of the retreating army of Lu Bu. After passing through them, Lu Bu smirks and he tells Tao Gian that he is the wisest of them all. Their path ahead is clear as Lu Bu can't see any more forces belonging to the feudal lords. Lu Bu asks Hua Xiong about how many soldiers are left. Hua Xiong informs him that most of them died and the only ones who made it out are from the Xiliang cavalry. The Xiliang infantry and the battle rams including Gao Sun have been caught up and surrounded by the Beihai cavalry. Lu Bu asks Hua Xiong to retreat with everyone else. With that being said, Lu Bu starts heading back to the battlefield. But unknown to him, the Xiliang cavalry decide to give backup to Lu Bu, and they start following him. The battle rams and Xiliang infantry are all surrounded from all sides by the enemy, and Lu Bu is making his way back to the battlefield. At the same time, Tao Gian is hoping to gain merit by finishing off the battle rams and the remaining Lu Bu's infantry. But before he can order his troops to attack the enemy, a scout informs him that Lu Bu is charging at them once again from behind. Tao Gian's expression changes as he has no idea what Lu Bu is thinking right now, and he orders his men to stay away from Lu Bu. Another feudal lord called Bao Xin spots Lu Bu and his cavalry coming back to the battlefield. He orders his archers to rain down arrows on the crowd as they can't miss this opportunity. One of his men says that he should reconsider it as their coalition forces are tangled in there as well. Bao Xin says that it's the perfect opportunity for them to weaken other feudal lords, so he orders his men to shoot the arrows. Inside the encirclement, Gao Sun is barely fending off the enemies. Lu Bu arrives there to help him out. Gao Sun asks Lu Bu why he has returned back. Lu Bu tells him to shut his trap up as they are here to rescue him. Lu Bu picks him up by the collar and tells him to man up to live another day or he will become a joke among the Xiliang soldiers. Lu Bu further says that he needs to stay alive before the North Army's glory can be restored. But before he can reply to Lu Bu, Gao Sun sees a lot of arrows heading toward them. He pushes Lu Bu to the side to shield him from the upcoming barrage of arrows. This scene reminds Lu Bu of the same thing that happened back in the simulation world where General Yan's daughter pushed him to the side to save his life. After saving Lu Bu, she said to him that everything will be alright as long as Lu Bu survives. The same thing happened here and Gao Sun says the same thing to him. Tao Gian and his men also got caught up in the arrows and most of his men are dying as well. Hua Sheng asks Gao Sun about his injury and he tells him that it's not fatal, but his voice is trembling. Lu Bu says that it is great that Hua Sheng came here as well. Lu Bu tells them that he has changed his mind and he points toward a direction. He orders all of them to break through from that direction and on their way, they are going to get the head of the general who ordered his men to shoot the arrows. Lu Bu orders Hua Sheng to help Gao Sun onto his red horse. Lu Bu temporarily activated blood pump mode due to his inner rage. Lu Bu tells them that he will use his feet instead of the horse and he gets ready to use perks of the simulation system to the max. Lu Bu puts all of his power into his feet to launch himself toward Bao Xin. Bao Xin can't believe a human can be so much fast and he orders his men to shoot down Lu Bu. Lu Bu keeps on deflecting and dodging the arrows by moving in a zigzag formation. Without wasting any further time, he jumps toward Bao Xin. Bao Xin sees death flashing before his eyes and he begs Lu Bu for his life, but Lu Bu slashes him into two pieces with his halberd. Lu Bu gets surrounded from all sides by Bao Xin men, but Lu Bu easily keeps on chopping them like paper, and he seems unstoppable. Bao Xin's men try to run away as far as possible from the rampaging beast, but they are not so lucky as Lu Bu is hell-bent on completely destroying them. Meanwhile, on the other side, a scout reports to Ben Chu that the 8 feudal lords had joined forces outside Chang'an, but Lu Bu still managed to escape with almost 1,000 of his men. The Hene soldiers dispersed after their warlord died and almost half of the elite white cavalry perished, while Beihai army was completely annihilated. Lu Bu went on a rampage and he kept killing hundreds of men by himself while taking the heads of several other generals in the process. Only Tao Gian's army remains largely intact as he let Lu Bu go without a fight. Ben Chu says that Lu Bu must have died from exhaustion after all of this and maybe he's possessed by some divine devils. Meng De tells Ben Chu to leave Lu Bu alone for now because without Lu Bu, capturing Chang'an is a piece of cake for them now. Hu Zhen is on the walls of Chang'an and he's thinking that Lu Bu must be torn apart by the coalition army by now. But it won't be easy to defend this place, so he will have to rely on Li Su for now. Hu Zhen orders his men to summon Li Su. Li Su asks Hu Zhen why he has banned him from meeting Lu Bu, and Hu Zhen tells him that Lu Bu has defected to the enemy. He further says that he had no idea if Li Su was an accomplice of Lu Bu, that's why he kept him under watch. But Li Su says that if Lu Bu had defected, then why Hu Zhen is still alive? Because it will be easier for him to just kill them both and hand over Chang'an to the enemy. Hu Zhen says that he is right, as he just made up that story to get rid of Lu Bu. But Li Su needs to act smart if he wants to live long in this situation. He tells Li Su that it won't be long before the coalition forces start attacking the city, and they will both be dead if the city falls. So both of them have the same goal for now. Li Su says that he agrees with him, but he needs to go and get the tiger's seal to order the soldiers around, and Hu Zhen agrees to it. Li Su is thinking that he has invested a lot of effort into Chang'an City, but Hu Zhen just snatched his powers away despite being a newcomer. He even set up Lu Bu, who must be long dead by now. The way things are going now, even if they manage to fend off the enemy, he will be killed. So he is thinking of fleeing the city, and if he tells the Grand Master about what Hu Zhen did, then maybe he will be spared. After some time, all armies belonging to the feudal lords gather outside Chang'an. Liu Bei says that they can forget about the recent setback if they manage to conquer the city, and Gongsun says that he is right. Tao Gian orders the catapults to get ready. His men lit the rocks on fire using oil. On his command, they launched the catapults at the same time. The fiery rocks hit the buildings, damaging the city walls in the process. The infantry moves forward with their siege battle rams and ladders to scale the walls. Hu Zhen's men are protecting him while he asks his men why is Li Su taking so long. His men report to him that they cannot find Li Su and maybe he ran away. Hu Zhen gets down as he knows well that Li Su must have ran away to tell the Grand Master about the blunder he just did. One of his men asks him about how they should defend their city and Hu Zhen tells them to just surrender. After some time, Gongsun makes his way inside the city along with other feudal lords. He is thinking that they conquered Chang'an so easily, which has been an obstacle for them for more than a year. Someone smacks Hu Zhen's face with a powerful slap. It turns out to be Zhang Fei, who asks Hu Zhen why he let Lu Bu out. Hu Zhen says that his hatred for Lu Bu runs deep in blood. That's why he denied his entry, hoping the coalition army will eliminate him. But he didn't expect Lu Bu to turn the tides on them and escape. Liu Bei says that even if Lu Bu escaped, he don't have enough men left and he's no longer a threat now that they have captured Chang'an. Zhang Fei suggests that they should kill this backstabber Hu Zhen, but Liu Bei says that they should not do such a thing because Hu Zhen raised the white flag and surrendered to them and no one will cooperate with them in the future if they execute him. Hearing that, Hu Zhen boasts that he's quite close with the Grand Master and he can give them some secret intel about him. This shocks everyone as they were not expecting to get their hands on a man with real information about the Grand Master. Gongsun orders his men to set up a banquet for Hu Zhen, and he says that they should talk further while having some good food. During nighttime, Lu Bu and his tattered men are resting in a forest. Gao Sen tells Lu Bu that his injuries are nothing serious, and he should rest as well. Lu Bu asks Gao Sen that if they manage to return safely, he will request with the Imperials for Gao Sen to be placed under his command. Gao Sen says that this war has really made the battle rams respect him even more, and he will gladly join him. Hua Xiong arrives and he reports that they have finished counting the remaining men. There are 521 horsemen and 352 infantrymen from the battle rams. They have now 873 men in total, and Lu Bu is thinking that if he started with more than 3,000 soldiers, but still so many infantrymen survived that long battle, which is quite amazing. Lu Bu says that their soldiers must be worn and torn by now, and they need food and shelter, so he asks Hua Xiong about any nearby town of smaller scale. Hua Xiong informs him that some soldiers have reported about a small town named Junyi 20 km away from their current location, and he asks Lu Bu if he plans to capture it as a base for their recovery. Lu Bu says he is correct, but his body has reached its limit for today after those intense fights, so he orders Hua Xiong to lead cavalries into the town to secure its 4 gates, and Lu Bu will arrive there later. As Hua Xiong is about to leave, Lu Bu asks him to tell the soldiers to only steal rations from the rich. They can only resort to force if they refuse to provide food. Hua Xiong is a bit hesitant, but he agrees to it. Lu Bu sits right next to Gao Sen and he's feeling quite tired. Lu Bu is thinking that he was being too careless and he's determined to take his revenge on that backstabbing bastard, Hu Zhen. All of a sudden, Gao Sen says that he never expected Lu Bu to sympathize with the poor commoners. Lu Bu asks him why he thinks so, and Gao Sen informs him there are rumors about Lu Bu out there which suggest that he is a cruel and merciless person. But after following him for some time, he came to a realization that those rumors are fake. Lu Bu asks him what if his change in character is due to his many transformations after living through numerous lives. Gao Sen thinks that he's telling the truth, but Lu Bu starts laughing out loud. Gao Sen says that when Lu Bu was fighting today, he was releasing an aura which looked very unnatural for this world. Lu Bu says that he is correct, and as he was about to tell him something important, a hungry tiger pops out of the woods. Gao Sen says that this tiger looks terrific, but Lu Bu tells him not to call him terrifying as he's going to end up as their meal today. Lu Bu grabs his bow and arrow. Lu Bu stretches the bow, but he could not pull it too much because he's totally exhausted. Lu Bu releases the arrow, but at the same time, someone else throws a halberd toward the tiger. The halberd gets stabbed in the head of the tiger and the arrow gets buried in its neck. Lu Bu asks about the identity of the person who threw the halberd, and he's thinking that someone who is capable of throwing a halberd directly into the skull of the tiger cannot be a common person. This person's name is Dian Wei, and he's releasing an unknown type of aura, and he says that he tracked this tiger all the way here as it was supposed to be his ration for a few days. Lu Bu is thinking that this person has a parallel aura to his, and he is undoubtedly an exceptional prodigy, and he needs to take him in. Lu Bu says that in that case, he can take the tiger. Lu Bu first introduces himself and then he asks for his name. Lu Bu releases some aura to intimidate him. Dan Wei can feel that this person is no ordinary soldier after seeing his aura, and he introduces himself to Lu Bu. Lu Bu compliments him for having such a good physique, and he asks him if he's interested in joining the military. Dan Wei tells him that he can't do that as he has already killed some people. He further says that if he ever leaves this forest and the officials get notified, then he will be left with no other choice but to kill more people. Lu Bu starts laughing out loud after hearing it. Lu Bu informs him that no average laws can restrict him if he joins his army, and it's even better if he has killed some people before. But he can kill to his heart's content once he steps on the battlefield, and he will be even rewarded for his kills. Dan Wei asks him if he's telling the truth. Lu Bu tells him that he will appoint him as a discipline enforcer, and later on he will appeal for a higher position for him once he starts contributing to the military. Dan Wei gets down on his knees out of respect for his new general. He has nothing to offer to Lu Bu for now, so he gives his prey to Lu Bu and he accepts it. Lu Bu is thinking that this feeling of receiving gifts from others is quite amazing, and he orders the soldiers to roast the tiger. The next morning, a scout comes with a report that Hua Xiong captured the Junyi town, and they will need about 8 hours by foot to reach that town. But Lu Bu says that 8 hours by foot is a lot of travel. Dan Wei informs them that he knows about a shortcut that would lead them to Junyi town in just 4 hours. The Grand Master becomes really angry at Hu Zhen after hearing about his betrayal from Li Su, who escaped from the city overnight. One of his generals, Shu Rong, gets on his knees and he asks for the permission of the Grand Master to march toward Chang'an to recapture it. Grand Master orders him to spearhead the vanguard and he will lead the main army himself, and they will recapture the city as soon as they can. A few days later, a big war occurs on the other side of Chang'an City. Gongsun informs Meng De that other side of Chang'an was easily penetrable but hard to defend. That's why retreating from there was the only option left for him. He asks for Ben Chu's permission to go back as he needs to reconstruct his elite white cavalry. Meng De is thinking that Gongsun and Sun Jian undoubtedly are the ones with the most contributions, and they also suffered the greatest losses in this war. If one of them hits the drum of retreat, the whole coalition army will start to dissolve. Meng De allows him to retreat back, and Gongsun thanks him back in return. Ben Chu asks Meng De why he let Gongsun go so easily, because the morale of the other warlords will also dip after hearing it, and Meng De says that Gongsun wouldn't have stayed back even if he had begged him to stay. He further informs him that a messenger reported earlier that Lu Bu has shifted toward Yike Pass after snatching provisions from the wealthy households of Junyi, but Ben Chu says that coalition forces can't deal with him right now as they are already stuck in a stalemate with the Grand Master. Meng De informs Ben Chu that Grandmaster is riding on a great momentum of victory after victory. Their confidence will only grow if they come to know about Lu Bu's survival. Ben Chu says that this plan seems fair as they can finish off Lu Bu once and for all while he is still recovering, and he asks Meng De if there is anyone capable for this task in his mind. Meng De tells him to rest assured as he already dispatched 2 capable generals who are more impatient than them. It seems like Meng De sent Bo Fu and his uncle Gong Fu for this job. Bo Fu is bursting with anger as he wants to take revenge for his father's death. His uncle, Gong Fu, tells him to be a bit more patient or their trap will be ruined. They already set up a trap ahead, and once Lu Bu steps in it, there will be no going back for him. Bo Fu is barely controlling his anger and he punches a piece of rock lying nearby. It slides down from the cliff and lands near Lu Bu's horse, alerting him in the process. Lu Bu starts scanning his surroundings for any possible trap. He informs Hua Xiong that going ahead can be dangerous as they got some company. Hua Xiong was about to scream at their enemies to come out, but Lu Bu orders him to not alert the enemies. He further tells them to organize the soldiers quietly, and they will backtrack by the same way they came in. Bo Fu gets angry as Lu Bu turns back, and Gong Fu says that maybe they have been detected. Bo Fu says that they should hurry down for the final showdown, but Gong Fu informs him that this is what Lu Bu wants, and they should not play into his hands. Bo Fu starts crying as taking revenge for his father is his dream, and this is the only chance they can get. Gong Fu gets a flashback of the scene when Sun Jian was pierced by Lu Bu's arrow, and he told them to run away and preserve their bloodline. Gong Fu agrees with his nephew in taking down Lu Bu, but he asks to be the vanguard because he has seen Lu Bu fight before. He will divert Lu Bu's attention, and Bo Fu will take a detour and join him with their main force. Bo Fu agrees to it as Gong Fu only needs to occupy Lu Bu for some time while he makes his way around and join him with their main force. After some time, Lu Bu is heading back with his army. He comes to a stop and looks back after realizing an arrow has been shot toward him. Lu Bu slashes the arrow with a swing of his halberd. Gung Fu rushes toward Lu Bu along with his men. He tells Lu Bu that today is the day his tyranny will end. Lu Bu gives off a grim smile as his enemies finally got impatient and showed themselves. Lu Bu orders his men to charge at the invading force. Gung Fu is killing off every cavalryman belonging to Lu Bu on his way. He knows well that Lu Bu is a monstrous bastard who cannot be taken down using force, so he pours oil on himself. He makes a line using oil and then he throws the oil bag toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu slashes the bag, but unknown to him, it was filled with oil, and it gets splattered on his armor and clothes. Gung Fu dashes toward Lu Bu at max speed. Lu Bu dodges his attack and he pierces the shoulder of Gung Fu with his halberd. With his dying breath, Gung Fu orders his men to fire the flaming arrows toward him. One of his cavalrymen launches a fire arrow toward him. Everything gets lit on fire after getting in contact with the flaming arrow, which in turn results in a big explosion as the gunpowder under Gung Fu's clothes come in contact with the fire. Lu Bu gets engulfed by the raging blaze, and this time, even his generals are worried about his safety. Bo Fu, who was watching all of it from a distance, is still in shock as he don't know why his uncle sacrificed himself like that. Lu Bu is on fire and he drops down from his horse. His men rush toward him to check on him, but Lu Bu gets up on his own and he tells them that mere flames like these are nowhere close to his speed. Gao Sun is wondering about who can be so desperate to die in a suicidal attempt, and Hua Xiong is thinking that he saw some lightning dispersing out from Lu Bu and maybe he was just hallucinating. Lu Bu says that he knows that man well as he was a general under Sun Jian, but he didn't expected him to seek revenge like this. He further says that soldiers of Sun Jian are really faithful warriors, and he orders his men to bury Gung Fu honorably after the fire is extinguished. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Bo Fu and the commander under him still cannot believe that Lu Bu is still alive after all of this. The commander asks Bo Fu for his permission, but Bo Fu says they will retreat for now. The commander is a bit persistent, but Bo Fu tells him that his uncle knew better than them that how much terrifying Lu Bu truly is. That's why he sent them away while he proved his point with his action. He already pushed his uncle into the pit of death, so no one shall sacrifice in vain anymore. Bo Fu is thinking that revenge is a dish best served cold, and he will patiently wait for his chance to strike back. Gao Sun informs Lu Bu that the remaining forces of Sun Jian are not that far away, and if they should chase after them, but Lu Bu tells him to not mind them at all. Their main objective is to reach Yike Pass, so he orders them to hit the road. A few days later, Lu Bu arrives at Yike Pass with his men. The brother of his wife, Wei Shu, who was temporarily appointed as the city lord of Yike Pass, welcomes him, and Lu Bu asks him about the current situation. Wei Shu informs him that Hu Zhen turned over Cheng Gao to the coalition army right after setting Lu Bu up. Fortunately, Li Su rushed back overnight and reported to the Grand Master. He appointed Shu Rong as the vanguard to fight the coalition army, and the coalition army has completely withdrawn back to Changgao City. On the other hand, Hu Jin is now guarding the Ao Granary for the coalition army. After hearing the current events, Lu Bu tells Wei Shu to set up a feast for his soldiers who are fatigued from their long journey. Dian Wei asks them if there's going to be wine in the banquet, and Wei Shu tells him that Lu Bu already set up a rule to not serve wine to the soldiers, as it can cause some blunders in their performance during the battle. Dian Wei starts screaming out loud that having wine after a long battle is the basic right of a soldier. Lu Bu looks back at his soldiers and they are looking dim. Lu Bu tells Wei Shu to take out the wine and serve it to the soldiers. The soldiers become really happy and they toss out their helmets while saying, "Long live General Lu Bu!" The morale of soldiers is touching the skies after having some wine. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Hua Xiong and Dian Wei are enjoying their feast. Lu Bu looks at Gao Sun and he's not looking that much excited about this feast. Lu Bu asks him why he's not having any food. Gao Sun asks Lu Bu that he already knew that wine can brew some disasters, so why did he make an exception today? Lu Bu tells him that he understands his concern, and he banned wine in the first place in order to assert his dominance and establish a tenacious army. It seemed to be the right move to him in the past, but lately he has been trying to think from a different perspective, and he came to a realization that some measures were needlessly extreme, and he cannot force others to follow something that even he do not follows in the first place. Gao Sun thanks Lu Bu for enlightening him, and Lu Bu tells him to not wear a stern face all the time, and he should enjoy his time in here. After a few days, strategist Wen Yu arrived at Yike Pass, and Lu Bu personally goes outside to welcome him. Wen Yu informs Lu Bu that the Grand Master was overjoyed after hearing that Lu Bu is safe and sound. If it wasn't for the war with the coalition army, he would have personally welcomed him. He introduces a new general which was appointed by the Grand Master as the new permanent guardian of Yike Pass. Lu Bu tells Wei Shu to come with him after he is done passing over the work of City Lord to this new general. Wen Yu compliments Lu Bu for his military contributions in this war, as his sensational combat prowess has awed the whole empire. So the Grand Master dispatched an emissary to Chang'an to ask His Majesty for Lu Bu's credits. Wen Yu pulls out a box and he informs Lu Bu that the seal inside this box is granted by His Majesty. From today onwards, Lu Bu will be the East Pacifying General as well as the Marquis of Pingtao, with authority over setting up his own administration. Lu Bu says that these rewards arrived faster than he expected, but he don't deserve them yet. Wen Yo asks him about what he means by that, and if he's trying to go against the Emperor verdict. Lu Bu informs him that it is not the case, as he just wants to make another contribution which will make him really worthy of these rewards. Wen Yo knows well what Lu Bu is trying to say, so he tries to convince him to not get revenge on Hu Zhen, as the Grand Master is already in talks with the coalition army for ceasefire. And if the war continues, other powers like the White Wave Bandits will take advantage of it. Lu Bu says that the bastard Hu Zhen has brought countless deaths among his soldiers. If he backs down now, his soldiers will not trust him with their lives in the future. Lu Bu asks his fellow soldiers if they want to charge toward Ao Granary with him, and they reply with a yes. Wen Yo pulls out the Grand Master's seal and he orders the soldiers to stay put. Lu Bu informs him that this seal is capable of commanding his soldiers, but it cannot command him. Lu Bu asks Dian Wei that he is not officially a soldier yet, so if he wants to go with them and take down Ao Granary. Dian Wei replies with a yes, as he can kill a lot more people to his heart content if he follows Lu Bu. Wen Yu tries his best to convince Lu Bu, but he takes off without listening to his request. Dian Wei pushes Wen Yu aside, and he tells Wen Yu to not block his path to a carnage. A few days later at the Ao Granary, some soldiers from the Hu Zhen army are requesting rations from the general in charge of the food distribution. The general tells them that his job is to simply tally the rations and deliver them to the higher-ups for as much as they demand, and he don't care about some barbarians belonging to Hu Zhen. The Xiliang soldiers are quite pissed after being called barbarians, but they can't do anything as the general says that they made a mistake by following Hu Zhen, who is an incompetent bastard. He further says that they should have followed Lu Bu if they wanted to be respected by others. Someone shoots an arrow toward the general. It pierces through his throat, and his lifeless body falls down to the ground. The soldiers standing there think that maybe the soldiers of Hu Zhen killed him off as he was bad-mouthing them. But before they can do anything, a halberd is thrown toward them, and it pierces through the head of the commander. These attackers turned out to be Lu Bu and Dian Wei. The soldiers get ready to kill them as there are only two of them, and they can be promoted to a higher rank if they can get the head of Lu Bu. Dian Wei tells Lu Bu to leave them to him, and Lu Bu allows him to go all out. Dian Wei gets down from his horse and he jumps up. He leaps toward the group of soldiers who are trying to attack them. Dian Wei easily cuts off most of them in a combo attacks of uppercuts and slashes. Dian Wei pulls out his first halberd from the head of the dead commander. Some soldiers are trying to run away from Hu Zhen men as bait, and Dian Wei starts heading toward them. Lu Bu orders him to kill the soldiers belonging to the coalition army and leave Xiliang army to him. Lu Bu heads over to the two commanders of Xiliang army. He remembers them both as he was the one who personally promoted both of them. He says that their situation is not looking well, and they must be disgusted by that coward Hu Zhen. Without wasting any time, both of them get on their knees. They tell Lu Bu that Hu Zhen is a timid and incompetent general, and they are willing to follow Lu Bu till their deaths. Other soldiers of Hu Zhen get on their knees as well, and they say that they also want to follow Lu Bu from now on. Lu Bu orders them to gather the soldiers under them and lead them to Hu Zhen. Dian Wei is a bit pissed as he wanted to kill the Xiliang army as well. Meanwhile, Hu Zhen, who is under the influence of alcohol, asks his servants for more wine. He gets startled after Lu Bu breaks his wine jar with his halberd, and he tells them there is no more wine for him. Hu Zhen gets really scared after finding out that Lu Bu is still alive, and he calls for his soldiers. Lu Bu tells him to save his effort as he has taken in most of the Xiliang soldiers under him. As for the trashes from the coalition army, they have already been taken care of by Dian Wei. Lu Bu tells Hu Zhen that he burned all bridges and led countless soldiers to their demise. Hu Zhen gets on his knees and he starts begging Lu Bu for his dear life by saying that he will be the loyal dog of Lu Bu from now on. Lu Bu says that in the case it is fine and he will give him a chance. Lu Bu will count to 10, and if Hu Zhen manages to get out of this room, then he will be set free. Plus, Lu Bu will not use his hands during those 10 seconds, and Hu Zhen asks him if he's telling the truth. Lu Bu says that his words are worth thousands of gold, and Hu Zhen gets ready to run after hearing it. Hu Zhen starts running after Lu Bu, starts the countdown, and Lu Bu powers up his heart for the maximum boost of speed. After counting up to 4, Lu Bu uses his leg to kick his halberd toward Hu Zhen, and it chops off both of his legs. Hu Zhen is screaming with pain, but he starts crawling toward the exit. He finally makes it out of the room before the count of 9. But all of his morale shatters as Lu Bu appears right in front of him in just a second, and he tells Hu Zhen that it's unfortunate that he didn't grab this opportunity. Hu Zhen says that Lu Bu tricked him, and Lu Bu says that he's right, and he should complain about Lu Bu to the king of the underworld. He orders his soldiers to execute Hu Zhen as he is done with him. Hu Zhen curses Lu Bu for being a liar, and Lu Bu thanks him for his kind compliment. With that being said, Lu Bu's men chop off Hu Zhen into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bofu is going back to his town to recuperate. Ben Chu says that losing or winning are common things in military affairs and he should not be discouraged by this, and Meng De assures him that they will take revenge for him. Bofu says that he wants to fight Lu Bu himself, but right now, he can't do anything against that monster. A scout comes in with a report stating that Lu Bu led an army of 2 and took down Ao Granary. He hung up Hu Zhen's head on its wall as well. He further reports that all 3,000 soldiers of Xiliang army under Hu Zhen's command surrendered to Lu Bu, and their supply troops were also slaughtered by them. Ben Chu still can't believe Lu Bu did all of that with just 2 men. Bofu informs both of them when he had not met Lu Bu, he thought he was just a little stronger than the average generals. But after meeting him, he realized that Lu Bu had no trace of humanity left in him. Lu Bu is an invincible demon, and his father did not die due to a mistake at that time. Therefore, he tells them both to be careful while dealing with Lu Bu in the future. And with that being said, he takes his leave. Meng De is thinking that his worst nightmare is coming true as first Geng Sun left and now the son of Sun Jian. Meanwhile, at the Ao Granary, a soldier reports to Lu Bu that all the grain has been made into dry rations. Lu Bu tells his soldiers to listen well, as tomorrow they will follow him to take back Chenggao. Lu Bu says that he will personally teach a lesson to the coalition army, and his men give out a battle cry. Lu Bu is thinking that these soldiers have been oppressed for so long, and now they've got a chance to vent out their frustrations. With these type of suicidal soldiers, he can easily win this upcoming battle. A few days later at Chenggao City, strategist Zi Yuan informs Ben Chu that Han Fu requested to return to Jizhou to supervise the supply of grain, and he's afraid that it's not a good thing. Ben Chu asks him about what they should do. Zi Yuan says that the current situation of the war is chaotic, and the era of warlords dividing the lands in the eastern region will arrive soon. Ben Chu says that he knows it well. It's supposed to be a restoring order, but in reality, it's actually a pretext to oppose the central authority. Zi Yuan informs Ben Chu that he is the alliance leader for now, but once the war settles down, the warlords will try to gain as much land as they can, and Han Fu will definitely become an obstacle to him at that time. Right now, if the Grandmaster decides to prolong the war, he will just cut off the food supply and provisions, and in less than a month, the coalition army will collapse without a fight. Ben Chu becomes afraid after hearing this, and he tells Zi Yuan to not make such groundless and exaggerated statements, as Han Fu is a respectable person, and he would not do such a shameful act. Zi Yuan says that human hearts are difficult to fathom, and as a leader, one must always be prepared for the worst. Ben Chu says he's right, and asks him about what they should do next. Before Zi Yuan can reply, a scout comes in with a report stating that Lu Bu, along with approximately 3,000 soldiers of Xiliang army, appeared in the east side of the city. And Zi Yuan says that it is good that he came here on his own. Zi Yuan tells Ben Chu that Lu Bu is a brave and skilled warrior, but the rations he seized from the Ao Granary will only last him for 3 days at most, and as long as they delay him, they can then attack and take back Ao Granary from behind while cutting Lu Bu's retreat option at the same time. They will then cut off the food supply to Lu Bu, and he will die from starvation. He further says that they can take advantage of Lu Bu's pretext to detain Han Fu and weaken the military powers of other warlords at the same time. Ben Chu says this is a perfect idea, and they should head toward the city walls to meet other warlords right now. After some time, Lu Bu is standing right outside the city walls. Lu Bu shouts out loud that the huge and mighty coalition army is cowering behind the city walls and refusing to fight him since they are afraid that they will lose just like last time. Lu Bu starts cursing Ben Chu, and Ben Chu gets really pissed after hearing it. Ben Chu orders the archers to quickly shoot arrows at Lu Bu. A volley of arrows is shot toward Lu Bu, but he's standing in his place without moving an inch. All arrows fall down a few inches away from Lu Bu. Lu Bu says that if this is all, or if they are trying to gift arrows to him. Lu Bu pulls out his bow and arrow and he tells them to look carefully as he is going to teach them how to properly use a bow. With that being said, Lu Bu shoots the arrow. It flies toward the part of the wall where Benchu is standing on. Benchu ducks down and the arrow pierces through his hair. After that, the arrow destroys a big wooden flag behind him. The destroyed wooden flag falls down on the ground with a big bang. Benchu is bursting in anger and he shouts out that whoever goes out and brings him the head of Lu Bu can have his position as the coalition army leader. After hearing it, his dumb brother Yuan Shu says that he will do it. Meanwhile, Meng De informs them that Chenggao is easy to defend but hard to attack. The front of the castle gate is a narrow path, and if they open it, Lu Bu can easily keep on chopping off the soldiers in that narrow path, and they will not be able to overwhelm him with their large numbers. Warlord Kong Rong suggests that they should send a brave general out to provoke Lu Bu and lure him closer to the castle walls. They can just ambush him with several other generals once he is closer. But Benchu says that Sun Jian is dead, and Gongsun is not here and he don't know about any other brave general. Kong Shu comes over and he informs Benchu that he has a fierce general under his command. His name is Liu Li, and he is skilled in using a giant mountain opening sword, and he has boundless strength. Kong Rong says that Kong Shu is correct, and he will send 4 of his elite soldiers to assist Liu Li. They all agree on that, and the city gates are opened after some time. General Liu Li comes out of the gate and he challenges to Lu Bu to do a one-on-one battle with him. Poor Liu Li was about to say something else, but he gets a headshot with an arrow. His dead body falls down back inside the city gates. The other elite soldiers who were there to assist him run back inside after making excuses that their stomach is not feeling well today. Kong Shu starts crying out loud after witnessing the death of his most powerful general. Kong Rong tells them to forget it, as they cannot compete with Lu Bu's strength. They will leave once his supplies run out. Meanwhile, Benchu is thinking these warlords are not fools, and they will not do something risky after suffering these losses. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Bu is getting tired after standing still for so long. Lu Bu says that these bastards have turned into turtles and they are hiding inside their shells. He orders his entire army to camp here, as they will now engage in a long-term confrontation with them. After some time, his men are done with setting up their camp. Dian Wei is trying out the bow and he shoots an arrow toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu barely manages to dodge it in time and he asks Dian Wei if he's trying to seize this opportunity to take over his position. He tells Lu Bu that he was quite impressed after witnessing his archery skills, and how he took down the enemy general in one shot was an extraordinary kill, so he was just trying to see if he can use the bow like him. Lu Bu tells him that physical strength alone is not enough, and he could not even hit a target in such a short distance. He can accidentally kill his own soldiers, and Dian Wei says that he will not touch a bow and arrow ever again. A scout comes with a report stating that the coalition army from Xingyang City has taken over Ao Granary. The soldiers who were defending the city have evacuated according Lu Bu's instructions and have returned to their respective troops. Lu Bu asks him about how many soldiers did they send, and he replies with a 50,000. Lu Bu gives off a grim smile as this was the moment he was waiting for. He orders his commander to keep a few troops in here so they can pretend like the whole army is still stationed in here. Lu Bu orders Dian Wei to follow him with his soldiers as they are going to raid Xingyang City, and Dian replies with a yes. A few days later, Lu Bu took advantage of the opportunity to attack and capture Xingyang. The main general Kang Hong abandoned the city and fled to the Ao Granary. Lu Bu entered the city and he recovered a large amount of food and supplies. After learning about this news, the coalition forces dispatched troops to attack Xingyang from all sides, but they were unable to capture it for a long time due to the distraction caused by the Grand Master in the rear and the fierce resistance of Lu Bu. Meng De informs Benchu that the warlords want to retreat, but Benchu says that they cannot retreat now or they will lose this war. If this campaign fails, they will all become rebels and no one will be able to escape. Meng De informs him that the situation can still change, as yesterday the Grand Master sent a peace treaty. As long as they withdraw their troops, all the past matters will not be held accountable. Benchu says that the other warlords may not have any issues with this plan, but as the instigator, he will be killed by the Grand Master. Dong Zhou is doing this all on purpose to simply divide and rule. Meng De tells Benchu that he is worrying too much. It's just that the other warlords are losing too much by continuing this battle, and they will definitely take this opportunity to withdraw their troops. He is afraid that when the time comes, the Grand Master will issue an edict to raise the so-called Banner of Justice to stir up the warlords. When that time comes, both Meng De and Benchu will be the target of their campaign. Ji Yuan comes up and he tells Benchu that he has a plan that will make Lu Bu withdraw his troops. Benchu asks him about what kind of plan he has in mind. Ji Yuan tells him that he will keep it a secret for now, and he will tell them about its details once it succeeds. A few days later, Yi Yuan arrives at the camp of the Grandmaster Dongzhou, and he asks him to withdraw his troops. Dongzhou says that right now his army has the advantage in the battle, and he asks Ji Yuan about where did he got the courage to come and act like he can order him around. Ji Yuan tells him that there are many rebel forces among Xiliang army, and the White Wave bandits must be making him quite anxious these days. He knows well that the Grandmaster don't want to drag out this battle with the coalition army anymore, but right now, everyone refuses to back down, and it's nothing more than a matter of pride and status. The Grandmaster tells him to not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Ji Yuan tells him that this world is a chaotic place nowadays, and the Grand Chancellor must want to have strong generals by his side, especially Lu Bu, who is 1 in a million prodigy, and therefore, if Lu Bu was to be defeated, it would be a big loss for the Grandmaster. Currently, Lu Bu is besieged by the coalition army and he's trapped inside Xinjiang City, but he's still holding on somehow. In a few days, the coalition army will definitely break through and capture him, and this will serve as a huge blow to the Grandmaster's army morale. He tells the Grandmaster that if he recalls Lu Bu, they will also follow the trend and retreat, which will guarantee Lu Bu's safe return. The Grandmaster is thinking that he also wanted to make peace, but his grandson Lu Bu is a stubborn fellow, so he asks Wen Yu about what he thinks about this situation. Wen Yu says that this is all nonsense and full of lies. Lu Bu's 3,000 troops can easily suppress the lords of 8 towns. If the coalition army could kill Lu Bu somehow, then it will serve as a big morale boost for their army, and they would never let Lu Bu go if that was the case. Wen Yu says that there can be 2 possibilities. First, there is a crisis of falling out of trust within the coalition forces, and the second possibility can be that the situation of Lu Bu must not be as dire as he described. On the contrary, it will pose a threat to their rear, and that's what forced Ji Yuan to come here and negotiate. Ji Yuan stays silent as what Wen Yu said is correct. The Grandmaster tells Ji Yuan to return back to the coalition army as he cannot kill an envoy between 2 armies. Ji Yuan comes back and reports everything that transpired at the Grandmaster's camp to Benchu. Benchu gets really angry as he was waiting for a good news from his side, and Ji Yuan apologizes to him for his incompetence. Ji Yuan starts leaving and Meng De tells him to stop as his visit to the Grandmaster was not all in vain, as every warlord knows that he returned after meeting with the Grandmaster. He pulls out a decree which he wrote after Ji Yuan left to meet the Grandmaster. He further tells Ji Yuan to just show this edict to the warlords and falsely claim that it came from the Grandmaster. Then those warlords will be left with no other choice but to comply with them. The next day, the warlords open the edict which states that Benchu should be the one who will bring peace and pacify the empire. But he was misled by other warlords and he temporarily deviated from the right path. The Grandmaster hopes that Benchu can wake up from his confusion and raise a righteous army to support the royal family together with the Grandmaster and hand over the rebellious warlords to the imperial court for punishment. And if Benchu complies with it, the court will no longer investigate the past transgressions of Benchu, and he will be rewarded with glory and honor by the royal court. The warlords get really pissed after hearing it, and they start begging Benchu to not trust this edict by the Grand Chancellor, and they will win this battle no matter what. Benchu tells them to not worry as back then they handed the leadership position to him. He further says that they will face this crisis together and they will fight together till their deaths. Ji Yuan is thinking that Meng De is too vile as he already knew that the negotiations were going to fail and he waited to use his failure to their advantage. Han Fu rips the edict in 2 after saying that he will follow Benchu till his death. All other warlords also say the same thing and they tell Benchu to dispatch them to whichever place he wants. A few days later, Hua Xiong and Gao Sun arrive at Xinjiang City along with their troops. Lu Bu asks them that why did they disobey the military command and come here. Hua Xiong informs him that the Grandmaster came to know of his marvelous achievements and he sent them here on his own in order to suppress the coalition forces. Lu Bu is thinking that it must be the idea of Wen Yu, and that guy is really good at taking advantage of every situation. Lu Bu tells them to take a rest first as tomorrow they will cut off the enemy's food supply and his generals agree on it. The next day, a platoon of the coalition forces is moving with the food supplies. They come to a stop after watching Lu Bu and his men blocking their way. Lu Bu gives off a grin smile and he orders his troops to charge forward with him. The platoon leader knows he is in deep trouble and after a few hours, the whole platoon gets slaughtered. Benchu becomes angry after hearing about it and Ji Yuan suggests that they should surround and destroy Lu Bu once and for all or they will lose this battle from both fronts. Benchu says that Lu Bu has taken over the city of Xingyang, and he's using guerrilla warfare tactics from all directions, and he asks Ziyuan if he has any other good idea. Ziyuan says that he believes Meng De must have come up with a good idea by now. Meng De asks them about what was the last time Lu Bu was in a desperate situation, and Benchu tells him that it was most likely the time when they trapped him outside Chenggao, but unfortunately he still managed to escape. Meng De says that the last time he was lucky enough to escape, but if they were to give it a second try, he will definitely have no chance to escape. Lu Bu is currently using hit-and-run tactics to disrupt their food supply chain, which will indirectly affect their stalemate with the Grand Master, and once they don't have enough strength to fight, the coalition forces will retreat from Chenggao on their own, and Lu Bu will try to take advantage of that opportunity. Benchu says that knowing how Lu Bu operates, he will try to block their retreat. Meng De suggests that they should transport a large number of supplies out of Chenggao City to create an illusion of withdrawing the troops. Lu Bu will definitely come after them after finding out about it. Ziyuan says that Lu Bu is not a fool, and if they try to arrange ambushes like this, then Lu Bu will find out. Meng De says that they will hide their soldiers among the supply wagons and transport them outside the city. They will hide in the mountains and prepare themselves for the ambush. Ziyuan agrees with him on it, as this plan sounds really good. Benchu starts praising Meng De for having such extraordinary strategic capabilities, but Meng De informs them that the previous strategy of fake edict and this one is not his strategy. They were suggested to him by Shen Yun, who was once a court official in Luoyang. He was dissatisfied with the Grand Chancellor's plan to dispose of the emperor, so he resigned from his position and left. It was him who gave advice twice to Meng De through letters. The next day, Gao Sun informs Lu Bu that a large number of supply wagons have been transported out of Chenggao these past few days. Lu Bu says that it seems like their efforts are finally paying off. The incompetent coalition warlords are finally unable to hold on, and they must be withdrawing their troops very soon. Lu Bu orders Gao Sun to gather all troops and advance toward Chenggao, as he wants to trap the coalition forces inside the city until they die. Meanwhile, inside the territory of Youzhou, Liu Bei reports to Gongsun that the coalition forces are planning to withdraw while Lu Bu is currently gathering his troops. He further informs him that the coalition armies can't defend against attack from both sides, that's why they are left with no other choice but to retreat, and Lu Bu will try to block them inside the city. Currently, both sides must be engaged in a fierce battle, and if they launch a surprise attack from the rear on Lu Bu's forces, they will easily be able to get all the credits for this victory. But Gongsun says that he cannot do such an unreasonable thing, as he already bid farewell to Benchu. Liu Bei tries to convince him by saying that after this, there are going to be many conflicts among the warlords and he can achieve a dominant position among them. But Gongsun says that he is fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the situation, but Lu Bu is simply undefeatable. He further says that the coalition forces are going to get hit really hard this time, and it is better for his white cavalry to stay out of this war so they can recuperate their forces. Liu Bei comes out and he informs his brothers about the decision of Gongsun, and they are quite pissed with it. Zhang Fei says that Gongsun is a coward and he dares to call himself the leader of white cavalry. Liu Bei tells his brothers that at this point, it seems like the three of them will have to go on their own. He informs his brothers that other warlords know about the three of them and maybe they will gain some unexpected gains from this war. After some days, Lu Bu is moving through the territory of Guoting with his army. Lu Bu is thinking that something is off as things have been going too smooth for him. He orders Hua Xiong to be on standby with 200 cavalrymen, and in case something unexpected happens, he can provide support to Lu Bu. Hua Xiong asks him the reason for it, as dispersing troops now can be a grave mistake. Lu Bu says that he has a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart, and it's better to leave a way out. After some time, Lu Bu arrives at Chenggao. Yuan Shu along with Meng De are amazed as their plan finally worked. Meng De asks Ziyuan about this strategy and he tells them that such extraordinary strategies can only be executed by those who are adept at them, and it is quite difficult for ordinary people to achieve this level. Meng De is thinking that based on his understanding of Shen Yun, he is not capable of such strategies and most likely there is someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. Lu Bu shouts out at the warlords that he came here after knowing that they are retreating. Yuan Shu gets agitated after hearing it and he tells Lu Bu to not be arrogant as he fell right into their trap. He keeps on spouting bullcrap while Lu Bu prepares his bow. The warlords get down from the walls and Meng De asks the foolish Yuan Shu about why he provoked Lu Bu. Yuan Shu hands over the command to Meng De and he retreats back inside the city. Meng De is thinking that this Yuan Shu is a complete fool and he's wondering that Benchu should have sent the reinforcements by now. After a while, a huge army comes up from the rear side of Lu Bu. Gao Sun says that there are too many soldiers and he has no idea about how they managed to mobilize such a large army outside the city without alerting anyone. Lu Bu says that it does not matter anymore as their top priority is to escape from here. Lu Bu will lead the cavalry to break through the enemy lines and open up a gap while Gao Sun will lead the infantry to follow up. Lu Bu says that Dian Wei wanted to go on a killing spree for a long time and he asks him if these numbers of enemies are enough for him to kill, and Dian Wei replies with a yes. Lu Bu orders him to clear the way for the vanguard units and he is tasked with protecting General Gao Sun with his life, but Dian Wei says that he is afraid. With that being said, Lu Bu takes off and he orders Xiliang cavalry to follow him. Lu Bu is a bit shocked as the savage Dian Wei just told him that he is afraid to die, but Lu Bu thinks that once he starts killing, his worries of death will wash off. With that being said, Lu Bu charges right into the middle of the incoming infantry. Meanwhile, Dian Wei is right behind him, wreaking havoc among the foot soldiers. Ben Chu is spectating the battle unfold from a distance, realizes that Lu Bu is trying to break through from the east. He tells his generals to surround Lu Bu from northeast direction. After some time, Lu Bu gets completely surrounded and he realizes that these reinforcements came too quickly, and someone must be commanding them from a high altitude. This reminds Lu Bu about an advice General Yan gave him in the simulator world. In the past, General Yan told him that he is good at winning battles with fewer troops, and he asks him if there is no city gate to rely on in the rear and the enemy has more troops surrounding him, then what he will do. Lu Bu replies by saying that he is dull and cannot come up with a clever strategy, so he humbly asks the general to teach him. General Yan tells him that having more troops is an objective advantage, but once there are too many troops, the speed of transmitting orders gets slower, and there will be a big time lag between each order. If the enemy troops are arranged in layers, he can just move in a zigzag formation to confuse the enemy general who is relaying orders, and once the enemy troops are confused with too many orders, they can use this chance to break through from a single direction. General Yan's teachings can be put to test in this situation, so Lu Bu orders his troops to turn right and charge forward. After seeing this, Ben Chu orders his troops to surround Lu Bu from the right. At the same time, Lu Bu orders his men to change direction and charge through their left this time. Meng De, who is watching all of this unfold from the city walls, thinks that this current development is not good. He is thinking that Lu Bu is perfectly taking advantage of enemies' big troops, which are hard to move around, and he is consistently changing the direction of his charge to confuse the enemy. On the other side, Ben Chu tells his commander that they cannot stop Lu Bu anymore, so he orders them to light the red smoke signal and to notify Tao Qian to prepare for attack. After watching the red smoke signal, Tao Qian realizes that Lu Bu is heading toward them. One of his generals, Sun Guan, says that this is their chance, but Tao Qian is having second thoughts. Tao Qian knows well that so many soldiers under Ben Chu couldn't stop Lu Bu, so he don't think he can stop him either. He knows well that Lu Bu is a beast who can easily ravage through his foot soldiers, but he cannot back off right now. Liu Bei arrives there with his brothers and he asks Tao Qian if he's struggling to think of how he can deal with Lu Bu. He further tells him that the three of them can help him deal with Lu Bu. Tao Qian remembers seeing them with Warlord Gongsun in the past, and Liu Bei says he is correct, and he introduces himself to Tao Qian. Tao Qian asks them about Gongsun and if he's going to join this war, but Liu Bei tells him that the three of them came alone on their own to settle the score with Lu Bu. They can help Tao Qian by getting rid of Lu Bu for him, and Tao Qian is thinking that these three were able to pin down Lu Bu in the past, and this is an opportunity sent by the heavens, and Tao Qian agrees by saying that he will appreciate their help. Liu Bei and his brother thank Tao Qian for his general's proposal. On the other side, Lu Bu barely made it out of Ben Chu's army formation. All of a sudden, he hears a familiar voice calling him out. This voice turns out to be from Zhang Fei, who comes running toward Lu Bu while his brother tries to stop him. He clashes with Lu Bu on horseback, but Lu Bu blocks his attack. Before Lu Bu can retaliate, Guan Yu tries to attack him. Lu Bu keeps on blocking their attacks and he tells them that they are quite persistent. He asks them about their third brother and if he's planning to pull another sneak attack just like last time. But Guan Yu tells him to not slander their brother's name and they are both enough for him. Lu Bu looks around to scan their brother among the countless enemies, but he could not find him, so he thinks that maybe he went to his rear to finish off his men. All of a sudden, someone reports to Gao Sun that a group of people suddenly charged in from their right side. Gao Sun knows well that this person had a battle with Lu Bu in the past, and he remembers Lu Bu saying that this person was not that much strong. But he is very good at observing the situation and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, so Gao Sun starts rushing toward him to finish him off. Both of them clash their swords for the first time. They keep on attacking back and forth. Liu Bei tells Gao Sun that Lu Bu is being occupied by his two brothers right now, and he will not be able to come to the rescue this time, and they cannot give back up to Lu Bu as they are being stopped here by him. Gao Sun tells him that he's mistaken, as he has someone as fierce as Lu Bu in his vanguard unit. This person turns out to be Dian Wei, who have killed so many people that his fear of death is no more, and he is starting to emit an evil aura of carnage. Gao Sun orders Dian Wei to go and kill the morale of their enemies right now, and Dian Wei obliges to his order. Dian Wei dashes toward the platoon of enemies which just arrived with Liu Bei. He goes on a berserk mode and he keeps on massacring the enemies left and right. After watching it, Liu Bei realizes that this person is as good as Lu Bu, so he orders his men to retreat for now as he needs the help of his two brothers to get rid of Dian Wei. Liu Bei starts running off and he tells General Sun to hold off the enemy while he comes back with the reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Bu is being pinned down by the two brothers. Lu Bu is thinking that these two brothers have improved significantly since the last time they met. All of a sudden, Lu Bu feels an attack coming from his back. He quickly pulls his halberd to block the attack from Liu Bei. Lu Bu says that it was expected as he used the same cowardly trick as last time. Liu Bei tells his brothers that they're going to first kill off Lu Bu, then head to the rear to kill another beast. All three brothers rush at Lu Bu at the same time. They attack Lu Bu in unison, but Lu Bu easily brushes off their attacks. This intense situation triggers Lu Bu's heart strengthening and he starts sparking up with strength. The attacks of three brothers get even fiercer and Lu Bu gets a few slashes on his body. Liu Bei is thinking that they have been battling it out for a long time, but they barely managed to land a few slashes on Lu Bu, and Lu Bu is thinking that these three brothers are the best fighters in the world and he cannot hold them back for much longer. Even the assistance of the system is not helpful in this situation. All three of them attack Lu Bu once again in unison. This time, Lu Bu is on edge and he's barely holding on against them. They manage to land two big cuts on Lu Bu's chest. Lu Bu falls down from his horse and he thinks that maybe this is the place where he will die. And watching the hooves of the black horse reminds him of the simulation world where he died by getting stomped by horses. But before they can chop off his head, Lu Bu's vision gets blurry. He gets a bunch of system notifications stating that his mental synchronization rate is increasing rapidly and it starts giving error after reaching 133%. After encountering so many errors, the system's self-protection mode activates. This mode pulls out the inner beast of Lu Bu and he easily catches the halberd of Zhang Fei with his bare hands. Zhang Fei is trying his best to pierce Lu Bu, but he cannot get past his hand grip. The red energy seeps into the spear of Zhang Fei and he feels a hot sensation. Lu Bu seizes this chance to jump over and kick Zhang Fei right in the face. Zhang Fei drops down on the ground after receiving the kick. At the same time, Guan Yu tries to chop off Lu Bu with his halberd, but Lu Bu blocks it using the spear of Zhang Fei. After the impact, the whole body of Guan Yu starts trembling as if he just hit iron. Lu Bu picks up his halberd from the ground and he tries to kill Guan Yu with it. Guan Yu barely manages to dodge it, but he still gets a cut on his face. Without giving any time to Guan Yu to retaliate, Lu Bu kicks him right in the face. Guan Yu falls down from his horse and Lu Bu jumps toward him to pierce him with his halberd and the spear. Guan Yu manages to do a backflip on time which saves his life for now. But before he can get his feet on the ground, Lu Bu kicks him in the face. The kick was so powerful that it sent Guan Yu flying a few meters away from him. Liu Bei cannot believe what he just saw as Lu Bu was struggling to keep up with them a few moments ago. But Lu Bu is looking completely uninjured right now and he gets a notification stating that the system is under maintenance. Without wasting any time, Lu Bu dashes toward the third brother at an unbelievable speed. Guan Yu can't let Lu Bu to hurt his third brother, so he musters up his strength in order to save his brother. Zhang Fei tried to grab Lu Bu, but Lu Bu brushed him off in time. Zhang Fei is unarmed right now, so he asks his elder brother for the sword and Liu Bei throws his sword toward him. Right after catching the sword, Zhang Fei attacks Lu Bu. Lu Bu seizes this chance to pierce the head of Zhang Fei with his halberd, but his halberd gets parried by Guan Yu's halberd. The three brothers are once again in a stalemate with Lu Bu, and Liu Bei tries to attack Lu Bu from behind. But before he can land his attack, Lu Bu performs a backflip to kick off Liu Bei's sword. Lu Bu then does a follow-up attack with a halberd swing which manages to put a cut on Liu Bei's body. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu are worried about their big brother. Liu Bei informs them that he's fine and they should be both careful while dealing with this monster. Lu Bu starts swinging in a circle to land several hits on both brothers. Both of them are suffering from big cuts with every swing attack Lu Bu performs, and they don't know how a human can have such power. In the end, both of them could not keep up with Lu Bu's speed. They fall down on the ground and their bodies are filled with small cuts. Lu Bu is laughing like a demon and he starts looking around. After watching a big enemy platoon, Lu Bu rushes toward it at max speed. He then starts wreaking havoc among their ranks, and the brothers have no idea why Lu Bu left them alive and went for the foot soldiers. Their big brother thinks that maybe Lu Bu is in a state of insanity all along, and fortunately they're still alive, so he tells his brothers to seize this chance to withdraw. Zhang Fei is worried about his spear because Lu Bu took it along with him, but his brother tells him to forget it if he wants to live a longer life. On the other side, Dian Wei has killed enemies to his heart content, but he ran out of stamina, and Gao Sun compliments him for his effort. Dian Wei asks Gao Sun if he performed well compared to General Lu Bu. Gao Sun says that he is already doing an excellent work, and he believes that after some more trials and challenges, he will be able to compete with Lu Bu. The whole army under Gao Sun gets alerted as someone breaks through the enemy formation, and his demon-like laughter can be heard from a mile away. After watching Lu Bu, Gao Sun says that he's having second thoughts and maybe Dian Wei can never match the strength of Lu Bu. Meanwhile, Lu Bu is standing on the dead bodies of countless brave men from the coalition army, and he is fully pumped up like a true god of war. After Lu Bu killed every single coalition army soldier within sight, the system got repaired up to 100% and Lu Bu's consciousness faded due to the overload on his body. His body is currently drowning inside the system space. Lu Bu is thinking that maybe he died and this is the underworld. All of a sudden, he hears someone calling him an evil creature. It turns out to be his father from the simulation world who says that so many people died because of him. After that, General Yan appears there and he tells Lu Bu that he is disappointed because of him. General Yan told him many times to not become arrogant and impulsive in life. Lu Bu says that there must be a misunderstanding and he tries to explain everything. He says that he did everything in his power to achieve victory and save as many soldiers as he can, but in the end, he failed. After that, Xue Yun appears in front of him and she asks him about why he's so heartless. Xue Yun starts running toward Lu Bu. She catches his hand and her face has an evil expression on it, and she tells Lu Bu that she wants him to stay here forever. Lu Bu knows that real Xue Yun will never act like this, but before he can say something, his vision starts returning. Lu Bu grips the hand of Gao Sun, thinking that he was about to kill him. Lu Bu says he's sorry, as he was having a bad dream, and he thought that an enemy was about to finish him off. And he asks Gao Sun about the current situation. Gao Sun asks him if he has forgotten everything. Previously, Lu Bu was killing the enemies like a crazy person, and he passed out after opening a huge path for his army. Their vanguard unit had to sacrifice their lives in order to escort them out of that mayhem. Aside from 56 cavalrymen, most of their troops perished in that last battle. Gao Sun begs for his forgiveness as many great commanders and soldiers died due to his incompetence. Lu Bu tells him to not worry as the fault lies with him. He got too much greedy for success, which in turn took the lives of so many soldiers. Dian Wei brings the halberd of Lu Bu and he cuts his own hand with the halberd. Lu Bu says that he will bear the punishment for today's mistake, and he offers his blood as a sacrifice in the honor of the fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ben Chu is afraid as he couldn't even capture Lu Bu even with all of his might. Meng De tells Ben Chu to not blame himself, even though Lu Bu escaped, but most of his subordinates were wiped out. He is now just a commander with no soldiers under his command. He further tells him that this is the best outcome in this situation as Grand Master had long intended to retreat, but it was hard to admit defeat as he was riding on a winning streak due to Lu Bu. Meng De says that the Grand Master will not drag this fight anymore, and the warlords of the coalition army also obtained what they wanted. Ben Chu says that Meng De is correct, and their coalition army is not far from falling apart. After a few days, Lu Bu made it to the hall of the Grand Master, and the Grand Master tells him to step forward so he can receive the rewards for his military contributions. But Lu Bu says that he led thousands of soldiers to their demise, and he don't deserve these rewards, so he requests the Grand Master to punish him. Wen Yo says he is wrong as he only lost 3,000 soldiers while the coalition army lost more than 30,000 soldiers. Grand Master praises Lu Bu for his bravery as he killed the rebel Hu Jin, and he dealt a massive blow to the coalition army, and he even compares Lu Bu to Xiang Yu, who was a hero in the ancient times. General Ziran says that Lu Bu's achievements are remarkable, but he thinks that Lu Bu don't deserve the title to govern a region. He further requests the Grand Master to reconsider this promotion, and Lu Bu becomes pissed after hearing it. Lu Bu tells the Grand Master that he is ready to receive the promotion. Grand Master happily welcomes him to come forward and receive the royal decree. After giving the decree to Lu Bu, Grand Master tasks him with destroying this city, as he has decided to move to the capital city of Chang'an. After the meeting, all officials start heading back. General Wang Fang stops after hearing the voice of Lu Bu. General Wang congratulates Lu Bu for becoming the Marquis of Pingtao, and Lu Bu tells him that 1,000 sets of equipment he previously borrowed from him perished along with his soldiers, and Lu Bu has already requested for more sets of armor from the Grand Master, and he will return them along with some interest. Lu Bu gifts him the divine spear he got from Zhang Fei, and Wang becomes happy after receiving it. But the spear is made up of meteoric iron, which is quite heavy, and General Wang can't carry it with ease. General Xu Rong comes up to him and he tells General Xu that he received the spear from Lu Bu. General Xu Rong says that this spear is good, but no one other than Lu Bu is strong enough to wield it, and General Wang agrees with him. Lu Bu tells them that he already has his halberd, and he previously promised General Wang that he will bring a good quality spear for him. Dian Wei interrupts them by saying that spear is not that much heavy and he can easily handle it. General Xu Rong gives the spear to Dian Wei as he tells him to try it out. After receiving the spear, Dian Wei starts performing some martial techniques, and it turns out he can easily handle the spear. General Xu Rong says that this spear is best suited for Dian Wei, and he gifts it to him. The next noon, everyone made it out of the city, and Lu Bu gathered his men in order to destroy the city. They burned down the whole city along with the palace, but Lu Bu is thinking that it is a total waste of resources. After burning the whole city to ashes, Lu Bu tells his soldiers to get ready to depart. The Grand Master moved to the capital city of Chang'an, but one of Lu Bu's men found an imperial seal while he was trying to lit fire to the chamber of the Grand Master. After a few days inside the city of Chang'an, a soldier informs the Grand Master that Lu Bu is here, and the Grand Master tells him to let him in. Lu Bu enters the main hall and he has fully recovered from his previous injuries. Lu Bu gets down on his knees and the Grand Master says that there is no need for formalities, and he further informs him that things became quite peaceful between them and the warlords after they retreated to the capital city. But it turns out that the warlords locked horns with each other, and Han Fu even allowed Ben Chu to take down Ji Zhou, and now he has become an even greater threat to the royal court. Lu Bu asks the Grand Master if he wants him to get rid of Ben Chu, but Grand Master tells him that they retreated to the capital city in order to avoid wars, and they don't have resources to support a large-scale war. He further informs Lu Bu that he has been attending the royal court for a few days, and he asks Lu Bu if he wants him to accompany him to the royal court. Lu Bu is a bit hesitant, and Grandmaster says he heard that he is visiting other camps and making good relationships with various generals, but he was not like this before. Plus, Kai Yong visited him a few days ago, and Lu Bu even rented him his mansion for a whole day, which was gifted to him by the Grandmaster himself. Lu Bu is thinking that the Grandmaster has started to have doubts about him. That is why he is trying to make him his bodyguard. Wen Yo says that Lu Bu lent the mansion to Kai Yong as it previously belonged to his master, and Kai Yong wanted to pay tribute to his master. And he further says that Lu Bu was too excited after hearing the offer of Grandmaster. That is why he is hesitating to accept it. Lu Bu takes Wen Yo's interference as a cue, and he immediately accepts the offer of the Grandmaster. After the meeting, Wen Yo informs Lu Bu that after coming to the capital, the Grandmaster became quite sensitive. That's why he's being suspicious about everyone. Wen Yo tells Lu Bu to not hold any resentment against the Grandmaster, and there are many opportunists around here who will try to pit Lu Bu against the Grandmaster. Lu Bu asks Wen Yo that he was the one who had so many doubts about his loyalty, and why is he helping him now? Wen Yo says that all doubts he had about Lu Bu vanished after he met him in the Yike Pass. Lu Bu leaves the Grand Hall after thanking Wen Yo. After some time inside Lu Bu's residence, Dian Wei says that Lu Bu holds the title of a Marquis, but he is going to be a mere bodyguard. Lu Bu says that the Grand Master has made his decision, and he can't say no to him, and he orders Dian Wei to pack their belongings as they are going to depart. His daughter starts crying and she says that Lu Bu promised her that she will have a baby brother, but they are departing without a new baby. Lu Bu pulls his wife closer to him and he says that maybe they should start working on the construction of a new baby. His wife shuns him by saying that he should not say such things in front of their daughter. During nighttime, Lu Bu is again sleeping after having a 10-second session of love. All of a sudden, his consciousness starts transferring into the system space. After some time, he wakes up inside the system space and the system tells him to select a new simulation world. Lu Bu thanks the system as it saved his life during the last battle. The system tells him that previously the system triggered due to a bug, but now Lu Bu is on his own and system will not interfere with his life. After that, the system tells him to select a simulation world, and Lubu starts thinking that maybe he should select a new world. But when Lubu starts scrolling through the info of Simulation World, he finds out that he scored more than A rank in the life of a farmer simulation world. That is why a new extension is available for that world. The system explains that expansion is an extended timeline that succeeds the end of an original script. Lubu clicks on the new expansion and it starts updating. After updating, the script of life of a farmer changes to family of scholars. This script will start right after the death of Lubu's previous life, and it takes place in the same world. Plus, Lubu is excited to find out about what happened after his death. Lubu selects the life of a scholar and a new simulation shop window appears in front of him. He can use the simulation points he gathered from his previous life to buy different buffs to spice up his next experience. The buff Lubu selects here will only be available in the simulation world, but if he scores A rank in the simulation world, then this buff will become permanent, and Lubu can even use it in the real world. Lubu spends 1,200 points to buy self-recovery skill. After choosing the self-recovery skill, Lubu tells the system that he is ready, and the system starts transferring him to his new simulation world. This time, Lubu is born in the village of Wuzhou. Lubu tries to open his eyes, but there's a lot of commotion around him. A person is trying to hold other people back who want to eat the newly born Lubu. The situation of their household is not looking well, and Lubu's father tells the other villagers that he will not give up on his son, and he will fight them all to death. The villager tells his wife to bring his own child to him, which is a little bit older than Lubu. The villager tells Lu Yong, who is the father of Lubu, that they can exchange their childs, so they will not feel too much remorse after eating them. Lubu knows well that during spring and autumn period, refugees who don't have any food resort to eating dead bodies and little children. Plus, this life looks like a life of a refugee instead of a life of a scholar. This time, his beginning is going to be more hardcore than before. The villager tells Lubu's father to hurry up and make his decision. Lubu is thinking that maybe the difficulty level is cranked to the max and soon he will be served as a food to these hungry villagers. Lu Yong bursts out in anger and he asks the villagers if they have even a shred of humanity left in them. One of the villagers says that Lu Yong reads a lot of books, that's why his mind cannot comprehend the gravity of the situation, and there later orders them to snatch Lubu from his mother. One of the villagers tackles Lu Yong while the other one goes for Lubu. His mother tries his best to save him, but she cannot do anything against a fully grown biological male. The villager throws Lubu away from them. Lubu flies off and his head gets bonked by a pillar. Lubu's father bursts out in anger after watching it. He punches the rib cage of the villager who is trying to hold him in place. The villager drops down to the ground and Lu Yong picks up a big piece of rock from the ground. He is full of rage and he jumps toward the second villager. He bonks the head of the second villager with all of his might. The villager gets knocked down in just one hit. Lubu's father picks him up and Lubu is thinking that his father is quite cool for a scholar. Lu Yong tells the last villager that he will kill everyone who tries to harm his child. The villager becomes afraid after watching Lu Yong in action. He runs away after warning Lu Yong that he will eat him up after he starves to death. Lu Yong asks his wife if she's okay, and she tells him that she is fine but they should check the head of their child. The wound was quite big but it started healing on itself, and Lubu is thankful that he purchased the self-recovery skill or he would have died from this wound. This village is no longer safe, that's why Lu Yong tells his wife to pack up and they will leave for some other city. It turns out the whole imperial army was defeated after the death of Lu Bu and the barbarians took control of all outer regions within just 1 year, and soon they will invade other cities as well. From their conversation, Lu Bu finds out that it's been a year since his previous life ended, and the kingdom is in a desperate situation. Lu Yong says that he's ready and they should depart, but his wife says that they didn't name their child due to the invasion of other villagers and they should give him one right now. Lu Yong says that General Lu Bu sacrificed his life for the country and he slayed countless Hu barbarians in his life, and he was a fearsome general. That's why he names his son Lu Bu. Lu Bu gives off a grim smile after hearing it and he is thinking that maybe the system is doing this on purpose. His mother saw his smiley face and she shares this news with his husband with excitement, and they both think that maybe their son likes this name. After a few days, they arrive at the town of Huizhou. This town is quite peaceful as compared to other places they visited before. His wife asks Lu Yong about what they're going to do next, and Lu Yong says first they will find a place to stay, then they will rent a few dozen of acres of land and tenant farmers to cultivate it. Lu Yong and his wife were in exile, so there was something valuable he couldn't use before. He pulls out a valuable silver niang, which can be used in exchange for a lot of cash. After 10 years, some scholars exit a school building after finishing their lessons. A scholar named Guo Jie informs Lu Bu that the Hu barbarians are heading south once again, and the city lord is discussing about how they're going to defend the city. And Lu Bu's father is in the government, so he asks Lu Bu if he has any secret information about this matter. Lu Bu tells him that his father works in the government, but he's a mere jailer, and there is no way he can get his hands on some confidential information. Another scholar named Wen Zhang says that the Hu barbarians are quite persistent, and within a few years, they will easily take over this town as well, and he asks Lu Bu if he has a plan to escape the city. Lu Bu informs them that this is one of the few cities left intact after their barbarian invasion, and even if they escape from here, they will have to live rest of their lives as refugees, which is an experience worse than death. Lu Bu tells them that instead of relying on the government soldiers, it's better to build their own army, and they should know him better as he already told both of them that he is the real General Lu Bu. Guo Jie says that they believe him, but it's not easy to build an army without enough money and food. Lu Bu is thinking about what Guo Jie said is correct, and he always had soldiers at his disposal before, and if he needs to build an army from scratch, he is going to need a lot of money. He has never thought about making money before, so he decides to go back and asks his father about it. After returning to his home, Lu Bu asks his father about it. His father is curious to know why he needs to make money as they have enough money for food and clothing. And as long as Lu Bu studies hard, he will become an official of high ranking, which is much better than wasting his time doing such mundane things. Lu Bu is thinking that his father this time is much more knowledgeable than the one in his previous life, but Lu Yong looks down on merchants and warriors, so he will definitely oppose his decision. Lu Bu is about to head back, but his father says that in his opinion, the only way to accumulate wealth is to own thousands of acres of land, but their family cannot afford it right now. He further informs him that the weaving workshop of Su family and the porcelain business of Gao family are the two wealthiest merchants in the city. They became rich after dominating their competition, and now they can set the prices as high as they please. But even if they are rich, they have no power. Whenever a disaster occurs, the city lord asks them for money, and they have no other choice but to comply with it. His father further informs him that these merchants and farmers make a lot of money, but they cannot save much for themselves as the people with authority keep squeezing them dry. Lu Yong advises his son that the best way to make money is not by becoming a merchant or a farmer, but by using authority. The next morning, Lu Bu is walking on the streets with his friends. Lu Bu is a bit stressful about his situation, but his friends keep on motivating him. Lu Bu is thinking that the Hu barbarians will be soon upon them, and he needs to find the fastest way to obtain power so he can make his army. All of a sudden, he becomes shocked after hearing a vendor who is trying to sell his sugar-coated haws. This reminds him of his sister Ling Qi from his last life, but given the situation, his previous village will be destroyed by the barbarians. Some low-ranked thugs approach the vendor and they demand rent from him in exchange for their protection. The old vendor says that the business is not going well and he don't even have money for a single meal. The thugs become ferocious after hearing it. They throw away all of his sugar-coated haws and give him a light beating. The thugs demand a single day of protection fees from him and the vendor hesitantly agrees to give them the money. These three thugs remind Lu Bu about the three hooligans from his village. Lu Bu and his friends are staring at the thugs, which is making them anxious, so they tell the scholars to piss off. Lu Bu starts walking away with his friends without a fight. Guo Jie asks Lu Bu about why he moved away without teaching a lesson to those thugs, and Lu Bu informs him that just now, he suddenly figured out something. Lu Bu asks Wen Zhong that these thugs make trouble for small vendors every day, but why the government don't do anything about it. Wen Zhong informs Lu Bu that these crimes are considered petty, that's why they will only be imprisoned for 5 to 6 days, and when they are released, they will find the person who reported them. That's why no one reports about them and the officials have bigger problem on their hands, so they don't waste their time with these thugs. There are about 400 to 500 thugs in this city, and they have divided the areas around the city among themselves. Lu Bu says that this is a great opportunity to make money, as the thugs are scattered in small groups and they go to a secluded place to make a plan. Lu Bu informs his friends that these thugs are a bit dumb, as they demand money every day, which disturbs the business of small vendors. That's why the people are a bit hesitant to hand over their money. Lu Bu says that they will make a system where the vendors will have to pay them money on a monthly basis. But when Wen Zhang says that these thugs are uncontrollable and monthly collection requires organized and disciplined behavior, Lu Bu tells his friends that they will bring the thugs together and manage them as a unified group, and this strategy will earn them a fortune. Lu Bu informs his friends that there are too many thugs, but they are scattered like these stones on the ground. First, they will go for the smaller groups, and once they have enough people on their side, they will conquer the bigger ones. They will slowly keep on gathering people under their banner, and once they reach a sufficient scale, other thugs will be left with no other choice but to join them. Lu Bu tasks Guo Jie with gathering information about every single group of thugs, and he sends Wen Zhong back to the streets to talk with the vendors about this monthly payment system. The next day, Lu Bu beats up the 3 thugs they encountered earlier. Lu Bu tells them that he's not fond of fighting, so he will give them a single chance. Every vendor on this street agreed to give him a monthly fee, and if they join him, then they will also benefit from this agreement. The thug has no other choice, so he yields to Lord Lu Bu. A few days later, the thugs under Lu Bu approach another group. The group leader informs the thugs under Lu Bu that they should return, or he will break their teeth for trespassing in his territory. Baldy Thug tells him that it is not him who came here to see him, but his new boss. The thug with the scar looks down on them for following a little brat. Before he can finish up his sentence, Lu Bu rushes toward him and beats him into submission. The next day, some people are amazed to find out that there are no disturbances in any of the shops on the east side of the city, and there are rumors that someone managed to bring all thugs under his control. The shopkeepers have to pay a monthly protection fee, which is not a bad thing, and paying this fee ensures peace for the shopkeepers as the hooligans don't bother them on a daily basis, and they can peacefully earn more money. The person says that if they had this same system in the south part of the city, then they could also earn a lot. A few moments later, Lu Bu makes his entrance in the south part of the city. All shopkeepers become stunned for a second after watching a large group of hooligans marching among them. Lu Bu offers the same monthly protection fee system to the shopkeepers of the South District, and they immediately agree to it. In just a year, Lu Bu incorporated all thugs in the city under his control. Later on, he expanded his influence to the gambling and brothel business, which further strengthened his power. In just 2 years, Lu Bu became the leader of the underground forces in the city of Huizhou, and the local people now call him the Underground City Lord. After 2 years, Lu Bu was walking around his manor when Guo Jie brought him the monetary report of this month. It turns out they collected a total of 2,506 taels this month. Lu Bu says that this amount is not small, but it is still far from enough to build an army. Although there have been no issues so far, but the bandits or the barbarians may come to attack them at any moment, and they are running out of time. Guo Jie asks if they should raise the protection fee in order to gather wealth at a faster pace. Lu Bu says that there are 2 reasons why they can still work right under the nose of the government. The first reason is that they are paying bribes to the officials, and the second reason is that their protection fee is small as compared to before. That's why the people trust them, and they don't report about them, but if they raise the protection fee, then this whole underground empire will fall like a sandcastle. Guo Jie asks Lu Bu about what they should do now. Lu Bu tells him that they can target the Su family weaving workshop and the porcelain business of Gao family for protection fees. Guo Jie warns him against this plan as both of these families have a lot of connections with high-ranking officials, but Lu Bu tells him not worry as he has already thought this through. In the past 2 years, both of these families have benefited a lot from the improved security in the city, and in a few days, Lu Bu will throw a banquet and send an invitation to those 2 families. The leader of both Gao and Su families are discussing about the invitation from Lu Bu. Su says that Lu Bu came out of nowhere, and now the entire underworld of the city is under his control, and now he is spreading his wings. That's why he gave them the invitation, so he can extort money from them as well. Gao says that Lu Bu has a lot of courage to pull such big stunts. Gao Ren asks Su Zhong if he's going to accept the invitation. Su Zhong says that this Lu Bu brat is a youngster, and they need to tone down his arrogance or else he will swallow them whole like others. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lu Bu and Guo Jie are waiting for Su and Gao to show up, but they are nowhere to be seen. Guo Jie says that maybe they have no intention of coming to this banquet, and Lu Bu agrees with him. Lu Bu says that they should eat up the food they ordered for the banquet as it is quite expensive. Both of them sit down and start enjoying the food, and Guo Jie asks Lu Bu about what they're going to do next. Lu Bu tells him not worry as both of these families will soon find out the consequences of rejecting his invitation. A servant comes running toward Gao Ren in a panic. The servant informs Gao Ren that their porcelain business is being blocked by some thugs. It turns out that the thugs are just sitting around their shops without causing any trouble, but after watching them, all customers ran off. Soo-jung comes running toward Gao-sun to find out if his place is surrounded by thugs as well. Soo-jung says that this Lu-bu is getting out of hand and they should seek the help of the city lord. They are both pissed at Lu-bu for being a nuisance. After hearing their request, the city lord tells them that it is quite troublesome as Lu-bu has a lot of thugs under his command. Soo-jung says that he already knows that Lu-bu gives him bribes, and if he can get rid of Lu-bu, they will make it up to him. He further warns the city lord that if their income gets delayed due to Lu-bu, then they will stop supporting him. And after hearing it, the city lord agrees to act upon their request. After a few days, Guo-je informs Lu-bu that the thugs who were stationed outside Su and Gao stores have been captured. Lu-bu tells him to gather the remaining thugs and they will go to the city lord office to demand an explanation, as he has been taking bribes from them, yet he dared to arrest their people without prior notice. After a few hours, all thugs are assembled outside Lu-bu's home, but before Lu-bu can head outside, his father asks him about where he's going. Lu-bu says that he's just going out to attend a private matter, but his father knows what he's up to, and he thinks that Lu-bu is going overboard with his rash decisions. Lu-yong thinks that his son is working against the country, but Lu-bu tells him that he's doing all of this in order to protect their country. His father tells him to stop this bullcrap, and if things go wrong, their whole family will be killed. Lu-bu tells his father to not worry, as he has thought of a foolproof plan, but his father stops him by grabbing his shoulder and telling him that he will not be stepping out today. Lu-bu orders one of his thugs to take a few men and watch over his father, so that he cannot go out of the house. Lu-yong tries to reason with his son, but the thugs stop him from going outside. Lu-bu goes on his way while his father keeps on screaming at him to stop. After a few minutes, they arrive at the city lord's office, and the townsfolk become quite anxious after watching it. Lu-bu, along with his army of thugs, stay still in front of the office. One of the officials tells Lu-bu to piss off, as it is a government building, not an average street. Lu-bu says that they are not causing any trouble as they are just sitting idle in protest. The official screams at Lu-bu to keep his trickeries to himself, and people come to this office to file reports which will be obstructed due to him. But Lu-bu assures him that they will politely escort whoever wishes to enter the building. Lu-bu says that he only wishes to meet with the city lord, and that's why he's waiting for him to come out. The official becomes pissed as he is thinking that Lu-bu will try to bully the city lord. In order to scare him off, the official unsheathes his sword and tries to attack him. All of the thugs become worried about their master's safety. The attack was just a feint, and the officials become even more pissed after watching it, as he wanted Lu-bu to fight back so they could carry on with their plan. All of a sudden, the official drops his sword on the ground. Out of nowhere, he starts to roll on the ground and cry like a baby. The official starts screaming out loud that Lu-bu broke his arm, and townsfolk who were standing far away and couldn't see the whole thing starts gossiping about it. City Lord comes out of his office in rage as if he's waiting for this moment. He orders his men to lock up Lu-bu for beating an official. Lu-bu asks the City Lord about why he's doing this drama, as he knows well that Lu-bu didn't even touch the official. City Lord shouts at Lu-bu by saying that he personally witnessed him breaking the arm of the official. After that, Lu-bu starts peacefully going with the guards, and he orders Guo-je to lead all of their thugs to leave this place and proceed on the plan they discussed before. After a few hours, the City Lord is having a party with Gao and Su. Gao tells the City Lord to get rid of Lu-bu in an official way, but City Lord informs them that it is not easy, as Lu-bu has only hurt one of their officials and it is not enough to give him a death sentence. City Lord says that he cannot kill an innocent person by himself. Gao misunderstands the intentions of City Lord and he says that if the City Lord cannot kill him, then Lu-bu will be released within few days and he will come after them to get his revenge. Su-jung corrects Gao by saying that the City Lord was trying to say that he cannot kill Lu-bu by himself and someone from outside should do it. The City Lord already arranged for someone who will kill him inside the prison. The guards escort Lu-bu to his prison and his cellmate is looking a bit shady. The guards tell Lu-bu to get inside, but Lu-bu protests by saying that this place is used to keep serial killers and why they brought him here. The guard pushes him inside by saying that all regular cells are already filled with his henchmen, and this is the only cell left. The guard tells him to only endure it for 2 days. Lu-bu looks back at the prisoner with suspicion. He then sits down and introduces himself to the prisoner, and he asks for his name and the crime he committed. The prisoner says that he don't need to know about these details and pulls his cup up. He throws the cup toward Lu-bu, but he manages to dodge it. He quickly runs toward Lu-bu and get a hold of a broken sharp piece of cup. He then slashes Lu-bu with his shard and he manages to land a cut on the face of Lu-bu. Prisoner goes for a second slash attack, but Lu-bu ducks down in order to dodge it. Lu Bu uses this chance to retaliate by kicking the prisoner. The prisoner got pushed back a little and he compliments Lu Bu for having such a good skill at such a young age. Lu Bu compliments him back by saying that he didn't expect someone with such excellent skills to be rotting inside the prison, and he asks the prisoner about how much the city lord promised to pay him. But the prisoner seems to have a misunderstanding as he thinks that him being thrown into this death cell was orchestrated by Lu Bu. Meanwhile, on the other side, the city lord says that the name of the person he threw in the cell with Lu Bu is called Lin Fei, and some people call him Red-Faced Ghost. Lin Fei is actually a descendant of the Lin household of generals, and he was originally a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, but due to the war with the barbarians, their family declined, and he came to this place in order to seek refuge. He even sold a sword which was his family heirloom. Gao Sun says that he heard about this Lin guy when he first came into the city half a year ago, and then he accidentally killed a local hooligan who works under Lu Bu. The city lord says that Gao is correct, and after that, Lin Fei voluntarily turned himself in. At first, he was put in a normal cell, but because of his background, but for the sake of taking down Lu Bu, he was put in the death cell, and the city lord made him think that Lu Bu came to the death cell to take revenge for killing his subordinate. Su Zhong says that this serves Lu Bu right, and he will die a dog's death inside the prison. All of them are quite happy, and the city lord says that he will take them both to the prison after the banquet, so they can watch the dead body of Lu Bu with their own eyes. Meanwhile, inside the cell, both Lu Bu and Lin Fei are going toe-to-toe against each other. Lu Bu feels sorry for him, but Lin Fei thinks that Lu Bu is saying this stuff to save his life. Lu Bu says that he's not skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but if Lin Fei wants, he can take this fight to the end. However, he tells Lin Fei that he's just being used like a lowly thug by the city lord, which is quite disrespectful for a warrior of his status. Plus, Lin Fei killed his thug half a year ago, and if Lu Bu wanted revenge, then he would have bribed the officials at that time and not come here in person after so long. Lu Bu tells him to think again about his decision as he's just being used by the city lord. Lin Fei comes to realization that what Lu Bu said is correct, and he is just being used to take care of city lord's political enemies. Lu Bu further informs him that once he dies, Lin Fei will be hanged so no evidence will be left behind, and Lin Fei becomes really pissed after hearing it. Now that Lin Fei knows the truth, he wants to seek revenge, but he thinks that they cannot do anything to the city lord as they are both mere prisoners. Lu Bu tells him to not worry about it as it is quite simple to get out of this prison. Lin Fei asks him if he has a plan, and Lu Bu tells him to just wait for now. After a few hours, the city lord arrives at the prison with his friends, and he inquires about the current situation from a guard. The guard informs them that a few hours ago there were sounds of intense fighting coming out of the cell. But as per the city lord's orders, the guards didn't respond to any activity since then. City lord tells the guard to lead the way, and they start following him. Inside the death cell, Lin Fei just told Lu Bu about his background and how he ended up in here. Lu Bu is thinking that General Yan served under the Lin family when he was young, and he had a lot of admiration for their family. Lin Fei informs him that it is shameful, but he came to the city so he can sell a sword which is his family heirloom. After that, he planned to buy himself a higher position in the government so he can lead the troops to fight off the Hu barbarians. Lu Bu tells him that their end goal is almost same, as he himself gathered a group of local thugs in this city to make a living. He did all of it so he can raise some money in order to establish an army and drive off the barbarians. Lu Bu tells him that right now he is in dire need of talented people like Lin Fei, so he asks him if he wants to join him. Lin Fei agrees with him without a second thought, and both of them start laughing out loud like maniacs. Even the city lord can hear their laughter from a few cells away. City lord becomes pissed after knowing that Lu Bu is alive, and both of his friends are a bit disappointed in him. All of them start heading back and their morale is not looking well. The next day, a guard informs the city lord that there are a lot of people outside who are protesting on the streets demanding them to release Lu Bu. City lord orders the guards to capture them as well, but the guard informs him that they can't do that as all of their cells are already full. City lord is pissed, so he orders his men to use force in order to drive them away. It's been 3 days since Lu Bu was imprisoned, but there is still no news from outside. Lu Bu thinks back on the time when he was heading to the city lord manor, and Guo Jie tried to stop him. Lu Bu told him that there are high chances that the city lord will set up a trap for him. Lu Bu ordered Guo Jie to gather some civilians to watch all of this drama unfold in front of them, and disband the hooligans in front of the people if he gets arrested. After that, Guo Jie needs to let the hooligans work like they used to do before and cause as much chaos as they can. In the present, Lu Bu tells Lin Fei to calm down because a storm is about to come. Meanwhile, the guard reports back to the city lord about the Protestants storming the front of their building, and the city lord tells him to use force to drive them away once again. The guard informs him that these Protestants are not hooligans under Lu Bu, but their own civilians, which shocks the city lord. The guard further informs him that without Lu Bu, there is no one left to control the thugs and the entire city has fallen into chaos. Now even the normal citizens are being extorted for money by these greedy thugs, and if this continues, then even their lives will not be safe. City lord says he has heard enough, and he orders the guard to release Lu Bu. But the guards informs him that Lu Bu already told them this morning that he will only leave his cell under 2 conditions. First, the Su and Gao family must pay him a monthly tribute, and second, that they will release Lin Fei as well. City lord is thinking that he cannot do anything against Lu Bu, but once he gets the chance, he will make sure Lu Bu is dead. The city lord agrees with both of his conditions, and Lu Bu gets released along with Lin Fei. Lin Fei compliments Lu Bu for being so much popular among the civilians. Lu Bu tells him that the thoughts of common people are very simple. They support whoever provides them with tangible benefits. Once Lu Bu returns home, his father goes on his usual rant about how he messed things up and the city lord will surely take his revenge. His father informs him that the city lord released him now to stabilize the situation, and after 3 days, city lord will head to the imperial city and request the imperial troops to be sent to their city, and the city lord will use those troops to get rid of Lu Bu. Lu Bu tells his father that whoever comes, he will face them head on, and if his father is afraid, then he can escape the city. Lu Yong slaps the crap out of Lu Bu, and he tells him that there is no point in living if his son dies. All men under Lu Bu become a bit shocked after watching their leader get wrecked by his father. Lu Bu's father goes on his usual rant about how he wanted his son to succeed in his studies and become an upright court official. But his father knows well that Lu Bu is too deep into this mess, and they can't get out of it without a major change. So he asks his son to let him do the brainstorming for his operations. Lu Bu becomes shocked after hearing it, and he reluctantly agrees to let his father take control of the planning department. Inside the meeting room, Lu Bu's father asks him if he's planning to go to a war, but Lu Bu denies that claim by saying that he has barely 2,000 men on their side, and they can't afford a war in their current situation. Lu Bu informs him that the Hu barbarians occupy most of the northwest region of their empire, but most of that region consists of mountains and waterways. The barbarians cannot deploy their infamous horses freely in this region, which can give them a major advantage against the Hu barbarians. The Gate of the Great Pass is a place with narrow terrain, and as long as they occupy this position, they can cut off a significant portion of Hu cavalry lines, and then advance westward with their combined forces. Lu Bu says that they should capture the regions of Tangzhou and Dengzhou as well, which will be quite beneficial for them in the future. Lu Yong becomes amazed after hearing it, and he asks his son about where did he learn about these strategies. Lu Bu stays silent for a moment, then he tells his father that maybe he's a natural-born strategist. Lu Yong tells him not to worry as his determination has already satisfied him. Lu Yong says that the most important matter right now is to handle the situation with the city lord, and if the royal court sends troops to his aid, then everything will be over. Lu Bu asks his father for a suggestion about this matter. Lu Yong tells him that the city lord is like a venomous scorpion, and if they spare him now, then he will come back to bite them in the ass, so they should probably silence him forever. Lu Bu is a bit suspicious after seeing this bold side of his father, and he tells his father that killing the city lord can be a bit risky. Lu Yong informs his son that mobilizing troops is not an easy task, and the city lord will have to personally visit the governor and report about this rebellion in order to mobilize the troops. Lu Yong tells his son to order his people to find some blacksmiths and forge some weapons in the style of Hu barbarians. Once enough weapons and armors are ready, they can lie in ambush along the way. 2 days later, everything goes as planned and the ambush succeeds. The corpse of City Lord lies on the ground, and the incident report said that the City Lord was ambushed and killed by Hu barbarians. A few days later, at the house of Lu Bu, Lu Yong held a banquet and he welcomed both Su and Gao with open arms. Lu Yong informs them that he already punished his son for his wrongdoings, and he orders Lu Bu to apologize to their esteemed guests. Lu Bu apologizes to them, and he tells them that he already sent someone to their residences to return their money, but both businessmen say that there was no need for returning the money. Lu Yong makes them even more afraid after telling them that the Hu barbarians are becoming so bold that the imperial court is now afraid of them, and they even butchered their poor city lord as well. He warns his both esteemed guests to be more cautious while going outside the city. He further tells them that he don't want to hear another tragic tale to happen outside his city. All of a sudden, Su tells Lu Yong that he wants to give them a lot of money for their monthly protection fees, as he believes that their men will be able to ensure his safety. Gao also stands up and he tells them that he will return the money they just sent to his residence, plus he will pay them extra money every month. Lu Yong thanks them both for trusting him with their protection. Lu Yong tells his son to make good use of the money their patrons are offering them by strengthening his troops and preparing horses for battle. Lu Yong stands up as he has some important matters to take care of. Before leaving the banquet hall, Lu Yong tells his esteemed guests to enjoy their meal to the fullest. 1 year later, the nomadic barbarians once again descended south. The lands to the north of Yangtze River become the purgatory filled with corpses. Upon hearing the news of this invasion, various city lords fled and the imperial garrisons withdrew to the city of Jiangnan. Only the Huizhou city remained steadfast while withstanding the prolonged attacks from the Hu barbarians. Su Zhong thanks Lu Bu for his foresight. The city walls were reinforced and the troops were prepared over the past year, which made it easy for them to defend the city. Lu Bu tells him that he didn't call him here to hear the flattery. He orders him to prepare a large number of carts and loading crates as soon as possible. Gao is curious and he asks Lu Bu about why he needs these carts and if he's planning to abandon them. Lu Bu asks him if his mind is in the right place and he would have run away previous year if he wanted to. He just wants to use their carts to disguise his soldiers as a merchant caravan and hide weapons inside the boxes so he can lure those Hu barbarians outside the city. He will dispatch another army to directly attack and capture the Great Pass during that opening. That way, the enemy forces will be trapped from both sides and they can easily eliminate them with guerrilla tactics. Both Su and Gao say that this plan is perfect, but they should inform his father about this plan. Lu Yong comes in the room and he informs them that he already knew about this plan a year ago, and they should start working on it right away. Both Gao and Su leave after greeting Lu Yong. Lu Yong tells Lin Fei that the succession of their plan depends on him now. He will lead the disguised merchant caravan along the main road to lure out the enemy and engage them in battle, while Zhou Rong is responsible for leading the assault team to attack the Great Pass. Lu Bu asks his father that capturing the Great Pass is an important task and why is he not assigning this task to him. Lu Yong says that defending this city requires his presence, but Lu Bu tells his father that he is more good at offense than defense. Lu Bu knows well that his father is worried about his safety, that's why he's not sending him to the front lines, but for the sake of victory, he asks his father to change his decision. Lu Yong orders everyone except Lu Bu to leave the room. His father says that he loves his son a lot, but the reason why he asked him to defend the city goes beyond that, and he asks him about what will happen if he leads troops outside the city and Lin Fei is not present here as well. And if Zhou Yang were to suddenly have a change of heart and he locks them all outside of the city. This thing was already done to Lu Bu by Hu Zhen in the real world, so Lu Bu informs his father that he already took all of these things into consideration. But his father is present in the city and with him here, nothing will go wrong. Lu Yong says that he is now satisfied and he lets Lu Bu to head for the Great Pass. Before leaving, Lu Yong advises his son to read a lot of books in his spare time. After a few days, Lin Fei leaves the city along with his merchant caravan. All of a sudden, he starts hearing some loud noises coming from one of his sides. It turns out to be Hu barbarians who are trying to attack them. Lin Fei tells the soldiers under his command to get ready for attack. The soldiers equip themselves with the swords and bows hidden inside the crates. After getting ready, all of them rush toward the Hu barbarians under the command of Lin Fei. The barbarians are a bit shocked after watching them in action, as they were thinking that this is just an average merchant caravan. Finally, both sides collide with each other and the battle officially begins. Lin Fei proves to be quite a formidable commander on the battlefield as he swiftly takes care of high-ranking commanders of barbarians. The general of Hu barbarians shouts out loud that these guys are not merchants and they were deceived. He orders his men to send a message to request for reinforcements. Meanwhile, at the Great Pass, Lu Bu and his troops are waiting on the cliffs. Some reinforcements are dispatched from the Great Pass and Lu Bu was waiting for this exact moment. Lu Bu informs his soldiers to get ready as their enemies are within range. The leader of the reinforcement stops his army after hearing a loud sound. This sound turns out to be from rolling rocks that Lu Bu and his men are pushing down from the mountain. The leader of the reinforcements orders his men to scatter and run away, but it is too late as Lu Bu and his men ascend from the mountains. The Hu barbarians are blocked from both sides by Lu Bu and his men. Without wasting any time, Lu Bu takes out the commander. Lu Bu and his men keep on slashing and cutting off the barbarians like papers. After a few hours of one-sided carnage, the battle ends in the favor of Lu Bu. Wen Zheng asks Lu Bu about what they need to do next. and Lu Bu tells him that they will move immediately to capture the Great Pass. After a few hours, some carrier pigeons arrive at Zhou City. Guo Jie quickly reads the letter which was attached to the pigeons. He then reports to Lu Yong that Lu Bu has successfully captured the Great Pass. Lu Yong says that everything is going according to plan, and soon the remaining enemy forces will be wiped out. Lu Yong tells Guo Jie to prepare to depart for the capital city, as it is time to demand something from the royal court. After a few days, Guo Jie arrives at the residence of the Imperial Secretary of War to give him a proposal. In the proposal, Guo Jie requested that the Imperial Court should financially support their city, even after the Hu barbarians escape their land. Jiang Tiang, the Secretary of War, says that if they keep on supporting their city, then maybe one day their city will emerge as a bigger threat than the Hu barbarians. But Guo Jie tells him that the court cannot collect taxes from the captured cities. But once they reclaim those captured cities, things will be different. The court will regain its prestige, which will in turn bring in a significant amount of tax revenue which will fill up their treasury. After calculating all accounts, it's a win-win situation for the royal court. The Secretary of War says that he heard that their leader is called Lu Bu. Guo Jie confirms this news, and he further informs him that Lu Bu is an exceptionally talented man and a military genius, and with him, they can easily drive off the barbarians and reclaim their territories. After hearing it, the Secretary of War sends away Guo Jie after telling him that he will ask the Emperor to support their army. Guo Jie returns to the city to inform Lu Yong that he conveyed his message to the Secretary of War as instructed. But there is another problem. He informs Lu Yong that the court is concerned about nurturing a tiger that may bite them back, and he is afraid that while their main forces are dealing with the barbarians, they can be attacked from their back by those imperial scum. Lu Yong tells him to not worry about it for now, and he asks him if the Secretary of War reacted after hearing the name of Lu Bu. And Guo Jie says that the Secretary of War was displeased after hearing his name. Lu Yong says that he thinks some support will soon arrive from the imperial court, and after receiving the aid, he orders Guo Jie to accompany Lu Bu and return to the Secretary of War to thank him. He further orders him to pay close attention to the actions and words of the Secretary of War toward Lu Bu and report everything back to him. After a few days, Lu Bu marches toward the residence of the Secretary of War to thank him. Lu Bu personally thanks the Secretary of War in his father's place for sending provisions for their aid, and Jiang Tian seems a bit startled after watching him, and he asks him if his name is really Lu Bu. Lu Bu confirms it by saying yes, it is. This in turn triggered a flashback where the young Secretary of War was trying to accompany Xue Yun for sword practice, but she was annoyed by him. Jiang Tian told her that he came here after a long time to see her, but Xue Yun knows well that he is here with his father to force her into marriage. Jiang Tian further tells her that if she gets married with him, then his father, General Yun, will get a lot of benefits which will help him defend this wall against the Hu barbarians. This pisses off Xue Yun, and she yells at him to piss off. Xue Yun tries to pull a surprise slash attack on Jiang Tian, but he is not a pushover, so he easily blocks her attack. Xue Yun performs another slash attack which is easily dodged by Jiang Tian. This time, Jiang Tian goes on the offense and Xue Yun barely blocks his attacks. He keeps on attacking her and pushing her back. After a few strikes, she cannot keep up with Jiang Tian, and her sword falls off her hand. Jiang Tian pulls her against the wall and he thanks Her Royal Highness for the spar. Jiang Tian takes his chance to kiss Xue Yun, but his lips get access denied notification straight from the sword of Lu Bu. Lu Bu introduces himself and he tells Jiang Tian to behave properly in front of the daughter of General Yan. Jiang Tian asks Lu Bu if he knows who his father is, but Lu Bu tells him to back off because Xue Yun is the adopted daughter of the Emperor, and any offense toward her is punishable by death. Jiang Tian says that he was just practicing swordsmanship with her, but Lu Bu says that he's a grown man, and he should practice with a real man instead of a pampered girl like Xue Yun. Jiang Tian becomes pissed and he tries to perform a stab attack on Lu Bu. Lu Bu manages to duck down in order to dodge the attack. He then attacks Jiang Tian with the hilt of his sword. The sword of Jiang Tian falls out of his hand. Lu Bu catches his sword and kicks his leg to unbalance him. All of this happened in a matter of a few seconds. Jiang Tian falls to the ground and his head hits the solid stone brick below. Lu Bu tells him that his sword techniques are just fancy tricks they use to impress others in the imperial city, but real skills are only forged on the battlefield. Lu Bu advises Jiang Tian to just go back and follow his father to become a court official. Now, in the present day, all of a sudden the back of Jiang Tian's head started to hurt a lot. Jiang Tian says that not just his name, but his resemblance is the same as someone. Jiang Tian then accepts the gifts and he sends them both back to their city. After coming back, Guo reports to Lu Yong that the Secretary of War accepted the gifts, but he sent them back without inviting them for tea, and he reports something unusual as well. The Secretary of War muttered that the resemblance and the name of Lu Bu is similar to someone he knew before. Lu Yong tells Guo to call Lu Bu here as he wants to discuss a strategy with him. Lu Bu informs his father that now they have enough provisions to eliminate the Hu barbarians trapped within the city gates and the Great Pass. They can even advance westward to capture 2 more territories. After that, they will continue to recruit more soldiers and keep pushing the Hu barbarians from their regions one by one. It turns out his father was not interested in hearing this plan, and Lu Bu asks him if he is dissatisfied with the plan. Lu Yong tells his son to maybe attack the Hu barbarians stationed around the Lu Manor. Lu Bu has no idea about why his father is telling him to advance toward the Lu Manor, which was his home in his previous life, so he advises his father against this plan. He further informs his father that the areas around Lu Manor are brimming with Hu barbarians and marching there is no less than a death trap. Lu Yong informs his son that soon they will run out of people to recruit for their army, which will weaken them. He says that these barbarians only fear one thing in their empire. He informs his son about the great General Lu Bu, who has the same surname as his son. During the time when General Lu Bu was around, no barbarian dared to set foot into their empire. Only after his death, they became so bold that they launched a big-scale attack and swept away a lot of cities belonging to the empire in one invasion. In his mind, Lu Bu is thinking that what his father is saying is correct, as he experienced all of these things firsthand. Lu Yong tells his son that once he liberates the Lu Manor, all of Hu barbarians will come to know that his son is the real reincarnation of the God of War. Lu Bu becomes surprised after hearing it, and he asks his father about how he knew he was the reincarnation of General Lu Bu. Lu Yong informs him that since he was a kid, he learned all of those military arts by himself, and just recently the Secretary of War who saw Lu Bu back in the days confirmed his suspicion. Lu Yong says that it still does not matter if he is Lu Bu or not. What matters right now is that they need to convince the whole world that General Lu Bu is back. Lu Bu asks his father about how he's going to do that, and his father replies by saying that they need to sacrifice some soldiers and march northward. After the tragic death of General Lu Bu, his sister Ling Qi exhausted all means to have the bodies of General Yan and Lu Bu returned to their residence, and she also spent a fortune to make statues of both of them in front of their village, and their ashes were respectively buried beneath those giant statues. After a few days, Lu Bu along with his father arrive at the location of statues. Lu Bu asks his father about how these statues are standing till this day. Lu Yong informs him that the Hu barbarians had a lot of respect for Lu Bu. That's why they left this village intact after conquering the surrounding areas. However, the Lu Manor was surrounded by Hu barbarian territories. That's why the people left this village and it was abandoned. Lu Yong tells his soldiers to take a good look at these statues as 20 years ago, General Lu Bu was buried here. On the day of the death of General Lu, his wife was pregnant with their child. The birth date and the name of their son are engraved on the jade he is showing them as proof. He further tells them that on the night his wife was pregnant, General Lu visited her in a dream, and he claimed that he will be reincarnated into her womb. He tells them to take a good look at the statue and his son. Although one is old and the other one is young, they bear a striking resemblance as if they were the same person. That is the reason why he named his son Lu Bu, and today they are here to fulfill the dream pledged with the old General Lu on the occasion of his son's coming of age ceremony. He will seek the grave of the old General Lu and use a specific method to bring General Lu's soul into the body of his son. There is an uproar in the ranks of soldiers, but most of them are in disbelief. Lu Yong tells his son to act on the show as they planned before. In the past, Lu Yong told his son that they will use some supernatural methods to deceive their soldiers into believing their claims. Once their plans succeed, everyone present around them will believe them without a doubt. Plus, it will greatly boost the morale of their army, and there is a spy among their ranks which he didn't expose for this purpose. And soon, this news will reach the ears of Hu barbarians. Lastly, his father tells him to make his performance as mysterious as possible, because they live in dark times and mostly people easily believe in ghosts and mysterious stuff. In the present, Lu Bu pulls out his sword and he is laughing because he's going to crank the mysteriousness of this event to the max. Lu Bu cuts down his own throat with the sword, which even shocks his father. Lu Yong becomes worried about the safety of his son, but a grim smile on Lu Bu's face gives him some courage. A lifeless Lu Bu falls to the ground and the men under his command become worried about him. A system prompt shows up and it starts healing Lu Bu with his self-healing ability. A bright flash of lightning falls down on the place where the lifeless body of Lu Bu is at. After a few minutes, his neck is healed, and he wakes up from his slumber. Lu Bu calls his father by his name as if his body is possessed by General Lu Bu, and he thanks him for completing his promise of resurrecting him. Lu Yong gets down on his knees and he humbly requests General Lu Bu to lead the army in order to drive out the Hu barbarians. The whole army gets down on its knees as well, and they request General Lu Bu to lead them to victory against the Hu barbarians. Lu Bu compliments the soldiers of the Great Gian dynasty for their courage, and he asks them if they are ready to follow him through thick and thin. The adrenaline-filled soldiers shout out loud that they will follow General Lu to their deaths. Lu Bu sheathes his sword and he tells his soldiers that they are going to march northward. The first step of Lu Yong's strategy became successful after everyone believed their act. The second step is to now continue marching northward and attack the Yumen Pass. Many of the Hu barbarians stationed in Yumen Pass regions were old veterans, and they had seen or encountered Lu Bu before. The spy inside Lu Bu's army returned to their general to tell him about the reincarnation of Lu Bu, but the general didn't believe him. The general told his soldiers to prepare his weapon as he will go and personally confront this fake Lu Bu. After going to the castle walls, the spy told the general about the young man who is battling it out against their men is Lu Bu. The general takes a good look at Lu Bu, who is cutting his elite riders with ease. General says that this person looks like Lu Bu, but he still wants to personally confront him. But after seeing Lu Bu cut more of his men like thin paper, his expression changes. The fighting style of this Lu Bu has a striking resemblance to the old one. The old Hu general falls back from the wall and he tells his men that this young guy is 100% Lu Bu. He tells his men that Lu Bu has been resurrected and he is even more powerful than before. The fear deep buried inside this Hu general have awakened as well. Due to the lack of power, Lu Bu only caused minor disruptions before retreating to Huizhou City. Despite this, the news of General Lu Bu's revival swept through the troops of Hu barbarians, which in turn sparked chaos among the morale of their soldiers. On the contrary, the royal court and the spirits of common people were reignited, and the royal court appointed Lu Bu as a great general to carry out his legacy. On the other hand, Lu Bu recruited competent talents through his esteemed reputation, which led to the growth of his army. Hu barbarians are famous for their cavalry tactics, so Lu Bu trained his soldiers in the techniques of battle rams from the real world, which in turn enabled his army to counter the Hu cavalry with minimal resources. The barbarians' tribes kept on suffering one loss after another, while Lu Bu's side grew robust with each win. Within a decade, Lu Bu's forces triumphed and the barbarian tribes were weakened. Only the northwestern region of Dadu and the southwest region of Shizhou and Liuzhou remained under the barbarians' control. Inside the war camp, Lu Bu is telling his father that the Toba tribe belonging to the Hu barbarians might have taken control over Liuzhou and Shizhou, but their manpower can easily wipe them out within a year. The system shows that Lu Bu has grown exponentially in these recent years, and Lu Bu asks his father about why he is halting the assault on the Toba tribe. Lu Yong says that he's waiting for the perfect opportunity, but Lu Bu corrects him by saying that right now, they have the perfect opportunity as both of these tribes are condensed in a small region, and it is easy to take over that region. His father says that is not the opportunity he's talking about, and their opportunity will arrive very soon. Guo Zhe arrives from the royal court and he informs both father and son that the emperor Huizhong died, and his grandson has assumed the throne. Lu Yong gives off a grin smirk as if he was expecting it to happen, and he asks Guo Zhe about the edict that the new emperor must have sent for them. Guo Zhe informs them that upon the coronation ceremony, the emperor demanded that Lu Bu must hurry back to the royal capital, and a death sentence will be given to Lu Bu if he fails to return to the capital within the given time frame. Lu Bu is confused as to why the new emperor wants him to rush toward the capital. Lu Bu tells his father that maybe the emperor thinks that Lu Bu can rebel at any time. That's why he wants to get rid of him, and his father confirms his suspicion. Lu Bu says that the emperor is a fool, and if he really wanted to rebel, he would have done it earlier when the empire was at its weakest point. Lu Yong says that the emperor just claimed power so the others around him can be manipulating him. Or maybe they have spent too much resources on this war, and now that the Hu barbarian forces have quelled down, they must want to get rid of Lu Bu. His father tells him that these bastards will surely make up an excuse and put some fake charges on him when he returns to the royal capital. Guo says that in that case, they cannot send Lu Bu to the royal city, and he urges Lu Yong to send him back to the capital, so he can announce the news of a proper rebellion to the emperor. Lu Yong says that they cannot officially revolt against the emperor, or the image of old General Lu Bu who died for the emperor will shatter. And once they lose the trust of the common people, it will become harder for them to defend against the invasions of barbarian tribes. Lu Yong informs them that the young emperor desperately summoned his return to exploit the timing when the troops couldn't be mobilized in time. On paper, their manpower is concentrated in the southwest region, and it's impossible for them to make a swift return, and moving them to the royal capital will require a lot of days, which will be in defiance of the imperial decree. And that is the reason why his father was not letting Lu Bu to attack the regions of Shizhou and Liuzhou, as there are almost no troops in there. In reality, he already knew that something like this was bound to happen, so he hid their forces near the royal capital, and he even deployed another troop consisting of elite warriors to disguise as Hu barbarians, and they are ready to act on his command. This time, a tragedy like the city lord being murdered by the barbarians is going to happen once again. In the past, Lu Yong tried to stop his son from going on this path. He already knew that the Gian dynasty is famous for backstabbing people, and he wanted Lu Bu to live a peaceful life. But right now, the Gian dynasty messed with the wrong family, and they will have to pay a huge price for this sin. Lu Bu hurried to the royal city, and as Lu Yong predicted, he was charged with the crimes of rebellion by Jiang Tian and his son, and the young emperor intended to impose death on Lu Bu for the alleged crimes. But out of nowhere, a huge platoon of Hu barbarians stormed the outskirts of the capital while eliminating all the guarding soldiers. Once the imperial soldiers were dead, the army under Lu Bu appeared there, and they chased the Hu barbarians away. And right now, they are waiting outside the capital for further orders. The emperor is young, but not an idiot. He immediately realized that Lu Bu pulled a sneaky one on him, but he had no other choice but to send Lu Bu to the death cell for now. Lu Bu's army, which surrounded the capital, neglected every order from the royal court. Any official or troops from outside were denied access inside the city. Their reason was that there are traitors among the royal court, which in turn lead to the invasion of Hu barbarians, and they cannot let anyone inside the city until those traitors are eliminated. At last, the young emperor had no other choice but to drop all charges on Lu Bu. But Lu Bu remained unfazed, much like his soldiers outside the capital. The pressure on the emperor kept building up, and he came to realization that he messed with the wrong person, and he will soon die when the army under Lu Bu storms inside the city. So in order to preserve his life, he made a bold decision. The next day, Emperor issued a self-punishment decree stating that he was misled by the Secretary of War. The Secretary of War, along with all of his family members, were put to death, and the Emperor passed on his throne to Lu Bu, and he himself became the Lord of the city of Jing. 15 years later, Guo reports to the Emperor that the last earthquake was quite disastrous, which in turn collapsed all of their harvest lands in the cities of Guingzhou and Yizhou. The residents in those cities have now resorted to eating tree bark due to the lack of food. Guo requests the emperor to use the money in their treasury in order to help those citizens. Wen Zheng, who is also one of Lu Bu's best friends, comes forward and he requests the emperor to not use the treasury or they will run out of funds for the construction projects. Lu Bu is now 46 years old and he cleverly put his own trusted men in positions of power so he can manipulate the court according to his desires. But nothing is going as planned. Wen Zheng suggests that they should cut the military budget, which will ease up their treasury. But the new Secretary of War, Zhou Yong, who is a thug back in the city, counters this claim by saying that the Hu barbarians are eyeing for their empire and cutting the military budget will make them even bolder. Wen Zheng informs him that when the emperor personally led the troops against the Hu barbarians, his military budget was 1/3 of what it is now, and it's been 15 years since that war. Now even the barbarian tribes have learned to administer a country. He further asks the Zhou Yong if he's not competent enough or if he wants to keep on eating away the military budget. Zhou Yong tells Wen Zheng to quit his nonsense, and he tells him to ask Secretary Su and Gao about why those Hu barbarians have recently become difficult to deal with. He further says that these two were traders before, and now the whole empire has become no less than a trade for them. Su and Gao both come forward and they tell the emperor that the Secretary of War is making up these excuses to evade punishment, and they want to lodge an official complaint against him. The Secretary of War says that he has solid proof about their corruption in the official appointments. They keep on bickering back and forth for a while. Lu Bu tells all of them to shut up, and he orders them to take out half of their land's harvest to relieve the disaster. He orders them to send the food here by tomorrow or they will suffer severe consequences. After the court is dismissed, Lu Bu moves to his palace. He is quite angry because things are not going according to his will. Guo Jie apologizes to Lu Bu for not taking this opportunity to empower the law reforms, and Lu Bu tells him that it's fine. But if they keep on protesting against his reforms, then he will be left with no other choice but to put all protesters to the sword. Lu Yong, who heard all of it, tells Lu Bu that a good emperor never takes lives as he pleases. Lu Bu is worried about his father's health, and he asks him why he came outside when it's so cold. Lu Yong says that he saw his son getting agonized by court affairs, that's why he came to talk to him, and Lu Yong ordered Guo Jie to go outside for a moment. Lu Bu tells his father that their spirit was soaring high when they united to fight tirelessly against the Hu barbarians, but now when he became the emperor, everyone drifted apart, and now they have become greedy souls solely looking after their own profit. Lu Yong says that he still remembers when Lu Bu struck fortune in Huizhou with those small-time thugs. After that, their family became quite wealthy, and even despite being a low-ranked jailer, those who had higher rank than him were willing to listen to him. That was the point when he realized that in this society, people are engineered to listen to those with wealth and status, and right now, Lu Bu is pushing these reforms which will strip wealth and authority from these officials. That's why they are protesting so loudly. Even if Lu Bu kills 5 or 6 of them, it will not make a change. Similar scenes will keep on repeating until there are no officials left. Lu Yong says that he is aware that this country cannot grow while these rich people are mercilessly robbing it, and there is an absolute need of reforming the laws, but the way Lu Bu is trying to do it is not correct. No one will touch him since he is the emperor, but if he keeps on doing it, then his best friend Guo Jie, who's trying to push these laws in the court, will die within a year. Lu Bu agrees with his father and he says that he is sorry for being so reckless. Lu Yong tells his son to appoint Guo Jie as the great mentor of the crown prince, so that he can be saved from this chaos. Lu Yong will personally help Lu Bu to strategize the law reforms, and Lu Bu agrees with the decision of his father. Lu Yong tells his son that he has a fierce spirit, and he's proficient in leading armies on the battlefield. He will go down as a legendary general in history, but he's not fit to be an emperor. But at least Lu Bu is willing to listen to his father's words, which is enough for him. Lu Bu holds both hands of Lu Yong to tell him that having him as his father was the best thing that happened to him in this life. Lu Yong starts coughing and he wonders about how much longer he can hang on to his life. Lu Bu acted according to his father's advice and he completed the law reforms in 9 years. He then spent 4 years seizing all military power into his own hand, but a dark day came in his life as he was preparing his armies for the retrieval of the lost cities. The imperial physician informed Lu Bu that his father has reached his limits and he won't be able to live for long. Lu Yong says that he has lived for far too long and there is something he wants to tell his son, so he dismisses the physician. Lu Yong tells his son that most of the court affairs have mostly been settled and he can finally rest in peace. Lu Yong asks his son that he heard that he's going to fight the Hu barbarians once again, and Lu Bu confirms this news. Lu Yong informs his son that he experienced and read a lot of things, but there is something that he still lacks. He tells his son that the brain is not for decoration, and he should use it more often. An emperor stands tall over millions of people, and his decisions can easily alter the destinies of millions of people, so all of his decisions are quite important. All this time, Lu Yong was doing the thinking part for him, but now he is on his own. Lu Yong has no idea whether the expedition his son is going to lead is for the better or for worse, but he warns his son to keep it in mind that the decisions he make in his life must be well thought out. He keeps on guiding his son until his hands drop down on their own. The lifeless body of Lu Yong lies in front of his son. Emotions of extreme sadness and anger keep on rushing through his mind. Lu Bu heads out after crying out loud for his father's death. His son inquires about his grandfather's health, and Lu Bu informs him that his father just passed away, and he tells him to make arrangements for the funeral and public announcement, and his son agrees to it without showing any sadness for the death of his grandfather. His son, Ji Qiao, who is the crown prince, informs him that there are many people inside the court who are against this war, and their grandfather just passed away. So he asks his father if he wants to put the war on hold for now. Lu Bu tells his son that these officials are worse than those barbarians, and they will become even bolder after hearing about the death of his father. Lu Bu informs his son that they cannot back away from this war or all of their preparations will be in vain, and his son agrees to his decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, an invasion is going on the city of Daliang, which is under the control of Hu barbarians. The imperial troops of Qian dynasty are getting pushed back pretty hard. A soldier informs the General Han that they are running out of siege weapons, and they have suffered significant casualties as well. General Han the Fearless is quite pissed, but he has no other choice, so he orders his troops to retreat from the battlefield. Lin Fei becomes really angry at his general after learning about his retreat. This was the third time their assault failed on Daliang, but the general informs him that Daliang has infinite amount of defensive supplies. That's why it's totally impossible to wear them down. Lin Fei yells at him by saying that back then they defeated those Hu barbarians with little numbers, but now they outnumber those barbarians by thousands, but they still cannot take down a small city. General Han the Fearless says that he wants to say something, and Lin Fei tells him to spit it out. General Han tells him that maybe these Hu barbarians have grown stronger than before. Lin Fei remembers that in the past, Lu Bu told him that the spirit was soaring high when they united to fight tirelessly against the Hu barbarians. But now that he have ascended the throne, the remaining forces of Hu barbarians are lingering freely, and he asks Lin Fei about his opinion. Lin Fei informs Lu Bu that when he first met him, he promised to chase out those Hu barbarians from the land of Qian dynasty, but so far, he didn't get a chance to fulfill that promise. Lu Bu says that now he controls the finances and he can fully support the expedition of Lin Fei, so he asks him if he can complete this mission and reignite the might of Lin family. After hearing it, Lin Fei falls down on his knees, and he makes a promise to Lu Bu that even if he has to walk on fire, he will not let those Hu barbarians to step into their land. Lu Bu pulls him up by saying that he completely believes in him, and in the whole court, only Guo Xie and Lin Fei are the people he can trust with his life. After remembering that promise, the eyes of Lin Fei start brimming with rage as he needs to complete the promise he made with his lord. Lin Fei orders the general to gather the soldiers, and this time, he will personally lead the army. The very same day, another assault begins on the Daliang city by launching rocks lit on fire toward the city gates. General Lin Fei orders his men to keep on charging. He warns all of them that they need to capture the city even if they have to sacrifice every single legion. The Qian army suffered countless casualties during the last raid, and now their camp is filled with wounded soldiers. There are many questions lingering in the mind of Lin Fei, like how this tiny city of Daliang is capable of generating unending defensive supplies, because the city is not even big enough to store a large quantity of supplies, and they don't even have enough soldiers to defend the city for a long time. General Han the Fearless informs Lin Fei that the Hu barbarians are exerting an overwhelming resilience, and they must have oppressed the residents into assisting them. But Lin Fei disagrees with him as they have been oppressing them from outside for a long time, and they should not be able to hold their ground even with the help of the residents. Lin Fei says that he is sure that those bastards from the royal court must be allying with the Hu barbarians. He can't do anything to them for now, so he will request for more supplies from the emperor, and once he takes down this city, he will dig up all shreds of evidence and eliminate those traitors. Wen Chuan, who is the son of Wen Zhong and the newly appointed Secretary of War, reports to Lu Bu that the city of Daliang remains impregnable despite the prolonged sieges. Now, General Lin Fei is extending his demands for more funds, and Wen Chuan says that he is sure that Lin Fei must be embezzling the military funds. He further suggests that Lin Fei should be punished for this offense. Lu Bu says that this is bullcrap, as he knows Lin Fei well enough because they fought together in the past, and he wouldn't do such a thing. The son of Zhou Yong says that his father fought alongside the emperor as well, but he was recently stripped off from his position as the Secretary of War, and the rumors about him embezzling the military funds are unfair as well. Wen Chuan says that he don't agree with the words of Zhuo Yong, but General Lin Fei's actions should be carefully judged, and his careless demands have already triggered a lot of complaints. He further says that if General Lin Fei betrays him with all of his troops, then the dreadful aftermath would be beyond imagination. Lu Bu knows well that all of these bastards are clearly trying to protect their own wealth, but their words make sense, and Guo Xie is absent due to illness, which is making it hard for him to decide his next action. All of a sudden, he remembers the last words of his father, to think through everything, and he starts thinking again and again about what to do next. Just now, Lu Bu thought through many outcomes and obtained a lot of answers, but there is no one here who can tell him which answer is the correct one. He holds the greatest power in the country, but he is still in a lonely and cold place. After a few days, General Lin Fei receives a letter from Lu Bu which states that the whole court was dissatisfied with his performance on the battlefield, but he still opted to provide the provisions he requested. The note further says that this will be the last time he helps him, but he still hopes that he will not disappoint him. and he should safeguard the Lin family's honor. General Han the Fearless reports to Lin Fei that he finished counting the allocated provisions. Lin Fei tells him to assemble all soldiers. The resolve of their highness has been shaken, and this is their last chance to redeem themselves. Meanwhile, inside the city of Daliang, a citizen asks a Hu commander that they heard the Qian army is preparing to launch another attack. The commander says that they are correct, and this time, the Qian army is equipped with 5 times the siege weapons they had before, and with their current capability, it's likely that they will be conquered before the aid from the royal court arrives. The commander says that they have no other choice but to give their all, and he tells them to rest assured as he will not escape the city and betray them. The citizens are in complete favor of the Hu army, and they say they will even break their own houses in order to provide support to them. The citizens work tirelessly and break down their homes in order to bolster the defenses of the city. A citizen asks Zhang to rest for a while, as he has been working tirelessly since morning. But Zhang says that they don't have much time because the Qian army can strike them at any time. An old man comes toward them and he starts shouting at them to stop this nonsense as they are helping these barbarians against their own country. He tells them to have some shame and stop helping these invaders. Zhang says that this country was ruled by the Qian army even before they were born, and he is now the citizen of the great Hu Empire ever since he was born. Plus, the Qian Empire is the one who is attacking their city after destroying their decades-old peace treaty. The old man says that the Yu young shits don't know anything back in the days. When the Hu barbarians conquered their city, they committed numerous crimes and a lot of people were killed under the hooves of their cavalry. The grandpa of Zhang is sitting nearby, so the old man asks him why he didn't told about these atrocities to his grandson. The grandpa says that what the old man said is correct, but he further says that the Qian army is rotten to the core. And when the Hu barbarians invaded their city lord fled with all of the troops, leaving them defenseless. But right now, when the Qian army is trying to invade their city, it's the Hu soldiers who are trying to fight them to their deaths and protect the citizens. The old man says that things have changed in the Qian army, as the new emperor is the reincarnation of the god of war, Lu Bu. The grandpa says that he is correct, but General Lu never came here to save them. It was the Emperor Guangxiao of the Hu Empire who came here to personally see if the citizens are treated badly or not. And unlike his brutal predecessors, he is a kind man. Their whole province was in peace until the Qian army decided to launch this attack, and they would have lived peaceful lives if the Qian army even slightly cared about the well-being of the citizens. A commander reports to the Hu general that all tools, including the newly built ones, are ready to be equipped. Plus, some citizens have expressed the desire to participate in the defense of the city. The Hu general says that they are the ones who are tasked with protecting the citizens, and they must not embarrass Emperor Guangxiao by dragging civilians into a war. The general orders the commander to let the civilians deliver the weapons. The rest of the fight will be done by the soldiers. He further says that as long as he is breathing, no one will take down this city. After a few hours, the Qian army launches another raid on the city walls. A specialized Qian troop is waiting for their chance. In the past, General Lin told General Han the Fearless that the gate of Daliang City is a formidable barrier. General Lin Fei handpicked a few elite soldiers to form this battalion, and General Han is going to lead this special operation. The main force will focus on a few key areas in the siege, and once there's a breakthrough, the specialized battalion will quickly enter the city and open the gates after sneaking through all defenses, and they are the key element to their victory. General Lin Fei says that this is an incredibly difficult task, but only General Han the Fearless can make it possible. General Han tells General Lin Fei that he will accomplish this task for the sake of the great Qian Empire, and he will surely liberate these innocent civilians from the tyranny of those Hu barbarians. In the present, one side of the wall gets breached after getting hit by a boulder. General Han the Fearless orders his troops to charge through the breach. Meanwhile, on the city wall, a commander requests for reinforcements. But before the reinforcements can arrive, someone makes it up on the wall using a ladder. The Hu soldiers can't believe that the Qian soldiers made it up so quickly. The special strike force jumps up to confront the guards stationed on the wall. They keep on cutting the low-ranked Hu soldiers with ease. General Han the Fearless orders his men to not linger on the walls and quickly find the staircase leading to the city. At the same time, Zhang, along with other citizens, were about to deliver another batch of arrows to the soldiers stationed at the walls. They become startled after watching the Qian elite soldiers massacring the Hu soldiers. General Han the Fearless becomes happy after finding out that the citizens are well, and he tells them that they are here to rescue them. General Han requests Zhang to help them in holding back the Hu soldiers for a moment so their army can break through the city gates. After spotting the city gate, General Han the Fearless informs his fellow soldiers about its location. But as he was about to relay his orders, Zhang pierces his hand with an arrow. General Han the Fearless has no idea about why the civilian attacked him. A soldier under General Han is about to kill Zhang, but General Han shouts at him to stop. The soldier knocks Zhang with the handle of his sword instead of killing him. The soldiers rush to the aid of their general, but General Han tells them he is alright. The citizens are all giving off some hostile vibes to the elite soldiers. A soldier says that maybe they are Hu barbarians disguised as soldiers, but General Han says that the Hu barbarians don't have the brain cells to pull off something like this, and maybe these people suffered oppression for so long that they don't dare to turn against them. He informs his soldiers that once they breach the city gates and their army marches in, then maybe these people will feel at ease. The elite soldiers run toward the city gates while the civilians chase after them. The general of Hu army tells his subordinates to protect the city gates with their lives. The citizens are also filled with adrenaline and they are chasing the elite soldiers to the best of their ability. An elite soldier becomes amazed after hearing those Hu barbarians speak in the language of Qian dynasty. He is trying to hold them back as much as he can, but not killing the citizens is putting a lot of toll on his body. After a few minutes, he gets surrounded from all sides. A citizen grabs his leg, which makes him unable to move freely. The citizen takes this chance to jump at him in unison. Without giving him much chance to retaliate, all of them pierce his neck with the arrows. This soldier had killed countless Hu barbarians in his life, but in the end, he hesitated to kill his fellow civilians, which costed him his life. At the same time, Zhang woke up and he picked up a sword from a dead soldier. There is a lot of action going on around him, but he ignores them and keeps on moving toward the city gate. At the same time, General Han the Fearless keeps on pushing through the ranks of enemies after slaying countless soldiers. Now there are only a few guards left between him and the city gates. At last, he comes face to face with the last defense line of Hu soldiers, and he manages to kill 4 of them with ease. All of a sudden, his previous injury starts hurting, and the Hu soldier manages to cut off one of his leg. General Han falls down to the ground, and both soldiers try to jump on him. General Han throws his shield away, and he manages to cut both guards with his sword. General Han the Fearless is gravely wounded, but he knows he must hold on as the city gate is right in front of him. General Han the Fearless uses all of his force to limp toward the city gate switch, and at last, he manages to get a hold of it. But before he can pull the switch, Zhang stabs the sword through his throat. In his last moments, General Han the Fearless tries to ask Zhang about why he killed him, and if he had managed to pull the switch, all of the citizens would have become free from the savage barbarians. General Han the Fearless is about to die, but the question about why Zhang killed him still remains unanswered. Due to the failure of General Han the Fearless, the Qian army was left with no other choice but to retreat. The battlefield is filled with the dead bodies of Qian soldiers. Hu general congratulates his men for successfully defending the city. Unknown to him, the real reason why they won is Zhang, who is sitting in a room next to the dead body of General Han the Fearless. Lu Bu becomes furious after hearing the news of this great loss, and he orders his men to call Lin Fei to return to the capital within 3 days. He is going to personally question Lin Fei for his crimes. 2 days later, Lin Fei arrives at the capital and Lu Bu starts questioning him. Lu Bu asks him why he couldn't capture a small town even after repeated attacks, and Lin Fei says that this time he had arranged a well-planned ambush strategy, but most of his trusted men failed to open the city gates, which resulted in their defeat. He further says that he is sure that there are spies inside the court who are leaking information to the Hu barbarians, but Lu Bu is not buying any of this crap, and he tells him that he's the most suspicious one because he kept on losing a lot of resources and soldiers without getting any results. Lu Bu, enraged, says that maybe Lin Fei is not even a member of Lin family, as the honorable Lin family never lost a single battle. He further says that maybe Lin Fei is using the Lin family as a shield to carry out his treacherous and unrighteous deeds. This makes Lin Fei really angry and he tries to pull out his sword. Lu Bu asks him if he's going to draw his sword and kill him. But Lin Fei is not a traitorous scum, so he throws his sword away. Lin Fei tells Lu Bu that it's up to him to torture or kill him. Lu Bu tells him to hand over his command token and leave. He never wants to see him ever again. Lin Fei thanks Lu Bu for his generosity as his life was spared. With those words, both of these long-term friends part their ways. The next day, Guo Jie asks Lu Bu if he's really going to personally lead the expedition. Lu Bu informs him that he has no capable general left to lead the soldiers, so maybe he will lead the soldiers by himself. And Guo Zhe asks him about why he dismissed Lin Fei and if he doubts him. Lu Bu says that he cannot trust anyone in the court, and the Hu barbarians are not that much powerful yet. Lin Fei failed to even reconquer even a single city, which makes him unreliable. Guo Zhe just came out of bed rest and he's still ill, but Lu Bu says that there is no one else he can trust in this court, so he tasks him with assisting the crown prince in order to stabilize the governance of the country. Guo Zhe says that he has been teaching the crown prince ever since he was a child, and he believes that the crown prince is ready to take the governance into his own hands. And he asks Lu Bu to give more space to the crown prince so he can exercise his own abilities. But Lu Bu tells him that the crown prince is still young and inexperienced, so the other hyenas can easily influence him. That's why he needs Guo Zhe to steer him in the right direction. Guo Zhe says that he wishes that he was not plagued by this illness so he could help Lu Bu to his full ability. Back in the days, they all started together and conquered most of the cities before the age of 18, and he wished that all of their friends would have remained the same as they were before. A few days later, Lu Bu mobilizes his army to march toward Daliang City. This time, Lu Bu is only going to march during the nighttime, which will ensure that they can catch the Hu barbarians off guard. But as soon as he takes a sip of his tea, an unusual feeling starts sweeping through his whole body. Lu Bu comes to the realization that he has been poisoned and his self-healing ability kicks in. Lu Bu keeps on shouting at his soldiers to come to his aid, but there is no movement outside his camp, as if all of it was carefully planned by someone. He is thinking that maybe there are spies among the army, just as Lin Fei previously told him. A notice appears which tells him that the poison is too potent, so the self-healing ability cannot fully neutralize it. Half of the poison has been cured, so Lu Bu fakes his death in order to find out the identity of his killer. After Lu Bu's cries for help stop, 2 soldiers come inside to confirm if Lu Bu is dead. After the confirmation of his death, the mastermind moves in the camp. The mastermind turns out to be the crown prince. Lu Bu is shocked as he never expected his own son to go this far. Ji Qiao gets down on his knees in front of the dead body of his father and he begs him for his forgiveness. He further says that the death of his father was necessary for him to truly become a supreme ruler. Ji Qiao orders both guards to take back the dead body of his father to the imperial palace and resume their positions. Ji Qiao comes out of the camp and the whole army congratulates him for ascending the throne. Ji Qiao orders all generals and soldiers to get up, and he promotes each soldier present there by 1 rank, and he further says that after his ascension to the throne, he don't wish for any unnecessary bloodshed due to wars. He appoints Di Ming as the great general of Qian dynasty, and starting tomorrow, he will withdraw all troops from the battlefield. All of a sudden, the guards inside the camp start crying for help. Lu Bu comes out of the camp and signs of anger are visible on his face. He asks his son about why he tried to kill his own father, and as crown prince, he was eventually going to become the emperor. The generals under the command of Ji Qiao rush toward Lu Bu to finish him off, but they are no match for Lu Bu, who cuts through them like thin paper. He points his sword next to his son's head and he asks him about why is he so impatient. Ji Qiao says that he is not impatient. Lu Bu is already 60 years old, but he's not showing any signs of aging. Even the most potent poison in the world cannot take away his vitality, and he's afraid that even if he died of old age, Lu Bu will still be alive and well. He cannot wait for 30 or 50 more years for Lu Bu to die down on his own. That's why he did it. Lu Bu remembers that maybe Guo Zhe was trying to point out this possible treachery before, but he didn't pay much mind to it, and he asks his son if Guo Zhe is alive. Ji Qiao says that Guo Zhe already took his own life after Lu Bu left the capital, and beside Guo Zhe, there was another loyal friend of his father. It turns out that this poisoning attempt only became possible after Lu Bu drove out Lin Fei, and if he was still here, it would have been impossible to infiltrate the army and carry out the poisoning. Now that both of his friends are gone, even if he remains the emperor, he will never be able to win the loyalty of the people. And Lu Bu counters it by saying that it will still be better than his son, who will become a puppet for those greedy officials. Ji Qiao says that Lu Bu is so old, but he is still so naive. Lu Bu only thinks that greedy officials are the only ones who oppose war, but whenever a war happens, the normal citizens are the ones who suffer the most. And after becoming emperor, he will put a stop to all wars and let his empire recuperate in peace. Lu Bu says that those two cities rightfully belong to the Qian Empire, and he cannot let the Hu barbarians torture the civilians inside those cities. Ji Qiao says that Lu Bu was a good general in chaotic times, but now the empire is at peace, and Lu Bu has no talent for governing a peaceful nation. Lu Bu pulls the sword a bit closer to his neck, and he asks his son if he really thinks that he will not kill him. Ji Qiao says that it will not matter whether he kills him or not. After him, Lu Bu will kill the greedy officials, and after that, he will kill the resentful civilians who wish for the war to end. In the end, Lu Bu will be the only one left in this empire. Lu Bu pulls away his sword and he tells his son that he spared him not because of what he said, but because he is his own son, and he cannot let the Lu bloodline come to an end. He tells his son that he can have the throne if he wants it. Before going away, he tells his son that the throne is a cold place, so he should be ready for that loneliness. After a few days, the new emperor ascended to the throne, and the common people are quite happy as he stopped all wars. One of the citizens orders the waiter to bring in the best wine and meat available in the inn. These citizens know well that they can earn the money again, but they get only one life, and now they don't need to waste it on the battlefield. The citizens gossip to each other, saying that the previous emperor was a war fanatic, and he loved war so much that he will be leading his armies in hell right now. This angers Lu Bu, who was sitting there in the inn beside both of them. Lu Bu leaves after telling the waiter that he put his money on the table. Lu Bu is thinking that his son is just giving these people a false sense of peace, which will not last for much long. He is the one who liberated these people in the past during those times, chaotic times, and now they have the audacity to badmouth him behind his back. After a few days, constructions are in full swing in Daliang City. The general informs the citizen that he don't know for how much long this peace will last, but they don't need to worry as their emperor just sent various supplies and seeds from the capital to help them reconstruct the city. From today onward, the soldiers will assist the common people in rebuilding their houses and cultivating their land. The citizens of Daliang City become happy after hearing it, but they soon realize that Zhang is looking a bit down on this joyous occasion. Zhang tells his friend that the look in the eyes of that Qian Empire soldier before his death makes him uneasy to this day. Every night that gaze haunts him in his dreams. His friend tells him to not take this seriously, as that moment adrenaline was rushing through their veins, but when they came back to their senses, all of them regretted doing those horrible things to those soldiers. Zhang and his friends go to Lu Bu, who is sitting by a tree trunk, and they ask him if he came here after losing his house due to war. Zhang's friend tries to give him some of his money to raise his spirit, but Lu Bu gets up and leaves. Zhang's friend thinks that uncle is quite strange and maybe he's deaf. Lu Bu became amazed after watching the living condition of these people, and now he knows why Lin Fei failed to capture this city. But Lu Bu is still shocked to see the Hu barbarians go through such drastic transformations in a few decades. After a few days, Lu Bu arrives at the capital city of Hu barbarians. There is a lot of activity going on around the streets. Even Lu Bu admits that the level of prosperity in this capital city is comparable to that of his imperial city. And the most amazing thing is that he didn't even heard a single person speak in the old language of Hu barbarians. All of them speak the language of Qian Empire, plus their clothing and appearance is similar to the Qian citizens as well. He is now even more curious to know about how the barbarians became such a civilized nation. The next day, a mother is scolding his son to not play outside all day and he should study more. All of a sudden, the kid looks at Lu Bu. The kid goes to Lu Bu and he tries to give him the sugar-coated haws he was just eating, and his mother tries to stop him. The kid asks his mother about why she is stopping him from helping this hungry man, and even the emperor said that no citizen should die of hunger under any circumstances. Lu Bu asks the kid if he belongs to the Qian Empire or the Hu tribe. The kid has no idea about those two places, and he informs Lu Bu that he is from Daguang dynasty, and everyone in this city is from that nation as well. The kid's mother had enough, and she takes his son along with him, but not until he puts the sugar-coated haws in front of the poor uncle. The kid is feeling quite happy after helping a hungry uncle, and Lu Bu is wondering about how did the new emperor completely transform this nation in a span of only few decades. Lu Bu keeps on sitting at the same place for a few days, and throughout his stay, a lot of people try to help him. After 6 days, the people around him become worried about his well-being as he has been sitting at the same place for 6 days and he has not even touched his food. Someone reports about to Lu Bu to the magistrate and he comes in person to handle the situation. The magistrate somehow knew about the true identity of Lu Bu and he orders his men to evacuate the citizens out of that place. The magistrate reports about Lu Bu to the emperor, but other ministers shun him by saying that the old emperor of Qian dynasty died a long time ago. The magistrate vouches on the identity of Lu Bu, and he says that he is on the brink of starvation. Emperor Guang Xiao tells his subordinates that he wants to have a face-to-face conversation with Lu Bu. That way, it will not only resolve his doubts, but also showcase the exemplary etiquette of their Da Kuang dynasty. One of the minister protests against this decision as Lu Bu was a mere general during the chaotic times, and he's now just a vagrant. Emperor Guang Xiao asks his minister about why he is protesting against his decision, and if he thinks that their emperor is just a pampered little boy. All ministers get down on their knees and they say they were wrong, and the emperor tells them to get ready to head out of palace. While the emperor is marching in the streets, his civilians are wondering about why the emperor is going to meet the vagrant. The emperor is curious to know about the personality of Lu Bu as he heard a lot about him from his father and uncles. When he was young, he always wanted to meet the person who made his fearless father and uncles intimidated. Today, he finally got the chance to meet Lu Bu, and he has a lot of things he wants to ask him. The magistrate informs Lu Bu that the emperor has arrived, and he should pay his respects. But the emperor shuns the magistrate by telling him to not be disrespectful to Lu Bu. Both of them get excited after watching the ruler of their opposing nation in person. Emperor Guang Xiao orders his men to step back, as he wants to have a private conversation with Lu Bu. Guang Xiao sits next to him while telling him that he had a lot of questions running through his mind on the way, but now that he have met him, he don't know how to begin this conversation. He asks Lu Bu if he has anything he wants to ask him. Lu Bu asks him about why he came to meet him in person and if he's not afraid of death. Guang Xiao tells him that being an emperor is not easy, and it's not often that he can find someone to have a heartful conversation with. The throne is a cold and lonely place, so meeting someone else who has experienced this loneliness is a good thing. Guang Xiao further tells him a secret that he has been implementing the administrative model of the Great Qian Empire, and he's doing all of this for the sake of integrating different ethnic groups. He further says that he did it all so he could one day meet Lu Bu on equal grounds. Emperor Guang Xiao says that it feels so relieving to finally let out something that has been weighing on his heart for 30 years. Lu Bu says that he is describing it casually, but in reality, all of these things require a lot of careful consideration and planning to accomplish. Guang Xiao says that he is correct, and he confesses that he took a shortcut by following in the steps of Lu Bu. At first, he was just curious about Lu Bu, so he was observing his every step from afar, and then based on what Lu Bu did, Guang Xiao added a little extra to it, and now he thinks he achieved better results than even Lu Bu. This reminds Lu Bu of his father's words who told him to use his brain more often, and now he realized that the Emperor Guang Xiao did a better job at it than him. Lu Bu starts laughing out loud after a long time. He keeps on laughing until he becomes totally exhausted. Lu Bu dies right in front of Emperor Guang Xiao due to starvation, but he has already done his part. Emperor Guang Xiao is really thankful to Lu Bu for meeting him before passing away. Through his actions, Lu Bu not only changed the destiny of his empire, but that of his rival nation, and he left quite a deep lasting impact on Emperor Guang Xiao as well. The system tells Lu Bu that he has completed the exploration of family of scholars, and now the system will calculate and evaluate his performance. The system says that Lu Bu showed a lot of bravery, which led him conquering numerous cities, and he finally replaced the emperor of the Great Qian Empire. Although his process was not perfect, and in the end he died as a vagrant instead of an emperor, that's why his last social status was reduced to 60. However, he managed to capture the hearts of many people as he rescued his citizens from the dire straits of the Hu barbarians. His great achievements will undoubtedly be praised and recorded in the history of that world. That's why his final reputation is valued at 66. After his death, his son, which is considered a part of his wealth, formed a friendship with Emperor Guang Xiao, and after 100 years, both empires were merged as one, which fulfilled his long-cherished aspiration of unification. That's why his final wealth score is increased up to 64. Lu Bu was quite a strong human, but due to being poisoned, his physical fitness deteriorated, and he died as a weak man, so his strength value is at 43. The system further informs him that he was good at leading soldiers and warfare, but he lacked in other expertise. Fortunately, he had a genius father who carried him throughout the journey, but after his death, Lu Bu became somewhat lost and uncertain. However, it also made him realize the loneliness of sitting at the peak of a nation. His current thinking is too immature to lead a nation, but he has lost some of his arrogance due to these events. That's why his final intellect value is rated at 51. In this life, Lu Bu lived for 60 years and the system starts calculating his final assessment. The final outcome is that Lu Bu died due to starvation on the street and he got a legendary rank for his overall evaluation. Lu Bu is thinking that he must have done well, that's why he got the legendary evaluation. Lu Bu got 13,583 points and he permanently unlocked the self-healing ability. He got 5 options and he can select 2 talents out of them, which will be permanently unlocked for him in the real world. The first option is beautiful voice, which will give him a singing talent. The second choice is super memory. The third option lets him enhance his internal organs to the intermediate level. The fourth option is a perfumer. And fifth option includes advanced level carpenter skill. In the past, Lu Bu had to choose one option from 3 choices, but now there are 5 choices and he can select 2 of them. After careful consideration, Lu Bu chooses internal organs enhancement and super memory. After confirming it, the system starts enhancing both the memory and organs of Lu Bu. Now, 3 organs of Lu Bu are at intermediate rank, which triggers a hidden condition, and now his blood circulation state has become permanent. After the completion of the assessments, the system sends Lu Bu back to the real world. This is it for part 5 of Lu Bu's life story. Right now we are caught up with the Raws, but we will keep on updating this series as soon as some new chapters are available. Make sure to subscribe to Recap Manhwa and don't shy away from commenting your thoughts about this story. With that being said, see you later in the next video. The next morning, Lu Bu wakes up in his Lu residence. The food variety in the last simulation world was quite abundant, and now he can't get used to his regular meals. The next time he goes to the simulation world, he will try to exchange some crop seeds for simulation points. Lu Bu's wife asks him if the food this morning is not to his liking, and Lu Bu says that the food is good, but he's not in a good mood since he didn't sleep well last night. At the same time, Dian Wei enters the residence to inform Lu Bu that his horse and his armor are ready. He can enter the palace at any time, and Lu Bu gets up to prepare for his departure. Lu Bu is hesitating to wear the armor, and Dian Wei asks him if this newly made armor is not to his liking. Lu Bu tells him to put away this armor for now and bring a pen and paper for him. Lu Bu has been an emperor for so long, and now touching this armor is bringing him a sense of unfamiliarity. Lu Bu uses his super memory skill to draw the blueprints of the clothes he used to wear in the simulation world, and he orders Dian Wei to send these blueprints to the tailor and have him make some clothes according to these designs. After some time at the Everlasting Palace, a discussion about the resettlement of the people and the military funds is going on. Wen Yu suggests that they just moved the capital city, so imposing additional taxes at this time may not be appropriate, and implementing the land tax reforms would be the best measure for now. Minister Wen Xian counters this suggestion by saying that some powerful landlords have just pledged allegiance to the Grand Master, and they will not take this land reforms as a good sign. Wen Yu counters him by saying that this is just nonsense, and Wen Xian is making these claims because he has a lot of land, but he don't want to pay taxes for it. Wen Xian tries to put Wen Yu in his place by saying that there are a lot of generals under Grand Master's command which have a lot of farmlands, and yet they don't pay a single penny in taxes, and they should start with those generals first. But Wen Yu again counters his claim by saying that their generals don't have much property to their name, and Wen Xian is just exaggerating things. The bickering inside the royal court is still going on while Lu Bu is right outside acting as the guard of the Grand Master. Lu Bu is thinking that he is too familiar with these never-ending debates over the land reforms, and he remembers being infuriated by this when he was the emperor. But right now, Grand Master is the one who is becoming infuriated. Inside the courtroom, Grandmaster became agitated just like Lu Bu said, and he tells the court officials that his military has always strictly upheld discipline, and they are just trying to distort the truth. Minister Zheng Tai says that the influence of the Grandmaster is immense, and they know well that they cannot speak against him without evidence, and Emperor Han Xian inquires about this evidence from Gong Ye. Zheng Tai informs the emperor that the evidence is in the hands of steward Shi Sunrui, and he will be arriving soon. Lu Bu just heard it, and he is thinking that the ministers got the Grand Master by the nose, and it will be over for him once the evidence arrives. All of a sudden, Lu Bu spots someone rushing toward the royal court. Lu Bu uses his fast speed to get close to him. This person turns out to be steward Shi Sunrui, and Lu Bu tells him to stop. Shi Sunrui asks Lu Bu to let him pass as he has some urgent matter to attend in the court. and Lu Bu tells him that it's his duty to guarantee the safety of the court officials, so he will have to check the items Steward Shi-sun is carrying. Shi-sun gives the letter to Lu Bu for inspection, as he is thinking that Lu Bu is a musclehead, and he won't even understand the contents of this letter. It turns out the Grand Master already requested his generals to refrain from evading taxes, but they are all corrupt and doing tax evasion. But if this letter gets in the hands of the Emperor, then the Grand Master will be done for. Steward Shi-sun Rui asks for the letter, while Lu Bu is thinking that the Grand Master is right now in a big trouble, and Lu Bu knows from his previous experience that he needs to help him out of this mess. Lu Bu is right now under the command of the Grand Master, and he needs to alleviate some of his burdens, so he activates the blood pump skill. He then crushes the letter into powder while telling the steward Shi-sun Rui that there was nothing dangerous in the letter and he can go inside now. Lu Bu hands over the powder to the steward while telling him that he can now take his letter back. Steward Shi-sun Rui becomes angry and he shouts at Lu Bu for doing this pathetic act, and his cries can be even heard inside the court, and Lu Bu tells him to not worry as he will properly compensate him for the damages. Emperor Han Qian inquires about the person who is making such a fuss outside. A servant informs the Emperor that Steward Shi-sun Rui is currently arguing with the Marquis of Pingtao, and Emperor orders the servant to summon them inside. After some time, both Lu Bu and Steward Shi-sun Rui greet the Emperor. Emperor Han Qian tells Lu Bu that right now he is the general who guards the eastern part of the empire. His position is higher than the 9 ministers present in the court, and he has outstanding achievements. But why was he standing outside the main hall all this time? Wen Yu is thinking that the Emperor is too cunning, and maybe he's trying to pit Lu Bu against the Grand Master. Instead of telling the truth that the Grand Master appointed him as his bodyguard, he tells the Emperor that he's just a simple warrior, and he don't understand the court affairs, so it's more comforting for him to stay outside the hall. This completely shocks the Grand Master, as he was expecting that maybe Lu Bu will spill the beans. Zhang Tai asks Steward Sun to present the evidence to the Emperor, and Steward Sun starts explaining that he secretly discovered that the Grand Master and his subordinates not only possess thousands of fertile lands in Linzhou, but they have also acquired extensive farmlands in different regions, and the scale of these farmlands is astonishing. Grand Master is thinking that those power-hungry generals did not listen to his advice of stopping the land acquisition, and they also left some evidence. Steward Sun says that he had all the evidence in a scroll, but the Marquis of Pingtao just crushed the letter right outside the royal court. Lu Bu apologizes to Steward Sun and he says that he was just doing a routine checkup and he accidentally damaged the scroll. Steward Sun says that this cannot be a coincidence since Lu Bu is the adopted son of the Grand Master, and it must be part of the plan of the Grand Master to destroy the evidence. Lu Bu gives off a serious look to Steward Sun while informing him that he is a straightforward person. And if Steward Sun tries to fabricate lies, then the next thing which will shatter will not be a mere bamboo scroll. Steward Sun asks him about how he can act reckless in front of the Emperor, but Lu Bu tells him that if he cannot present the evidence that the scroll was crushed by Lu Bu under the order of the Grand Master, then it will be considered a crime of deceiving the Emperor. Wen Yu is not sure if Lu Bu crushed the evidence intentionally or not, but his interference has indeed allowed the Grand Master to temporarily catch a breath. Steward Sun and Lu Bu keep on bickering back and forth, and the Grand Master tells them to stop. Grand Master says that this is the Imperial Palace, not a marketplace, and Steward Sun should show some respect instead of causing a ruckus like a hooligan. A minister by the name of Ji Shi says that they should stop this discussion because it's pointless, and the Grand Master agrees to it. The Grand Master requests the Emperor to adjourn the meeting because everyone must be tired by now, and the Emperor agrees to it. While departing, Minister Ji Shi advises the Grand Master to be extremely cautious from now on. Once the Grand Master leaves, the expression on the face of Minister Ji Shi completely changes and he becomes angry. Steward Shi-sun Rui comes up to him and he says that he was not expecting this bastard of a Grand Master to go to such lengths for land reforms, and he will definitely not give up on this matter. Minister Ji Shi says that he is wrong, and the Grand Master is only insisting for these tax reforms because he wants sufficient funds and rations for his troops, and they should give these things since he will not live much longer. Minister Ji Shi inquires about Lu Bu, and Steward Shi-sun Rui says that he's an unreasonable and arrogant troublemaker. Minister Ji Shi says that maybe they can use Lu Bu by sowing discord between him and the Grand Master. They should proceed with the plan of using the Zhongqiang tribe to get rid of the Grand Master. After arriving at the Grand Master's residence, the Grand Master compliments Lu Bu for his good work, and he asks Lu Bu if he resents him for making him a bodyguard. But Lu Bu tells him that he was reluctant at first, but these land reforms are crucial for the stability of the country, so he will love to help his godfather in any way possible. Lu Bu requests the Grand Master to let him stay by his side until this matter of the land reforms is solved. Grandmaster now knows well that Lu Bu is a trustworthy person, but he still wants to test his loyalty, so he asks him if he knows about Minister Yang Zan. Lu Bu says that Yang Zan is the military officer of Pingyan City, and Grandmaster says that he is correct. And Yang Zan has been recently promoted to a high official, and there are some reports stating that he is having some close deals with the Qiang tribe people in secret. Lu Bu asks the Grandmaster if he wants him to kill Yang Zan. But the Grandmaster says that Yang Zan is a respectable person, since he is personally leading the armies against the rebels. In this expedition, the Grandmaster will put Yang Zan under Lu Bu's command. If Lu Bu finds him out to be a traitor, then he needs to kill him and make it look like that he died on the battlefield. Lu Bu accepts the command of the army without any question, and he is thinking that he is now just like his friend General Lin Fei, and he needs to pass this last test by the Grandmaster to gain his full trust. After some days, Lu Bu meets with Hua Xiong, who has been promoted to the rank of a general. Hua Xiong informs Lu Bu that he is a general in just name, since all soldiers under his command are new recruits, and they can't handle basic horsemanship. Lu Bu tells them to not worry, as they will conduct military exercises together. Hua Xiong thanks Lu Bu for this favor, and he asks Lu Bu about why he summoned him here. Lu Bu informs him that his godfather just appointed him the head of the anti-rebellion force, so he wanted some information about the Qiang tribe from him. Hua Xiong informs him that the Qiang tribe is scattered in areas such as Longxi, Heitao, and Jincheng. They live in different areas, so their habits vary greatly. Some of these tribes are nomadic in nature, and there are some which are good at agriculture, but they are all fierce and valiant. All of these tribes have one thing in common, that they admire the strong. They pledge allegiance when asked and betray when commanded. They have no principles and are shameless in nature. Lu Bu says that this is really interesting, and this time maybe he will be able to recruit some Qiang tribe warriors to strengthen the forces of the Grand Master and get rid of Yang Zan as well. Dian Wei arrives at the banquet to inform Lu Bu that General Ho Cheng has arrived at his mansion, and he's requesting to see him, plus the clothes Lu Bu requested have been made as well. Lu Bu thanks General Hua Xiong for his help, and they will talk about this matter later on. After arriving at the mansion, Lu Bu starts changing into his new clothes, while Ho Cheng says that there is something important he needs to talk about. Ho Cheng informs Lu Bu that most of his elite men died during the last battle, and now his new army consists of new recruits, and training them will require some time. The current situation in Chang'an is dangerous, and without veteran soldiers, they can easily lose against the Qiang tribes. Lu Bu asks Ho Cheng about who told him this, and Ho Cheng informs him that Wen He, who is the official registrar of General Niu Fu, told him about it while he was drunk. Lu Bu is thinking that this Wen He guy is not one of his men, but he is quite smart as he perfectly analyzed this situation. And Lu Bu tells Ho Cheng that he will personally meet this Wen He guy after the battle ends. Lu Bu asks Ho Cheng about anything particular this Wen He guy likes, and Ho Cheng informs him that Wen He likes to eat a lot. Lu Bu is thinking that in his next trip to the simulation world, he needs to find a way to bring those ingredients to this world. After wearing the new clothes, Lu Bu asks Ho Cheng if these look good on him, and Ho Cheng informs his brother that he looks amazing in this new attire. Lu Bu says that he can get one prepared for Ho Cheng if he likes it this much. And Gao Sun arrives in the room to inform Lu Bu that Minister Yang Zhen has arrived. Lu Bu tells Ho Cheng to return because he needs to prepare for the war, and Ho Cheng wishes him best of luck. While leaving, Lu Bu asks Gao Sun to accompany him, but Gao Sun seems to be amazed after watching his lord in new attire. Lu Bu tells them both to not worry as he will make one new set of clothes for both of them as well. Lu Bu is thinking that Gao Sun is like a kid, and teasing him is quite fun. Lu Bu heads outside to meet Yang Zan. Instead of meeting him properly, Yang Zan falls to his knees and he greets the Marquis of Pingtao with utmost respect. Lu Bu asks him about why he's showing such courtesy, and Yang Zan says that he became astonished after watching Lu Bu, and without knowing he tripped by himself. Lu Bu tells him to get up, and he introduces General Gao Sun to him. Yang Zan then starts telling the great tales of General Gao Sun about how he broke through the defenses of the enemy. Yang Zan bows to Gao Sun as a tribute for his contribution to their empire, and Gao Sun bows back to him. Lu Bu asks him about the reason behind this Qiang rebellion, and Yang Zan informs him that he was a military officer in name, while the command of their armies were under the high-ranking generals, so he has no idea about it. Lu Bu tells him that they will first head to Beidi County to investigate this matter, and Yang Zan says that he will immediately draw a map to tell them the locations of the general areas where the rebellion is happening. Lu Bu appoints General Dian Wei to accompany Yang Zan while he draws the map. They both start heading outside, and Yang Zan keeps on lifting the balls of Dian Wei by sugarcoating his words. Lu Bu asks Gao Sun what he thinks about this person. Gao Sun says that the words of this person must not be trusted. After some time, Dian Wei arrives back with the map and he's looking quite happy, so Lu Bu says that he must have received a lot of compliments. Dian Wei says that although Yang Zan is a scholar, but he's much more pleasant than those other arrogant and rude scholars. Lu Bu says that Yang Zan is extremely talented in terms of knowledge, yet he still knelt down and greeted them. Gao Sun says that Yang Zan has already exceeded the scope of being polite and cultured. Either he has some kind of request to make or he's planning a scheme against Lu Bu. Dian Wei's mood shifts after hearing about the word scheme. Lu Bu tells him to ease up as they are not sure yet, and the most important thing is to figure out why he is so eager to quell this chaos. Lu Bu says that he will go first ahead and assess the situation with the Zhongqian tribes, while Gao Sun will take his commander's seal and lead the troops to keep Yang Zan from knowing about this. On the other hand, Dian Wei will accompany Lu Bu after changing his attire to match the new uniform of Lu Bu. After some days, Lu Bu arrives at Anding County. The terrain here consists of many mountains and few cultivated lands. However, due to the land being less fertile, the harvest here is extremely limited. An old man in a random bar informs them that the officials have imposed numerous taxes on their tribe using various kinds of pretexts, like the land tax, land cultivation tax, and the public security tax. They are already poor from the start and now they are struggling to survive. Dian Wei says that he heard that they are going to war, but it doesn't seem like they are prepared at all. The old man gets hyper after hearing about the war and he questions the origin of Dian Wei. Dian Wei gets up to beat up the information and face of this delusional old man, but Lu Bu tells him to calm down and talk it out in a peaceful manner. Lu Bu informs the old man that they came from a distant land called the Great Qian Empire, and they are here to visit some relatives, so they are concerned that they would encounter trouble while passing through this county. Lu Bu hands over some money and he asks for a safe route. The old man accepts their apology and he tells them about a safe route which can lead them inside the county without any trouble on the way. Both of them start heading out and Dian Wei asks Lu Bu if they are going to Jincheng, and Lu Bu says that they are going to Fanshu Pass. The old man told them to avoid the Fanshu Pass, which means that there is something dangerous like a stronghold in there. Dian Wei compliments Lu Bu for his quick thinking. Lu Bu tells him that he should read some books, and Dian Wei says that he prefers to be beheaded instead of reading something. After some time, they arrive at the Fanshu Pass, but it is heavily guarded, and Dian Wei asks Lu Bu about how they are going to infiltrate it. Lu Bu says that infiltration is out of the question, and they will go straight from the front gate. Dian Wei gets ready as he thinks that maybe they are going to fight their way through the main gate. Lu Bu tells him to just follow him around, and they are only going to use force in a desperate situation. After some time, the guard stationed at the gate sees someone approaching them. They shout at Lu Bu to stop, and Lu Bu informs them that he's Marquis Lu Bu and he's here to quell the rebellion. The guard orders the archers at the outpost to get ready. The archers shoot their arrows at Lu Bu without wasting any time. The arrows are about to hit Lu Bu, but he easily catches them using one of his hands. He then throws the arrows back, and the arrows pierce through the bows of the archers. Everyone gets afraid after watching this precise showcase of skills, and Lu Bu informs them that he always prefers diplomacy over violence, and what just happened now is a warning to all of them. Even Dian Wei is amazed as only a few months since the last battle have passed, and Lu Bu's skills have exponentially grown in this time. The guards say that they cannot take him on by themselves, and maybe they should let Kemu Ji fight him. The guards inform Lu Bu that he will have to fight their first-rank warrior, and Lu Bu tells them to hurry it up. A few minutes passed and Lu Bu is almost bored to death. Finally, Qimujiji, the first-ranked warrior of the Zhongqiang tribe, arrives, and he introduces himself to Lu Bu. Qimujiji tells Lu Bu to take out his weapon, and he is eager to find out if Lu Bu lives up to his reputation. Lu Bu says that dealing with someone like him doesn't even require weapons. Just one of his hands is enough. Qimujiji rushes toward Lu Bu at max speed. Lu Bu activates the blood pump circulation skill while Qimujiji tries to slash him with his halberd. Lu Bu easily blocks the halberd with his bare hand without moving an inch. He then grabs the halberd and smashes the chest of Qimujiji. Qimujiji flies off into the distance. He falls down quite far from his initial position, and Lu Bu throws his halberd next to him. Lu Bu tells Qimujiji to get up and continue fighting if he's not dead yet. Qimujiji gets up and he is trembling. Instead of continuing the fight, he admits defeat and asks them both to follow him inside. While Qimujiji is leading the way, Lu Bu realizes that the defenses in this stronghold are quite good. There are sentries stationed after every 100 meter. It looks like a huge portion of their main force is stationed in this stronghold. The leader of the Zhongqiang tribe compliments Lu Bu for defeating his first-ranked warrior, and Lu Bu says that he was just lucky. The leader of the Zhongqiang tribe is called Sen Ma, and after complimenting Lu Bu, his mood shifts, and he says how dare you came here with just one guard. There are numerous archers stationed around the buildings, and they get ready for the order of their leader, while Sen Ma asks Lu Bu if he's looking down on them. Dian Wei gets angry and he tells Sen Ma that this mere guard can take on all of his best men at once, and Lu Bu tells Dian Wei to calm down, as he knows well that Sen Ma will not take action against them. Sen Ma says, "Where did you get the confidence that I will not dare to take any action against you?" And Lu Bu says that Sen Ma didn't kill any officials after taking over the Pengyang city, and the reason why he didn't kill any officials is because this Qiang rebellion is actually a scheme they concocted in collusion with certain individuals within the court who are deceiving the imperial court for their own gains. Sen Ma says that since Lu Bu has figured it out, there is now even more reason to not let him live. Lu Bu tells him that he's just an ordinary warrior, and how could he know about these things? The imperial court is already aware of this matter, that's why he came here. Sen Ma tells his men to sheathe their weapons, and he asks Lu Bu about what the imperial court wants to say, and Lu Bu informs him that the Grand Master do not want rivers of blood to flow in this region, so he persuaded the court to not deploy any forces for the time being. Grandmaster knows well that the Qiang tribe wants to be treated equally like the Han tribes, so as long as they are willing to submit to the Grandmaster, he is willing to allocate some fertile lands to them. Plus, they will be exempted from excessive levies and taxes. Sen Ma says that they are in a pickle since they already accepted favors from that person. Lu Bu tells him to not worry about that person since the imperial court intends to get rid of him. Sen Ma becomes assured and he says that he will have his troops withdraw from the city of Pengyang. But Lu Bu tells him to not withdraw his troops, since there is something he needs their help with. After some hours, Dian Wei and Lu Bu are heading back, and Dian Wei says that Lu Bu was so confident because the imperial court had already planned it out. Lu Bu tells him the truth, that there are no plans, and he just guessed things on the spot and made it up. Dian Wei says that Yang Zan is really doomed this time, and even after all of his schemes, he was seen through by Lu Bu. Lu Bu says that this might not be the doing of Yang Zan alone, and he is curious to know about the identity of this mastermind. Dian Wei says that they can just go back and interrogate Yang Zan. Lu Bu says that Yang Zan is a high-ranking official, and they cannot force him without evidence, and the Grand Master ordered Lu Bu to get rid of Yang Zan in a way that no one will find out that he died by their hands. Lu Bu smirks as his father in the previous simulation world taught him how to turn such situations around. Lu Bu tells Dian Wei to just wait and see how he handles it once they get back. When Lu Bu returns, Yang Zan starts pestering him with questions like where did he go while leaving his army behind, and instead of replying to him, Lu Bu compliments Gao's son for his new amazing attire. Lu Bu then turns to Yang Zan and he asks him if he knows why some people call him the Flying General, and Yang Zan kindly asks the Great Marquis to enlighten him. Many people believe that he's just good at fighting, and he has some exceptional archery skills, but that is not true at all. The title Flying General refers to his ability to anticipate the enemy's move in each battle, and leading his troops on the ground like a flying bird. In order to anticipate the enemy's moves, one must understand both himself and the enemy. Lu Bu informs Yang Zan that his purpose for going on this journey was to go to Pengyang City ahead of time. Yang Zan says that he heard before that Lu Bu did the same when he went to AO Respiratory to get rid of the traitor Hu Zhen, and now he did the same to Pengyang, but Lu Bu says that things were different this time. Lu Bu says that his trip this time left him puzzled, as he made a rough estimation of the enemy forces, and those forces are far from being able to capture a city like Pengyang. He also saw people dressed as scholars entering and leaving the city, and he asks the Minister Yang to help him analyze this situation. Yang Zan is clearly afraid, but he tries to keep his calm as he knows well that Lu Bu has no evidence against him, and he must not reveal his intentions so openly. All of a sudden, Yang Zan gets a hold of Lu Bu. He tells Lu Bu that he's relieved to know that they are on the same side. He further says that he already discovered that there were individuals in the court colluding with those Qiang rebels. At first, he was worried that there might be a connection between the Grand Master and the Qiang rebels, but it seems like he was just worrying too much. Lu Bu says that he is saying things like he already predicted them, so he must also have a strategy planned. Yang Zan says that he will tell him about his strategy tomorrow, and Lu Bu asks him why do he needs to consider it, and why can't he just tell him right now. Lu Bu gives off a serious stare, and he asks Minister Yang if he has different intentions. In the simulation world, Lu Yong summoned the Minister of the Right, Wen Zhang, and he forced him to make a decision of the appointment of the new Secretary of War on the spot. After he went away, Lu Yong informed his son that Wen Zhang is a cunning person, and if he had gone back to think about this decision, then he might have came up with a plan which might be advantageous to him. Lu Yong made him panic and make his decision on the spot so he cannot cook up a strategy. Lu Yong advises his son that if he comes across a cunning person in the future, then he should try to have them make decision in the most urgent situations, because no one can avoid showing some weakness when they are in a state of panic. Now, in the future, Yang Zan is trying his best to stay calm, and he tells Lu Bu that in his humble opinion, if they want to uncover the truth, then they need to find the main stronghold of the Zhongqiang tribe first. Lu Bu asks him if he knows about the location of their main stronghold, and Yang Zan replies by saying that he don't know. Lu Bu asks him about his strategy to find the hideout of the Qiang tribe, and Yang Zan says that this area is quite big, so searching for their stronghold is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yang Zan suggests that they should just send a portion of their troops to attack the city of Pengyang, and once they can't withstand the attack, they will undoubtedly contact their stronghold. After detecting the location of their stronghold, they can directly attack it. Lu Bu is thinking that this Yang Zan is undoubtedly skilled, but he unknowingly fell into his trap, and Lu Bu asks Yang Zan if he can lead the troops to attack Pengyang City. Yang Zan says that he is unskilled for this task, and he will not be able to conquer the city by himself. He suggests that maybe he should lead the troops to besiege their stronghold once it is found. Lu Bu becomes serious, and he asks him if he's planning to take all of the credit while he will be busy with the city of Pengyang, and Yang Zan says that he's not skilled enough, so he will only besiege the stronghold and wait for Lu Bu to arrive there and take the head of the enemy leader. Lu Bu says that he hopes Yang Zan is not deceiving him. He says that they will each prepare their troops and set out this afternoon, and Yang Zan agrees to it. Yang Zan is quite pissed and confused as he barely escaped death. Gao Sun says that he is sure that Yang Zan is colluding with the Zhongqiang tribe, and how he can task him with finding their stronghold. Lu Bu informs Gao Sun that he already discovered the location of their stronghold, which is situated at Fansu Pass. Gao Sun asks Lu Bu about why he didn't expose him, and Dian Wei says that the Qiang tribe have already switched their allegiance to the Grand Master, and they are just waiting for Yang Zan to step into their trap. But Dian Wei is confused because if Yang Zan dies, then there will be no way for them to expose the person behind him. Lu Bu says that the only reason why he gave time to Yang Zan to go back and prepare is because Yang Zan thinks that Lu Bu will easily conquer the city and get a confession from other officials, and now he must be planning to get rid of Lu Bu. Back at his camp, Yang Zan is quite angry and he smacks the map of the region. Yang Zan says that the Grand Master is a cunning person, and he appointed Lu Bu above him to investigate. But a general under him says that fortunately, Lu Bu is just a martial artist, and it will be hard for him to uncover the truth. Yang Zan says that Lu Bu is a fool, but the Grand Master and his men are not, and once they hear the report of Lu Bu, they will know that Yang Zan was behind it all. Yang Zan says that this time, they must not let Lu Bu return alive. but the general says that Lu Bu is quite skilled in battle and it won't be easy to directly deal with him. On the other side, Lu Bu and his generals are planning the same thing, and Lu Bu informs his men that they cannot directly kill Yang Zan with their own hands, and the same thing goes for Yang Zan, so there is only one option left for him. They both say at the same time that they will let the Zhongqiang tribe get rid of this fool. The next day, Lu Bu informs Gao's son that the Qiang tribe people in the city of Pengyang will cooperate with them to make a feigned attack. But they need to not make it look too obvious, and if Yang Zan senses that something is wrong, then their efforts will be for nothing. Gao Sun says that he will do as the wish of Lu Bu, and he asks Lu Bu if he is sure Yang Zan will come to meet him. Lu Bu says that Yang Zan needs to desperately kill him, or he will not find another chance to split up the troops. All of a sudden, Yang Zan comes running toward Lu Bu to request something. He tells Lu Bu that Gao Sun is an amazing general, and he can easily take care of the Pengyang city, so he requests Lu Bu to take command and lead his troops to search for the stronghold of the Qiang tribe. He hands over the commander's seal to Lu Bu, saying that under Marquis Lu Bu's command, he is sure that they will win, and after this battle, Lu Bu will be hugely credited for his achievements. Lu Bu takes the seal off from the hands of Yang Zan, indicating that he is just another power-hungry general like others. After some time, Lu Bu gets prepared for departure, and he asks Minister Yang Zan to set out as well. Meanwhile, Yang Zan is thinking that there are rumors which suggest that Lu Bu is just a glory-seeking war fanatic, and it seems like all of those rumors were true. After a few hours, Dian Wei is beating up a soldier of Qiang tribe inside the city of Pengyan. The attack of Dian Wei was quite powerful, and the soldier was sent flying in the air while his armor was chopped in half. Dian Wei asks the other soldiers to spar with him, but they are quite afraid, and Gao Sun tells them to stop it. Dian Wei says that their lord told them to make this feint assault look like real. That's why he was roughing up the soldiers of the Zhongqiang tribe. Gao Sun informs them that they have already gotten hold of the city, and they also sent a message to Yang Zan's troops, so there is no need to continue this farce. Meanwhile, Lu Bu is camping inside the region of Qishan with the army of Yang Zan. A soldier from Yang Zan's army informs Lu Bu that the city of Pengyan has already been conquered, and they found out that the stronghold of the Qiang tribe is located at the Fanshu Pass. Lu Bu orders the commander to get the soldiers ready, as they will immediately head out for the Fanshu Pass. After a few hours, the whole army of Yang Zan is mobilized, and they start heading toward the Fanshu Pass. Lu Bu compliments Yang Zan for his brilliant strategy, and he says that once he returns to the capital, he will put a good word for Minister Yang Zan in front of the Grand Master, and Yang Zan seems quite thankful for the compliments. Lu Bu moves ahead after saying that Minister Yang Zan is the best strategist in the empire, but Yang Zan seems to be quite annoyed by Lu Bu. Yang Zan is thinking that Lu Bu is a reckless and stupid person. He split up his troops, and now he is isolated and helpless, and soon it will be over for him. All of a sudden, some arrows rain down upon the armies of Yang Zan. The soldiers get ready to counter the ambush. Yang Zan orders his soldiers to quickly escape from this area, and he is thinking that the ambush happened a bit ahead of the location they originally planned, but all will be good once the Qiang tribe gets rid of Lu Bu. He starts running back, and the cries of his soldiers don't bother him, as he had already ordered the Qiang tribe to kill some of his men, or else everyone will become suspicious that only Lu Bu died in that ambush. But out of nowhere, an arrow hits the neck of his horse, and he falls down to the ground. Yang Zan has no idea about why they hit his horse, or maybe it was a stray arrow. The volley of arrows end, and the Qiang tribe descends upon the remaining soldiers of Yang Zan. The soldiers are easily overpowered and killed in a few minutes. Yang Zan now knows well that he has been betrayed, but he has no idea as to why will the Zhongqiang tribe betray him. He looks back to find out that Lu Bu is standing alive and well. He then looks at the Zhong tribe men to find out that they are not hostile toward Lu Bu, and it all starts making sense to him. Yang Zan compliments Lu Bu for being a cunning man, and he should not have misjudged the situation. Lu Bu says that they are both cunning persons, and our Minister Yang Zan knows well what he needs to do to survive. Yang Zan pulls out the arrow from the neck of his horse, and he says that he's not a fool, and even if he reveals the identity of the mastermind, he knows well that he will still be killed right here. Yang Zan pulls the arrow to his throat, and he warns the soldiers to stay back. All of a sudden, Yang Zan looks at Lu Bu with a smile, and he advises him to be aware of Wen Yo. These prove to be his last words as he pierces the arrow through his own neck. The lifeless body of Yang Zan falls to the ground. A soldier confirms the death of Yang Zan, and Lu Bu orders them to send an envoy to the royal court with the head of Yang Zan, and he tells them to inform their leader that Lu Bu will fulfill his promise of giving them tax exemptions and other fertile lands. With that being said, Lu Bu starts heading back, but the last words of Yang Zan are bothering him. Maybe Yang Zan made up a lie to sow discord between him and Wen Yo, but still, why would a dying man lie about something irrelevant to him? In the last simulation world, Lu Bu made the same mistake of believing the lies of others and doubting his own general Lin Fei. But Lu Bu knows well that once the seed of suspicion is sown, it might gradually grow into a towering giant tree. After a few days, Lu Bu arrives at the residence of the Grand Master, and he is quite happy with the accomplishment of Lu Bu. Grand Master keeps on complimenting his son for being so much talented. Lu Bu apologizes for not being able to uncover the identity of the real instigator, but Wen Yo tells him to not blame himself. This matter will come to light soon enough, and right now there is a more crucial issue at hand. Wen Yo says that currently the empire has only a few fertile lands available, and Lu Bu promised the Zhongqiang tribe that he will give them extra fertile lands. But Lu Bu says that his head was on the line at that time. That's why he made that promise in a hurry. Grandmaster says that he can understand the sincerity of Lu Bu. The Zhongqiang tribe's influence is not insignificant, and he did a wonderful thing by turning their enemy into an ally. The Grandmaster tells Lu Bu to go back to the Zhongqiang tribe and inform them that they will be exempted from all kinds of taxes for now until new lands are allocated to them. Lu Bu says that he will take care of it immediately, and he is thinking that he urgently needs a wise person by his side like his father from his previous world, or else one day these court officials will eat him alive. After a few days, Lu Bu arrives at the inn where a fat person is stuffing himself with food. Lu Bu comes next to him and he greets him with respect. This person turns out to be Wen He, who previously told Ho Cheng about the condition of the new recruits and the looming danger over the life of Lu Bu. Wen He greets Lu Bu in return, and Lu Bu tells him to continue his meal. Lu Bu was thinking that maybe this person might have some similarities in appearance with his father, but he turned out to be a winter melon. Wen He asks Lu Bu if he came here to enjoy some wine as well. Lu Bu kindly requests Sir Wen He to help him with the planning of some matters. This shocks Wen He, and he spit at a nearby person. Wen He apologizes to the person for his mistake, and Wen He tells Lu Bu to stop, as he is an official registrar under General Niyu's command, and he can't change his allegiance so easily. Lu Bu tells him to not be so alarmed as he already visited General Niyu, and he gifted 10 excellent horses to General Niyu for Wen He. Lu Bu hands over a transfer letter to Wen He. Wen He has no idea why this is happening to him. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, but if he's under Lu Bu, then his life will be full of turmoil and danger. Wen He agrees to his transfer, and Lu Bu asks him to come to his residence and explain about the things he told Ho Cheng, which indicated that Lu Bu's life was in danger in the last war. Wen He pretends that he was drunk at that time and he starts spouting some nonsense. Lu Bu knows well that this person is feigning ignorance, and he's a much more capable person, so he pulls out a gift for Wen He. Lu Bu brought some exquisite pastries for Wen He because he has a keen taste for fine cuisine. Wen He says that he has never seen this food before. Lu Bu informs him that he came up with this recipe, and his wife made it according to his recipe. Wen He takes a bite to test out this pastry. The taste of this pastry is really out of this world, and he feels like a dragon soaring through the sky. All of his taste buds start tingling with excitement as he has never seen or eaten something this good. Wen He keeps on gobbling the pastries like a pig. After finishing the pastries, Wen He is still not satisfied and he starts crying like a child. He is fearful that he might never taste this delicacy in the future, and he asks Marquis Lu Bu if he has some more pastries left. Lu Bu is thinking that the recipes of the Great Qian dynasty are really good, but most of the ingredients from that world are not available in here. Lu Bu tells Wen He to not worry as he has many more recipes that he might have never tried. Thinking about trying new kinds of food makes this foodie excited. Wen He gets up and he informs Lu Bu that he's willing to go to the Lu residence and discuss world affairs thoroughly with him. After a few hours, they arrive at Lu Manor and Wen He starts stuffing himself with food. Wen He informs Lu Bu that the Yuan brothers are duking it out with each other in the Central Plains, and whoever is successful will head for Guanzhong next. And when that happens, the Grand Master will find himself in a difficult position. Lu Bu says that he is correct, and maybe that's the reason why the Grand Master is becoming increasingly sensitive as well. Wenhe further says that right now, the Grandmaster is in urgent need of trusted individuals, and that's why he sent Marquis Lu Bu to quench the rebellion to prove his loyalty to the Grandmaster. Lu Bu compliments Wenhe for being an extraordinary talent, as he pointed out so many things from just a few pieces of information provided to him. Lu Bu tells Wenhe that he wants his advice to a matter regarding the Zhongqiang tribe. But once he has heard this information, then there will be no turning back. Wenhe becomes a bit afraid, but he still asks Lu Bu to continue. Lu Bu informs him about how he manipulated the Zhongqiang tribe to get rid of Yang Zan, and Wenhe tells him that what he did was perfect, and he further asks Lu Bu about who guided him to do these things. Lu Bu tells him that there is no strategist guiding him right now, and he did all of it by himself. That's why he made such a big blunder. Lu Bu asks him to analyze the identity of the main culprit behind Yang Zan, and Wenhe informs him that based on what Lu Bu described, Yang Zan was not doing all of this to swindle the wealth of the imperial court. It's evident that the Zhong tribe benefited more from their deal than Yang Zan. This kind of losing deal is not something a cunning person like Yang Zan would do. Right now, Zhong tribe is in urgent need of resources. As long as someone provides them with resources, they will cooperate with him and betray him once someone else provides them with more resources. Yang Zan and his conspirators must be quite wealthy, but they must lack military power. That's why they made a deal with the wealth-seeking Zhong tribe, so that both sides can benefit from each other. The last battle was a loss for the Grandmaster, as he's the one who paid for the army of Lu Bu, and now his finances are already stretched thin due to the deal Lu Bu made with the Zhongqiang tribe. Right now, the Zhong tribe is collaborating with the Grandmaster because they are provided with funds, but when the real time comes, they will betray the Grandmaster, who has less resources, by making another deal with the collaborators of Yang Zan, as they have limitless wealth. Wenhe further explains that there are many people in the imperial court who are after the life of the Grandmaster, and they will not let this golden opportunity slide. Wenhe says that the one behind Yang Zan must be a spy among the ranks of the Grandmaster. That's why Yang Zan took his own life without hesitation, as if this was a plan B in case their main plan flops. Lu Bu, in shock, asks him if this person can be Wen Yo. Wenhe says that he's just giving a hypothesis, and maybe Yang Zan named Wen Yo to sow a seed of suspicion in the mind of Lu Bu. Wenhe tells Lu Bu to lay low for now. After the incident of the Yang Zan, everyone who wanted to get rid of the Grandmaster have shifted their rage toward Lu Bu, as he is now the right-hand man of the Grandmaster. In this situation, if someone convinces the Grandmaster that Lu Bu is not trustworthy, then the person in the most danger in the kingdom will not be the Grandmaster, but Lu Bu. Lu Bu kindly requests Sir Wenhe to guide him out of this mess. Wenhe gets up, as there is something he boldly wants to ask his lord. Wenhe comes closer to him as he whispers to him, asking him if he's genuinely loyal to the Grandmaster, and this question shocks Lu Bu. Wenhe is not getting a reply, so he thinks that he might have overstepped his boundaries, and he asks for the forgiveness of Lu Bu as he is overly drunk and spouting nonsense. Lu Bu tells him to not be nervous in front of him. He is willing to seek his assistance and share these matters with him. Lu Bu admits that he was just a power-hungry war lunatic in the past. That's why he killed his previous godfather under the order of the Grandmaster. But going through many experiences changed his way of life, and now he wants to bid farewell to his former self. Wenhe asks him about what will he do if he tells him that there is a way which Lu Bu can use to get away from all of this turmoil. Lu Bu replies by saying that he will not go away, and the safety of the Grandmaster is the most urgent matter to him after his own life. Wenhe says that he will assist his lord from now on, and tomorrow he will go with Lu Bu to visit the Zhongqiang tribe. The very same night, the ministers are discussing about the failure of Yang Zan. One of the ministers suggests that maybe this Lu Bu is putting on a facade of being a barbarian, and in reality, he is a cunning person. But other ministers shun him by saying that Lu Bu is like a monkey, and Wen Yo must be the one who must have came up with a plan to expose Yang Zan. A minister by the name of Ziyan says that these Zhongqiang tribe people are untrustworthy. They wag their tails for whoever offers them more benefits. Steward Shi Sunrui says at least they are straightforward and their loyalty can be bought. And Ziyan asks about why they need to pay them now. Zheng Tai says that the Grandmaster must not be able to fulfill his promise to the Qiang tribe. That's why he's sending Lu Bu to negotiate with them. Yang Biao suggests that they should buy off the Qiang tribe before Lu Bu arrives there. In this way, they can get rid of Lu Bu, and it will deal a major blow to the Grandmaster. But Minister Zi Shi says that the Zhong tribe is blinded by greed, so to ensure safety, they need a backup plan, and they can't afford to kill Lu Bu yet. Others ask Minister Zishi if he has some kind of plan in mind. Zishi tells them to form an alliance with the Zhongqiang tribe, but they need to order them to not kill Lu Bu and just drive him away. If Lu Bu is killed, the Grandmaster will become suspicious and more sensitive, and the trust they built with the Zhongqiang tribe will crack. After that, Zishi will try to win over Lu Bu to his side, and with the Zhongqiang added to their arsenal, the Grandmaster is destined to doom. Some ministers agree with him, while some say that maybe they are falling into a trap set up by Wen You. As long as the Grandmaster has no clear evidence, he cannot do anything to the minister's faction, but once they get their hand on a solid evidence, then they will be done for. A minister by the name of Zhu Hao says that his father is at odds with the Grandmaster, and he is willing to go to the Qiang tribe to negotiate the new terms. Zhang Tai says that he's a good guy, but his father is a spy in the ranks of the Grandmaster, and it will be their loss if his identity is exposed. Zhu Hao tells them to rest assured and he will take his own life just like Yang Zan if he gets exposed. Minister Li Shi thanks Zhu Hao and his family for their services to their faction. After a few days, Lu Bu and Wen He are moving toward the Fengshu Pass with their army, and Wen He says that taking this army with them during the negotiations is absolutely necessary. Lu Bu asks him if he thinks that this negotiation is likely to collapse, and it will lead to an open conflict. Wen He says that they are taking the army with them to be just cautious, and he has another suspicion. After some time, they arrive at the Fensu stronghold, and Senma says the Grandmaster and Lu Bu are trying to deceive them by reneging on their word and not giving the new fertile lands to them. Lu Bu says that the Grandmaster is really serious about this peace, and these tax exemptions will give them great profits in the short run until new fertile lands are arranged for them. But Senma is not happy with this arrangement, as this is a short-term solution, and the Grandmaster can go back on his word later on. Lu Bu says that it seems like you have no trust in the imperial court. Senma says that they trust anyone who gives them the most profit, and Lu Bu should not talk about trust while he himself marched in here with his army. Wen He says that leading troops in this camp has nothing to do with trust, and he hopes that Senma can understand their position. Senma tells them that they are the scheming bastards. He further says that their cooperation is cancelled, and he will not make things difficult for them, and Lu Bu can just leave now. Wen He says that it looks like another rich noble family has joined hands with them, and he asks about the identity of their new patrons, but Senma requests them to leave as he has nothing more to say. Wen He says that maybe they should head back right now. All of a sudden, he looks back and he tells Senma to pass his regards to the father and son duo of Zhu Jun and Zhu Hao. Senma becomes shocked as he has no idea about how Wen He deduced the identity of the noble who visited them a few days ago from the minister faction. On their way back, Lu Bu asks Wen He about how he knew that it was the Zhu family who came here to bribe the Zhong tribe. Wen He asks Lu Bu that if he noticed that expensive fabric the leader Senma was wearing right now. Lu Bu says that when the last time he met Senma, he was wearing ordinary clothes, but this time he was wearing quite expensive and premium-looking clothes. Wen He says that he noticed that the craftsmanship on the fabric Senma was wearing was exquisite, which is completely different from what they normally wear, and the only nobles nearby who are involved in the expensive fabric business are the Zhu family. Lu Bu is thinking that he made the best choice by recruiting this fat genius. Lu Bu asks Wen He if they are just going to report things to the Grandmaster after leaving things as they are. Wen He says that maybe they should try an unconventional approach to this matter. Since the Zhu family has amassed their wealth through textile and clothing, the simplest and most direct approach will be to squeeze them out of their own industry. Wen He then tells Lu Bu to forget it, since doing business is an extremely challenging task, but Lu Bu says that there is something that they can use to their advantage. Lu Bu asks him about his current clothing, but Wen He says that he has no idea about clothes, and his specialty lies in the food industry. Lu Bu guarantees him that it will take him no more than less a year to become the biggest textile and fabric merchant in the entire capital. In his mind, he is thinking that he can use the unique dresses and machinery from the Su family of the simulation world. After returning to his home, Lu Bu starts preparing the blueprints of the textile machinery. Dian Wei says that these blueprints look quite complex. Lu Bu hands over the blueprints of machinery and bamboo slips, which contain the instructions on how to operate the textile machines and the process for mass production to Wen He. Lu Bu tells Wen He that he should recruit workers and set up shops. Soon they will be able to expand their business at a faster rate than the Zhu family. In a few months, they will take over the entire clothing industry because no other fabric-related merchant has such machinery, and they can now mass-produce fabric in cheap rates. Wenhe says that he don't know much, but the design of this machinery looks ingenious, and with it, competing with the Zhu family will be child's play. But he knows well that even the top-notch craftsmen wouldn't be able to come up with something incredible like this. He asks Lu Bu about who taught him about this machine. Lu Bu tells him to not be so surprised by something so small. In the future, he will give them even bigger surprises. Lu Bu tells Wenhe to start working on this project right away, and he orders Dian Wei to guard Wenhe. Dian Wei is not happy, and he asks why he needs to guard this fat guy. Wenhe says that he's not fat, he's just a bit round. Unlike some people who only have muscles for their brains. Dian Wei says that he's not dumb and he understands that sentence. He knows well that Wenhe is mocking him for having no brain. Wenhe says that maybe he just misunderstood. What he wanted to say was that everyone has their unique talents, and Dian Wei's talent lies in his strength. Wenhe keeps on pumping Dian Wei with praises, and Dian Wei says sorry to him for misunderstanding his intentions. Both of them start leaving, and Lu Bu is thinking that these two are really marvelous subordinates. One of them has unparalleled strength, while the other one has high intelligence. Half a year later, some random people in the street are praising each other for looking good after wearing the clothes from Lu family garments. The shops of the Lu family are doing really well in the fabric industry. Wenhe visits the shops to double-check the account ledgers. After some time, Wenhe arrives at the Lu Manor and he informs Lu Bu that this month they made a profit of over 1 million tiles. In a few days or month, they will be able to completely take over the fabric industry, and there are reports indicating that the profit of the Zhu family is diminishing at an alarming rate. Lu Bu tells him to sit down and check out the new tables and chairs he personally designed. Wenhe says that he has never seen this finisher design, and Lu Bu is good at coming up with unique ideas. While eating food, Wenhe suggests that Lu Bu should open some restaurants and he will be easily able to take over the food industry with all of these delicious delicacies. Lu Bu says that he will think about it, and right now they should focus on the current matter at hand. Wenhe says that everything is quite simple from now on. With Zhu family out of the picture, the Zhang tribe will have no other choice but to cooperate with them. They can also use the money earned from these shops to boost up their military strength. Lu Bu says that the Zhang tribe will be a good addition to his military strength, but he is concerned that maybe the Grandmaster might hold a grudge against him because of this. Wenhe says that maybe they should hand over the command of the Zhang tribe to the Grandmaster as a sign of good gesture. But he further says that in the eyes of the Grandmaster, if someone on his side were to have more military power than him, then he would not be able to sleep peacefully. Lu Bu says that he is correct and he will proceed as Wenhe suggests. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Grandmaster and Wen Yo are discussing about how Lu Bu is becoming more unpredictable, and right now he managed to push out the Zhu family into bankruptcy. Grandmaster says that now the command of the Qiang tribe is in the hands of Lu Bu, and if he will betray them in the future. Wen Yo tells him to not worry about Lu Bu for now because he's a trustworthy guy, and they should focus on the land reforms for now. Grandmaster says that those nobles are quite stubborn, and they will not let him push the tax reforms. Wen Yo tells the Grandmaster to not worry as the last intervention of Lu Bu has shaken up the entire minister faction, and the Zhu family is just the beginning. He believes that in the future, more noble families will be impacted by Lu Bu. Grandmaster says that he really misses the old Lu Bu who was crazy for battles. He heard that the fabric produced in Lu Bu's shops is quite good, and he already ordered some clothes for himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Hao tells Ji Shi that his family is almost finished, and he will find a chance to go down with Lu Bu. Minister Ji Shi tells him to not be so impulsive. Lu Bu is someone who can kill really accomplished generals with his bare hands, and Zhu Hao is no match for him. Minister Ji Shi is thinking about approaching Lu Bu and sowing discord between him and the Grandmaster. Zhu Hao says that their next plan has already failed, and now the Grandmaster places a lot of trust in Lu Bu. Ji Shi says that Lu Bu once killed his godfather on the order of the Grandmaster, and he can kill his new Grandmaster as well. It's just that he's not persuaded by money, and he is thinking of using beauty to persuade him. After some time, Minister Ji Shi goes to his home to greet his adoptive granddaughter. This girl is called Diao Chan, and she greets her grandfather with respect.